he was coming from and trying to make a decision based on that. What I will say to you is he's his own man. So he won't get bullied or pushed around. He'll make the decisions that he makes based on the best evidence. What I really hope is that he's been a politician for a long time. He's been an MP for a long time, but then he chose to leave and go to Greater Manchester, which is where he's from. And we've seen Greater Manchester flourish. He was able to bring all the different districts and local authorities together to work to build that city, and economically it's really grown. What he's good at is bringing together external finance, so he's attracted a lot of international money to the town. He's also really focused on youth and youth employment. His very first thing that he did was homelessness, and then sort of close to my heart, he did an inquiry into grooming gangs to try and see where things had gone wrong. So I think he's not afraid to tackle the big issues. He's not going to get pushed around. So for me, I think we will see a very different style of leadership. And dare I say it, I think it will be a more northern stroke, a more regional understanding that he brings as well. Because for me, and I've now been an MP for 14 years, London is a fantastic place, but it's not representative of the rest of the country. So someone that understands that, I think, will be a real asset to enable us to all succeed.
Just briefly, Sarah, I guess the thing is, running a city region like Greater Manchester is very different to governing a country, and we know some of what Andy Burnham has said. He's going to stick to Labour's manifesto pledges on not putting up key taxes. He's sticking to Labour's self-imposed fiscal rules. Does that really give him the room to do something bold that so many of your colleagues want him to do?
Well, the bold thing that I would really like him to do is to draw on the strengths of the Parliamentary Labour Party. There's 400 of us. We come from all different backgrounds with all different skills and experiences. Use us as a box pot because we're representing our constituents.
OK. Gerard Lyons.
Thank you. Good evening. Well, in answer to Jacqueline's question, I think Andy Burnham would like to make a significant difference, but I think he will be constrained by economic and fiscal reality, by the financial markets, and also maybe by Treasury orthodoxy, hence the key focus on who he chooses as Chancellor. Currently, he faces two competing demands that he needs to reconcile. The demands of his backbench, or maybe frontbench MPs, and his party members, and on the other side, the demands of the financial markets. MPs, Labour supporters might want him and the new government to spend more money. The financial markets basically are keen for credible fiscal policies. Effectively, there are two real challenges. Britain is a low-growth, low-wage, low-productivity economy, so the first challenge is policies to boost growth. I would argue that that needs a policy to boost the business sector, particularly small and medium-sized firms. Andy Burnham has gone on the record about boosting the government. So reconciling that is an issue. And then the challenge, regardless of whether it's Andy Burnham, we've faced this challenge for a number of years. Britain is effectively heading for a debt trap. Our fiscal position is really terrible. Now, it has to be said, of the G7 countries, we're in a better position than 5 of them. But we're still in the bad group. And effectively, to get out of a debt situation, you've got one of 6 options, or you can have a combination of them. You need to grow the economy, you need to reform the public sector, you need to have austerity, you need to have tax, you need to borrow, or you need to inflate the debt away. The challenge Andy Burnham faces is that growth in the economy is too low, reform of the public sector is going to be too slow, austerity is too unpopular, taxes are already too high, borrowing is also very high, hence the markets are worried, and you don't want to inflate the debt away. So his ambition is there, but the challenges are already very apparent.
You don't sound very hopeful.
Well, I think in the very near term, the economy might prove to be in better shape because the end of the war. Keir Starmer and Rachel Reeves were very unlucky. At the end of February, the economy was showing some resilience. It was likely that inflation would fall, interest rates would be cut. The war's changed all that. Now we come out of the war, oil prices are coming down, so the inflation picture might not be as bad as feared. Interest rates could actually, I don't think they should go up, they could even eventually come down. So in the very near term, coming back to your point, I think there's a cyclical bounce, never mind a political bounce maybe, but the points I'm raising are ones that the markets are sending signals about. Inflation is sticky, public debt is high, growth is low.
Danny Swiss-Crime-Deraja. Given what Gerard sets out there, I mean, are they not just the realities of governing that almost anybody walking into number 10 would face right now? The fact that the UK does have high debt, it does have constrained public finances, and if you want to spend a lot of money on making certain things better, that's going to come with a tough choice.
Look, there's no doubt that we're facing a really difficult set of economic circumstances, but there's also the politics of it. I mean, I like your question, Jacqueline, because in some ways we know that the country loves Andy Burnham. He's a hugely popular politician, but the country doesn't like Labour. And so he's got to do this political balancing act where he's got to deliver on a Labour Party manifesto, but, as you say, do something substantially different. I think there is a way that he can do it. I'm hoping he'll do at least three things. One is something really eye-catching on the cost of living. It's the number one concern for electors up and down the country, and things are getting worse. Household disposable income is likely to fall further over the next few years, so he needs to do something to put money back into households that are struggling to pay bills. Secondly, what he did really well in Manchester was set out a plan for public control of key utilities. We all know about the buses, but he did a bunch of other things. I think he needs to set out, it could be a long-term plan, but say, look, we're going to do things differently because when it comes to those essentials in life, be water or energy, here's how the public is going to take back control. And thirdly, we often talk about economics, but let's not forget that for years, decades, Andy Burnham has been about doing politics differently, particularly devolving power. You know, the UK remains one of the most centralised political systems in the world, very little ability for regional bodies like your mayor to be able to tax, and I hope he also does something quite radical and different when it comes to devolving power so that we all feel a bit more in control of our lives.
So does that mean, for example, rather than just creating new mayors, giving them like powers over taxes so they can raise revenue through taxation? I mean, that would be quite a big step.
Well, look, I think he's a fiscal maximalist when it comes to devolution. He wants to give local and regional authorities more. But look, let's not also forget he wants to get rid of the House of Lords, which is in the Labour Party manifesto. I actually gave him a copy of my book a few months ago, which has a proposal to replace the unelected House of Lords, the world's second largest legislative chamber, 7% of whom are political appointees who were former donors. That's not democratic. I suggest replacing it with a House of the People, where people are selected by sortition to review the tough choices that politicians struggle to make. That's what we want.
We love a book plug on this programme. Gerard?
Yeah, I think the interesting point is about devolution. Obviously, some people outside would point out that Manchester's success was already in play before Andy Burnham became mayor, but to his credit, he's kept that success going maybe. But the point I want to raise is about devolution, because it's been talked about a lot. On the face of it, devolution sounds really attractive. Who would be against it? You give more power locally, there's more openness and more transparency. The challenge is this, that internationally, where devolution works, there's a downside as well as an upside. Detroit, for instance, went bust. Places that have devolved power need to take accountability. At the same time, where devolution has worked well globally, you have competition between regions, between cities. My fear is when I hear people talk about devolution here, it's always about more taxation, more regulation, more interference. So in theory, devolution can work, but if you adopt international best practice, you've got to have losers and you've got to have competition, and you've got to have not just accountability in terms of we're making the decision locally. It's not only that is about being more economically responsible as well.
But Gerard, my worry is that we're in the worst of all worlds at the moment, right? So you can say, yes, devolution has its risk, but right now, local people, regional authorities just don't have the mechanisms to take back control, to do the things they want to do, and so it's leaving us all feeling
No, I agree with that. I think what you need to get is the balance right. You need to take social care out of local authorities. You need to make sure that the money they have is to do with issues locally. But let's not kill ourselves. Too many people keep saying local control, we can raise taxes more. We don't want that. It's already, we need to actually, as you say, have more responsibility, but with economic rationality and accountability as well.
Okay, Caroline Johnson?
Thank you. Well, it'll be interesting to see what the mayor who wanted more devolution wants if he's Prime Minister, because his priorities may be slightly different when he's giving it away rather than receiving more. But to go back to Jacqueline's question, which was about will it be spin or will it be a different in a meaningful sense, I do think that Andy Burnham is a better communicator, is more charming than Keir Starmer comes across on the television. But I don't think we'll see much difference otherwise. Burnham has been he's been a Blairite, he's been a Brownite, he's been Shadow Home Secretary in Corbyn's administration, so it's difficult to get to what he really thinks. And so I think he will face the same problems of the Labour backbenchers and what they're prepared to allow him to do once he's decided what that is. And so we've got a position where we've got someone who wants power, but I'm not sure that we know what he wants to do with it. And that, in my view, is quite a risky situation for the country to be in.
Alex, Sarah, on that point, I mean, is there a fairness to this argument that says Keir Starmer did try some things like welfare reform and he did run into Labour backbenchers and opposition from them? Do you think that your colleagues on the backbenchers are going to be a bit more supportive of Andy Burnham, perhaps?
I think we just want to be consulted, to be quite honest. That was where the welfare bill went wrong, and some of the other somewhat disastrous policies, I'm thinking winter fuel, went wrong. Talk to us. You know, we're here to represent our constituents, and they actually know what works and what doesn't. But going back to Jacqueline, and it is spin, the one thing that I want, and I'm sorry to go all a bit MAGA, I just want
I didn't
pride.
expect that from you, Sarah.
I know. I just want pride, bring it back to our country.
Yeah.
I'm fed up of us running ourselves down all the time. You know, we're even doing okay in the football right now. So let's celebrate what we're doing. Let's celebrate what we're good at, because that's how you get international investment. That's how you get tourism, and that's how you get the markets churning again. You know, let's celebrate our country, and I think Andy Burnham has done that for Greater Manchester. He can do it for Great Britain.
Share your views. 03700 100 444 is the number you need for any answers. Lines open at 12:30 p.m. on Saturday. I'm sure Anita would love your thoughts. Right, we're on to our next. It comes from Victoria King. Victoria, hi.
Hi. With record temperatures being broken this week, is it time for all politicians to recognise the crisis we face?
As we sit in a quite warm hall having this discussion, Victoria, what an appropriate question. So, of course, we do know this week we had the UK's highest June temperature, the UK's warmest June night. There's been significant disruption with school closures, impact on hospitals and doctor surgeries. Here in Sheffield, the tram was suspended for part of Friday afternoon. Victoria wants to know, is it time for all politicians to recognise the crisis we face? Danny Swiss-Kandaraja.
It's beyond time. We should have come to a meaningful and solid consensus on this years ago, decades ago. You know, business is way ahead of most politicians. Investors are already starting to think about what climate resilience means, and yet our politicians are acting as if there's nothing happening and that it's still up for debate as to whether we're in a climate emergency. And I think they're doing us an injustice, but more importantly, they're doing future generations an injustice, right? They're playing with our future and our children's future. It is ridiculous. Can I tell you what I thought about coming on? I was on the 1542 Transpennine service from Doncaster to Sheffield this afternoon. It was late. Not surprising perhaps. It was boiling because the air conditioning had turned off, so there was no windows. People were fretting, and I thought I took two lessons here. We're only going to get through this sort of the transition and build climate resilience if we do things like upgrade our infrastructure. That includes our transport systems, it includes buildings like this. Our homes, 92% of British homes are not going to be fit for the heat we're going to face in 20 years' time. So we need public investment. That's also why we need public control over our utilities. But the other thing that struck me was, you know, people in that carriage today weren't angry. We were all helping each other out. There was a wonderful moment where the woman in front of me looked like she was in trouble and someone else came over and gave her a bottle of water. And we have to stick together, and that's why the politics matter. Just when we need to come together as society to support each other through this transition, our politicians are bickering and backtracking.
Johnson, there was at one point a pretty broad political consensus, at least, for example, around the need to reach net zero. It was the Conservatives that legislated for the 2050 net zero target. Kemi Badenoch has now ditched that.
So I think the target was important to set a direction, to show the direction of travel, and to say it is important that we look after our climate for our children's future, of course. But also, we are 1% of the country's, global emissions, and if we go so fast and so hard that we impoverish ourselves, others are not going to follow. We need to ensure that we strike a balance between ensuring we're doing the best we can for the environment, but also the best we can for the wider economy, because that's important for our children's futures as well.
Do you think we've got that balance right at the moment?
I think it's improving over the last year or so. I think we're getting some improvements, but this government, with Ed Miliband and his desire to cover the place in solar panels, is taking the wrong decision. Putting solar panels all over our green spaces in our countryside will hamper our food security without really improving our security of our energy supply. What we need to do is we need to get the North Sea open and running, and we've seen that with the Aberdeen by-election last week, which is a resounding vote in favour of doing exactly that.
The Conservatives won that by-election in Aberdeen South, and they did put North Sea oil and gas very much at the centre of that. Danny?
I just worry, Caroline, about the notion that we're going to impoverish ourselves by leaning into the transition. We can actually enrich ourselves by becoming world leaders in green technology. We can reduce the cost of living by installing more heat pumps in our houses, which, by the way, cool your house during summer and create jobs for local economies. So this is a false choice.
But they also require electricity, which is getting more expensive because of the increased green taxes on it.
But if we roll out renewable energy faster than we currently are, those energy prices will not only fall, but will become less reliant on Russian oil and gas or Middle Eastern oil and gas.
But then they're not cheaper, that is the point.
It'll only become cheaper.
Sorry, Danny, finish the point. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
If you decoupled our electricity markets from our fossil fuel markets, already they'll become cheaper. But we're not going to put this genie back in the bottle. We should lean into it and drive to be world leaders in the green transition.
What this government is doing is adding taxes so that energy becomes more expensive. When energy becomes more expensive, that weakens our economy.
OK, so the Climate Change Committee produced a report not so long ago, and it criticised the woeful performance of successive governments in getting the UK ready for its new climate of more frequent and more extreme heat. It recommended things like adapting homes with cooling systems, perhaps even a maximum workplace temperature. Sarah Champion, is the government doing enough?
No, but it's doing more than previous governments. And to Victoria's question, politicians are delusional on this. And it's because this is a 30, 50-year planning that they ought to be focusing on. And to be quite honest, we're focused on the next election. So that long-term investment, I mean, you've seen it with all the schemes that are stacked up. We're just not good at it. I think part of the problem was we got utterly obsessed with why climate change was or wasn't happening. But, I mean, we're sat in a hall that's a couple of 100 years old that was built for the weather that was appropriate then. I'm 56. In the last 20 years, the climate has changed so dramatically that it bears no relationship to what our buildings were built for. And that's the problem. We're now having to adapt to buildings that are not appropriate for where we are. My frustration comes from, so my constituency is just down the road, and Catcliffe and Treaton have had 2 floods in the last 10 years, and each of those floods was described as a once-in-a-100-year flood. Clearly, that is not true. Where it gets worse is the planning and infrastructure to prevent and future-proof my river is based on data from the last 10 years, not what's likely to happen in the next 50 years. We need to recognise what's going on right now, and we need to invest in it, and it will help us economically if we do that.
Is there a problem, though, that investment does cost, and if that cost feels like it's falling on people, that they are having to shoulder the burden of the change, the transition, if you like, then you lose people?
Well, how much does a Strait of Hormuz cost everybody in this audience? I mean, it does. Global dependence on fuel means that we are unable to budget ourselves. We all feel that in our pockets. Renewables mean we're in control of our own energy bills.
Lyons.
Yeah, well, coming back to Victoria's question, I think the green agenda should be centre stage. I think it's a phenomenally important issue. The heat wave we're having at the moment almost goes to the heart of it. You could divide it down to 3 different parts: mitigation, adaptation and finance. We focused a lot on mitigation in recent years. Indeed, the 7th carbon budget was officially approved this week. What this week's heatwave has highlighted is the point just touched on by Sarah about adaptation, how you adapt to prolonged high temperatures. That will have an economic issue, it will have a productivity issue. Judging from this room, schools also could do with air conditioning as well, but this is costly. But then the finance, in terms of the UK leading, the UK is actually leading in terms of this finance issue. This is Climate Action Week in the City of London. I was speaking at an event yesterday. It was an event hosted by the Bank of China, where I'm on the board in the UK. And the reason for mentioning it was focused on nature. The UK actually does Gupta review. If you're interested in nature or the climate, read the Gupta review if you have time. It's 600 pages long, from about 4, 5, 6 years ago. And what it highlighted was how we underfund nature, we underprice it. But what was interesting in that review, and also highlighted this week in the city, is how the city is providing leadership in terms of providing finance. Investors do want to invest in this area. Where those,
the area of renewables, you mean?
Renewables, completely. But where I would agree with Caroline is, even though climate is probably one of the most important issues if you look further ahead in time, we don't necessarily address it in the right way. Clearly, the last 4 months have highlighted the importance of energy security. We don't want to be dependent on Russia and other countries like that. The last few months have also highlighted that electricity prices in the UK are 5 times higher than in the US, for instance. So businesses are suffering. In economic terms, what you need, and I'll take 20 seconds, is you need energy addition, not energy substitution. What Britain has tried to do is substitute fossil fuels with renewables overnight. That is costly. Given our lack of storage capacity, it's not possible. Given our grid system, it doesn't work. What countries that are adapting to the climate like we are doing is energy addition. You add renewables, you encourage renewables. As their cost falls, demand for them increases. And then you have a diverse energy mix. So climate, very important. Adaptation, critical issue. There should be political support for it across the board, but we in the UK need to think twice about the way we're doing it, because we do need not only to bring people with us, you need to actually have energy security. You need to make sure businesses don't go bust because of high electricity costs, but we do, at the end of the day, need to address the green agenda.
Thank you all. 03700 100 444, and we are on to our next. It comes from Stefan Goebel. Stefan, hello.
Hello, good evening. Why does Labour treat independent schools as adversaries, not as assets?
Why does Labour treat independent schools as adversaries, not assets? And we are having this conversation in an independent school. Stefan, why do you ask this question?
Well, my daughter attends this school, and I think there's a real danger that institutions like this will disappear. And we've seen independent schools closing down, and the imposition of VAT on schools is a real danger to this educational landscape.
Stefan, thank you very much. And of course, this did come up at Prime Minister's Questions in the House of Commons this week, when Kemi Badenoch, the leader of the Conservatives, claimed that Bridget Phillipson, the Education Secretary, was a spiteful class warrior, in part because of the government's decision to introduce VAT on private school fees. Why does Labour treat independent schools as adversaries, not assets? Caroline Johnson.
I think Stefan puts the question exactly correctly. I think they do see them as adversaries, and I think that is a huge shame, because they are a huge asset, and education is an export of the UK, which is a good thing. Kemi did say a class warrior, and I think that was right. And it was
a spiteful class warrior, and
yeah, no, and I think yeah, I mean. Well, she was responding to Keir Starmer, who was talking about how he was asked whether Bridget Phillipson was doing a good job, and he said, well, she comes from a poor background. Now, my view would be, whether she comes from the poorest background in England or the wealthiest background in England, the important thing is she a good education secretary? That is what's important. You need to get away from all this measuring people by what they look like, or what DEI characteristics they fall into, or what their background was. It should be on the basis of meritocracy. And I... And I do think there was an element of cruelty in the way this was introduced, because it was introduced halfway through a school year, which meant that there were young children who have no responsibility for their parents' choices for them, who were in the final year of their A-levels, a key year when they're going to determine their future and their future university grades, who may find themselves perhaps doing politics that isn't studied at the local state school, or perhaps they're doing English and they've chosen a different book, or history in a different period of history, who suddenly found themselves, through no fault of their own, in a different school, unable to continue their courses. And when I spoke in the Education Committee to the Secretary of State about it, I wasn't convinced by her responses at all.
Sarah Champion, this was introduced in January 2025, this policy. Do you think it was a class warrior policy?
I don't think it was class warrior, I don't think it was spiteful, and I definitely didn't think it was done out of cruelty. What I do think is that there was a tax loophole, that public schools were registering themselves as charities and were benefiting from that because it exempted them from that. And I think that loophole was closed. I understand that that made people who were benefiting from it very angry. But for me, I want every child in this country to have a good education. And that means resources have to be shared. I don't think it's about cruelty. I do think it's about choice. I do not at any level, and I can honestly say I have never heard a Labour MP trying to outrule or outlaw public schools. It's just not what it is. What it's saying is, should it be receiving effectively a state subsidy when you're making that choice? I think that what I've seen happen in the last 2 years is nearly 500,000 children being raised out of poverty. I've seen free school meals. I've seen so much support for early years. I think that this is a government that is genuinely trying to make sure that every child can have the best start in life, and I think that's really what every parent wants.
Lyons, what do you think about this?
Yeah, I didn't think it was a sensible policy putting VAT on private school fees. It was, I'm not sure if it was a subsidy. We have so many subsidies in the UK, but I think it was charitable status, and as I understand it, schools had to prove, or they were incentivised therefore, to provide help to the local area to prove their charitable status. But be as it may, but I think behavioural choice and parental choice is key here. What's best for the child? Parents are there to make their decision on that. I think this impedes that. Fiscally, I don't think it's been a success. But also, just coming back to one of your earlier points about the UK leading globally, one of the areas where the UK is seen as leading globally, whether you look at this from the States or from East Asia, is in terms of our university sector and in terms of our education sector, including, it has to be said, some state schools, but also very much private schools. And it seemed an unnecessary kick, and it's going to hit the weak and vulnerable private schools. So I didn't think there was much. We spent so much time debating it as well.
Gerald, I'm less concerned. I'm very aware of the room that I'm in. I'm less concerned about the weak and vulnerable schools. I'm more concerned about the weak and vulnerable children and wanting them to have the best education. And closing this loophole put £1.5 billion back into the school pot.
Well, actually, I would have been, if it had, it would have been good, but I'm not sure it did. But certainly, in terms of funding education, I think it leads on to a wider issue about education more generally and how we fund not just the state sector, but also issues in the university sector as well. But I'm not sure if we'll come on to those this evening.
Well, just on the numbers, of course, the government said at the time it would raise £1.8 billion by 2029-30. So we don't yet know if that has come to pass.
Yeah.
Caroline?
I just wanted to say, they say they're going to raise money out of it. What they've done is they've made schools close. They've made children go to different schools, disrupted their education. They've made some people unemployed. They promised that all this would be done in favour of making thousands of new teachers, but actually there are 1,900 fewer teachers in the state systems. They haven't benefited the state sector either.
Caroline, can I come back? Those figures were put out by the Independent Schools Council, which is the lobbying body for the private school sector. And when they were actually fact-checked, a lot of them were somewhat generous, if not untrue.
Well, happily, I've got a few figures here that do come from the Department for Education. And what those figures show, that between 2025 and 2026, there were 47 mainstream independent schools that closed. However, they also show that the number of independent mainstream schools has been reducing every year since 2018-2019, so it's not clear at all that it's a direct result of this policy. Danny Sriskandarajah.
Just on substance and also this tone of the comment. I mean, I think Gerard's right. There is a sort of basic economic principle about having as few exceptions to taxes as possible, and so applying that VAT on private education made sense in that sense. The evidence that's also worth saying is that it's been about a 4 to 5% drop in independent school enrolment since the VAT has come in. That's a bit higher than the longer-term drop that Alex has been talking about. So we're not yet seeing, but I also agree with Caroline, the speed at which it was brought in for parents here and everywhere must have made it more difficult to plan and adjust. So, but on the tone of Kemi Badenoch saying that Bridget Phillipson was a spiteful class warrior, there I disagree with you, Caroline. I think that, you know, this is the sort of politics that we just can't afford in this moment in our history. You know, I hear it around Westminster. I work around Westminster, and the sort of the tactics at the moment is pick a fight with anyone, and then just go for it. You know, it could be a billionaire, or it could be an education secretary. That does us all damage in the long term, and does nothing for trust in political institutions.
Gerard?
I always find it interesting when a figure is used in a debate to justify a point when the figure is due to other factors. The reason why numbers are probably declining, not just at private schools, but at state schools, is because of the phenomenally low fertility rate in the UK. And that's one of the big problems, because young people can't afford to have a house, they can't afford to actually pay off their student loan, and they can't afford to have children. So the reason why we're going to see more private and more state schools close is because we're not addressing some of the underlying issues, and Danny's right. We need to focus on the issues, not these peripheral political point-scoring areas.
And Caroline, on that point that Danny made about language and the use of language.
Yeah, you know, I think, you know, when we've been called Tory scum and things in the chamber like that, it's been completely unacceptable, and I think the tone should be improved, and we should focus on issues rather than personalities. But yet the first question this evening is about the personality that might go into number 10 rather than his policies.
Well, can I just tell a story?
Brief one, Danny.
Yeah, so I'll give you an example of how I think politics should work. So I was due to meet Andy Burnham recently at the end of a meeting in Manchester. It was 5 o'clock. I went over to him and I said, can we go? And he goes, no, I want to stay because Hannah Spencer, the newly elected Green MP, is about to speak. I don't want her to think I'm leaving when she's speaking. She gets up and, you know, she says, makes it a point to say, I just want to acknowledge that Andy Burnham is in the room and what a great politician he is. Right? Why can't we have more politicians behaving with respect to each other than we see often in Westminster these days?
Yes, yeah.
We always aim for respectful debate on this programme. 03700 100 444 is the number you need for any answers. We are on to our next. It comes from Sam Orman-Chan. Sam, hello.
Hello. So, has Brexit provided tangible benefits to Sheffield?
Sam, you asked your question as we have just passed the 10th anniversary of the Brexit referendum, if you can believe it. 10 years since that vote. Sam wants to know, has Brexit provided tangible benefits to Sheffield? Gerard Lyons, you were part of the Economists for Brexit.
I was part of Economists for Brexit because after the referendum campaign had started, Project Fear had come out and said there'd be 350,000 to 500,000 job losses within 2 years of just leaving, regardless of anything else. And I just thought there needed to be some balance brought into this whole debate. Brexit itself was a political decision. It was removing us from ever closer political union. And in that respect, it's done its job. The important thing, I don't know in terms of answer to your question about Sheffield specifically, so forgive me on that. I look at the global picture and the UK picture, and in terms of the economic debate, since we've left the EU, the important thing is we've grown faster than Germany, faster than Italy, same pretty much rate of growth as France. And the issue is that we face the same economic challenges as the major economies of Western Europe. Unfortunately, too many politicians gave the impression it was just leaving the EU that would suddenly turn things around. But the important thing, and the lesson from the last 10 years, is not leaving itself, but what you do when you leave. And therefore, I think the key issue is that we should not be thinking about ever closer union now, as one or two people are suggesting. It's about having the right decisions made in Westminster as opposed to Brussels. And if we were to suddenly get closer now, AI is one of the key growth areas of the UK economy. We're third globally after America and China, admittedly a long way behind both of those. That AI sector would suddenly start to be strangled up by closer union with the EU. Our ability to cut trade deals with the rest of the world would be cut if we joined this customs union. Just final point on this. When we joined the European Economic Community in 1973, its 9 members, including us, were 25% of the world economy. When we left the EU, its 27 members were 17 to 18% of the world economy. On most projections, including from the European Commission, in 25 years' time, it will be less than 10%, less than India alone. We need to have sensible economic relations with the EU, but what would help Sheffield, and indeed other parts of the UK, is actually policies made in Westminster that try to make the UK more competitive.
I hear what you say about the difference between the European Economic Community in terms of its share of global trade versus the European Union now. But I just wonder if you acknowledge that leaving the closest trading neighbours as a bloc, as the European Union was, do you accept that that has damaged the economy? Because, the Office of Budget Responsibility predicted a 4% hit to productivity. Recently, Internal Bank of England data suggests a 6% hit to GDP. The National Economic Bureau of Research in the States predicts 6 to 8% hit to GDP. Are they all wrong? Genuine question.
Well, let's take a few seconds. You mentioned the MBER in the US. They said that we're 8% lower than an average of other countries. They blamed it on Brexit. They also said Germany is 8% lower than the same average of other countries. Do they blame that on Brexit? Let's start looking at global factors. The OBER was an OBR do great work. They took a random selection of outside forecasters, wasn't really balanced, and said that's down 4%.
I know people will argue over the modelling, but I want to get to the essence. Do you think it's hurt the economy?
No, I want to just put the perspective in place here, because they said, how do you get to 4%? Trade intensity declines. Trade intensity declines, productivity declines, growth declines, hence they said 4%. What does the OBR now say? Actually, contrary to what they thought, trade intensity has actually increased. So that should actually get them to actually think twice. The point is, don't be taken in by all these people saying what the alternatives might have been. The reality of the situation is, as I say, we've grown faster than Germany, Italy, same rate of growth as France. And if we continue to get buried in these points, we'll miss the key issue, which is why Burnham is being elected as PM, is that we need to actually having policies set in Westminster that make the UK more competitive. Western Europe is the slow growth region, and I think, has it been executed well? Well, I was never asked how to execute it, and I think quite a few people would say we could and should have done things differently.
OK, Sarah Champion.
I mean, Sam, why do you have to ask this question? This was a question that I was dreading coming up. I watched, I think it was about a year ago, the BBC did a documentary that did the Brexit years, and I realised I had like PTSD from watching it. And Gerard, you're a lovely man, but it was hearing all of this stuff.
I was wishing we would have moved on, because I thought 10 years ago...
I know, 10 years. Yeah. So, Sam, to answer your specific question, and it's the absolute right question to ask, has Brexit brought any tangible benefits to Sheffield? While Gerard was talking, I was trying to figure it out. The one that I can come up with is the steel situation, so being able to put tariffs on steel so that we can protect our own industry, which we were unable to do before. What my frustration is we moved away, or have moved away from the EU, but it's still our closest neighbour. So we need to be exploiting that market there. There are international markets that we could and should be trying to make inroads in, and we've not done that much. And then the other thing that I really want to say and to stress, it's not just the world's on fire heat-wise, the world is on fire conflict-wise. There's 61 raging around the world right now, and I want us to be working as closely with democracies as we possibly can. We chose to lean into America. That's not gone that well. So let's look at where the other democracies are in the Commonwealth, for example, and let's come up with some really useful strategic trade deals with them that help all of us.
So just to be clear, you talked there about needing to get closer to the EU, but also needing to look elsewhere across the globe. To Gerald's point, you can't do both. You know, you can get closer to the EU, but there might be a limit in an economic agreements you do with the EU, which could limit the UK's ability to go off and strike trade deals elsewhere, limit its sovereignty.
Look, I'm aware I'm on a panel with two economists, but to me, I thought the point of leaving Brexit was so that leaving the EU was so that we could make these international trade deals, so I don't understand why we can't do that and why that hasn't been our absolute focus, because what has been our absolute focus has been infighting, bitching and power games that have been going on with the Conservatives. So we need right now to keep on focusing on getting those trade deals.
Look, the point is that we should have a sensible relationship with the EU. There's no one's doubting that. We lead on defence, although we're not spending enough on it. But you need to actually keep outside the single market so you've got regulatory autonomy, and you need to actually be outside the customs union because you can think globally. So we shouldn't be sacrificing one for the other. It's about having the political leadership to actually say we're friends with the EU, but we don't want to be in the ever closer union.
Danis Viskandarajah, is that not fair enough? You know, the UK had the opportunity to vote. It voted to leave the European Union. You know, this notion about tying back into the EU would limit its ability to look elsewhere across the globe.
No, because I think Brexit was a debate about the economics, and I would urge you to look at the sort of counterfactual studies to estimate what has the impact been compared to what our economy would have felt like if we'd remained in Europe. But it was also about people and peace to me. So the European Union for me was wonderful because it was about creating opportunities, particularly for young people to move. Your town has some of the UK's best universities, which are suffering in part because they don't get the same number of students. They can't collaborate with European colleagues as well as they could have once. You know, it's those sorts of things that meant the sort of connection and solidarity. But also, let's not forget what's happened in the last 10 years about peace and stability. The European Union was about putting an end to hundreds of years of fighting within Europe and creating a solid bloc against the world when calamity struck. And look at where we are now. We've got an unreliable partner across the Atlantic, and we've got fewer ties with our continental brothers and sisters in Europe. And so there is a wider picture here, and that's what I'm feeling the loss of more.
Caroline Johnson.
Thank you, and thank you for the question, Sam. So I voted for Brexit. I think that we were being too much under the control of other countries. We were having to make too many compromises that weren't necessarily always in our best interests. And I think the emerging markets, the ability to trade with markets right across the globe that are the areas of growth, is a huge benefit. And we've seen the CPTPP.
That's the Trans-Pacific Partnership. Global Trade Partnership. Which
we couldn't have done. And there are benefits in AI, as already been mentioned, but also in agri-tech and other industries. I do always find it interesting that some people who want to devolve power and talk about local devolution, then at the same time want to cede power to the EU, and it doesn't really make sense to me. My worry at the moment is that we will see the Labour Party, the Labour government, give up our freedoms for nothing and perhaps even pay for the privilege.
So Danny, on that point, briefly.
I actually think it makes perfect sense. People are being frustrated because they're not feeling in control of what's happening locally, nor are we able to meet the global challenges. So we need to invest in global mechanisms and in local mechanisms, and not just assume Westminster is going to solve everything for us.
Do you accept that rejoining, for example, the customs union or the single market would come with trade-offs?
Of course it would come with trade-offs, but there are benefits, and it's about setting a vision of what sort of society we want, who do we want to rely on in moments of crisis, and where do we want to head.
OK, thank you all very much. Share your views, 03700 100 444. And in defence of Stan, who asked this question, he certainly was not the only person in the room. A lot of people wanted to talk about Brexit and the implications 10 years on from the referendum. Panel, we've got about 3 minutes left. We're going to be ambitious and do one more. This one comes from John Pudifat. John, hello.
Hello. Which task should be at the top of Andy Burnham's to-do list?
Now, because we only have a couple of minutes, I'm going to press you for a specific task. What should be at the top of Andy Burnham's to-do list, if indeed he comes into number 10? Sarah Champion.
Focus on young people. They need to have a good education, a good tertiary education. They need to get good jobs at the end of it. They need to have their hope given back to them.
And it's worth saying from this audience, a lot of questions about education, young people, and what all of that means, something we discuss often and we will return to. Gerard Lyons, what should be at the top of Andy Burnham's to-do list?
It's not about increasing the size of the public sector, it's about making sure what the public sector does better. It's about quality, not quantity. I say that because of the fiscal crisis. Since the Second World War, we've had a mixed economy, public and private sector. Public sector plays a vitally important role, as does the private sector, particularly small and medium-sized firms. We used to accept that public spending was 35 to 40% of the size of the economy. That became an economic accepted fact. It's now 47% and rising even before Andy Burnham comes in. We need to not increase public spending. We need to actually make sure we spend it properly, less on welfare, say, more on defence, contentious issues. So he has to confront those difficult questions.
OK. Danny Swift-Kandaraja.
I'd like to see him introduce an essential energy guarantee, and lots of other countries have it, and basically the idea is every household gets a basic block of energy at a discounted price, so that you can afford to heat your home and cool it when you need to. It's an obvious way, and it can be done in a fiscally neutral way, of meeting our immediate cost of living crisis head on, and a symbolically powerful way of saying these utilities that we need to live aren't just commodities sold to us by private equity. They're essential things that we all need to survive and thrive as a society.
And Caroline Johnson, I know you're not in Andy Burnham's party, but for example, if he was going to consult more widely perhaps than the Labour Party on what should be at the top of his to-do list, what would you advise him should be the one thing he should really focus on?
So the defence investment and economic growth, because you can't have any of the other things you'd like without a secure, safe country and a growing economy.
I don't know if Andy Burnham is listening to this edition of Any Questions, but if he is, there are perhaps some suggestions for his first week in government. And of course, I will just caveat that by saying we have had this conversation based almost on the premise that Andy Burnham is going to walk into number 10. The reason for that is because as things stand, nobody else in the Labour Party has put forward their name to try and challenge him. So I think it's fair to say it's a working assumption that Andy Burnham is highly likely to be the UK's next Prime Minister, although it's not entirely a given. And we will finally find out on July the 17th, which just happens to be a Friday, so that evening you can listen to any questions and get all of the information. Right, that is it, we are out of time. Just a reminder, you can have your say on everything that we discussed during the course of the programme. Anita Anand is in the chair for any answers on Saturday lunchtime. Lines open as ever at 12:30 p.m, and I know she'd love to hear from you, so that number one more time, 03700 100 444 is the number you need for any answers. Next week we are in Exeter. The week after we're in Maidenhead, and there's a few tickets left, so go on the website if you want to come along. But from here at Sheffield Girls, it just leaves me to say thank you to our panel, thank you to our audience, and thank you at home for listening.
Any questions came from Sheffield High School for Girls. The presenter was Alex Forsyth and the producer was Paul Martin. It was a BBC Audio Bristol production. And now on Radio 4, a look back at some fascinating stories from the past.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. This week in history.
I hope I will be able to confide everything to you, as I've never been able to confide in anyone. And I hope you will be a great source of comfort and support. So begins Anne Frank's diary, which was first published on the 25th of June, 1947. The Frank family were Jewish. Early in the 1930s, they fled Nazi Germany for the Netherlands, only to have their new life destroyed by Nazi occupiers several years later. For her 13th birthday in 1942, Anne was given a diary. She began writing in it straight away, addressing it as her trusted friend, Kitty. The family were forced into hiding less than a month afterwards in the secret annex of her father's business in Amsterdam. Anne continued to write about her hopes and fears while documenting her daily life and the complex relationships between the 8 people who were sharing the small space. The group was discovered just over 2 years later in 1944, and Anne was eventually sent to Bergen-Belsen concentration camp, where she died the following year. Her father, Otto, was the only member of the family to survive, and when the war ended, he decided to publish Anne's diary in her memory. In 1979, he spoke to the BBC's Blue Peter about the impact of his daughter's words.
Anna wrote in one of her diaries, "I want to go on living after my death." And in a certain way, through her diary, she is living on in many hearts.
Since its publication, Anne Frank's diary has been translated into dozens of languages and has sold millions of copies worldwide, a testament to courage and resilience in the darkest of times.
In the summer of 1374, something strange began to spread along the Rhine. People in the streets of the German city of Aachen began to dance uncontrollably. It's believed the phenomenon started on the 24th of June, and it saw young and old alike writhe in a trance-like frenzy, unable to stop. Within weeks it had spread to neighbouring villages and towns, even reaching the city of Cologne. Thousands were caught up in it, driven into relentless motion for days, despite exhaustion and injury. In some cases, people even danced themselves to death. Eyewitness accounts describe sufferers crying out, hallucinating and pleading for help while continuing to move. At the time, many believed it to be a curse or divine punishment, later known as St. John's Dance. Today, historians and medical experts suggest a different explanation: mass psychogenic illness. The years preceding 1374 had brought relentless rain and failed harvests, causing famine and disease along the Rhine and leaving people exhausted, frightened and on edge. In these conditions, fear could spread through whole communities as a shared psychological response until it began to show itself in the body. Yet despite such modern theories, the true cause of this choreomania remains a mystery.
On the 26th of June 1974, in a supermarket in Ohio, a packet of chewing gum would make history, becoming the first ever item scanned and sold using a barcode. The idea had been dreamt up years earlier by an engineer named Joe Woodland, who in 1949, after drawing lines in the sand on a beach, patented an early version of it. The idea was based on Morse code, but used lines of varying thickness instead of dots and dashes. The first prototype featured a series of concentric circles in a bullseye design, but when the concept was eventually put into practice by a team at IBM, it was simplified into a series of parallel lines which could be read by a laser scanner. While the barcode would revolutionize shopping and stock-taking, there was some initial pushback. Workers' unions worried that scanning technology would threaten jobs, while some shoppers mourned the loss of being able to find old stock on the shelves with cheaper prices stuck on them. In some evangelical Christian circles, rumours spread that the lines concealed the biblical mark of the beast, the number 666, a theory the inventors dismissed.
You're listening to BBC Radio 4 on 198 kHz longwave. This service is closing. BBC transmissions on this frequency will end on the 27th of June this year. However, you can continue to listen in many other ways. You can find BBC Radio 4 online via BBC Sounds. Radio 4 is available on DAB, digital radio, and through your digital television, including Freely. Radio 4 is also available via FM radio on 92 to 95 MHz and 103 to 105 MHz. Plus, you can listen via your smart speaker. Just say, play Radio 4. Information on how to listen can be found on the BBC website at bbc.co.uk/reception.
BBC News at 9 o'clock. Temperature records for June have been broken again in another day of searing hot weather across the UK and Europe. The Met Office provisionally recorded 37.3 Celsius in Stanton Downham in Suffolk. A red extreme heat warning remains in place for London and the South East. Nathan Holmes is a national officer for the GMB union, which includes ambulance staff. He says his members are suffering particularly with the extra workload.
The amount of cardiac arrests have increased, and it's the normal run of the mill stuff as well, but it makes it even harder. Let me just paint a picture that doing CPR on a patient is the equivalent of somebody doing an exercise in the gym. Imagine doing that in a temperature of 35, 36 degrees, fully dressed, not in a gym suit.
The Venezuelan authorities say more than 900 people are now known to have died following 2 huge earthquakes. More than 50,000 people remain unaccounted for, although survivors are still being pulled from the rubble. An RAF flight carrying British rescue teams and sniffer dogs has departed for Venezuela. Israeli and Lebanese negotiators have signed what the US is calling a framework agreement for a peace deal. Details have yet to be announced, but Israel's Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu says his troops will remain in southern Lebanon until the Iran-backed group Hezbollah is disarmed. President Trump's former National Security Advisor John Bolton has pleaded guilty to mishandling classified documents. A federal court in Maryland heard that the 77-year-old had shared sensitive information with relatives for possible use in a book. An American rapist who fled to Scotland to avoid justice has died in hospital in Utah. Nicholas Rossi was jailed for 5 years in the US after being extradited last year. He was arrested in a Glasgow hospital when staff recognised him from a wanted notice. BBC News.
When someone says ancient Greece, you might think of its gods, mythology or epic battles. But what was it actually like to live as an ancient Greek?
The Athenians were a hugely litigious lot. They were always in and out of court as far as we can see.
I'll be uncovering 5 stories of fascinating real lives from the streets of ancient Greece.
She kind of says, do to me what you want, see if I care.
Helped by historians and guests, including Martin Scorsese.
He is a gangster, and he knows how to move it.
That's Being Greek, part of Ancient Lives with Mary Beard. Listen now on BBC Sounds.
Now, Radio 4, here's Shahida Bari with Free Thinking.
Hello. The singer George Benson was keen on them. Children, he warbled in his 1977 song, Are Our Future, and we should let them lead the way. But should we? And what would that look like in 2026? Don't worry too much, though, if your feelings are more along the lines of that old witticism, I like children, but I couldn't eat a whole one. For today's programme, we're only inviting you to channel your inner child rather than ingest one. So, can you remember what it was like to see the world from a child's point of view? As Radio 4 begins a week-long celebration of fairy tales, we're asking, is there still scope for childlike wonder in an age of AI and generalised existential anxiety? Let's start by finding out about our guests and their inner children, as it were. Catherine Rundle, writer of children's fiction and intrepid rooftop clamberer extraordinaire, if the rumours be true. Do you remember the kind of child that you were?
I think I was quite grubby.
Not now, of course. Yes.
I have absolutely washed in order to come here. But I think as a kid, I loved to be outside, and I loved the idea that there were no barriers between me and the living world. And so that did mean treating clothes and shoes with a kind of proud contempt, which my parents were immensely kind about and put up with a lot of stains.
Is there any photo evidence of this? Because I've encouraged all of my guests to bring evidence of this. Let's see how grubby. Maybe we can.
I mean, to be honest,
how grubby you
the
are.
Picture that I could find of myself, I would say I look quite clean.
Oh, adorable! The adorable fact that Josh Cohen here is cooing already. Josh Cohen, writer, psychoanalyst. Were you a good boy?
I wouldn't say a good boy, a very dreamy, nay, oblivious one. Always being sanctioned to get my head out of the clouds. Later on, at 17, I went to America to work as a waiter, and I was told to get my head out of somewhere else. I have to say, what I like about my inner child is my stubborn persistence in refusing to do anything of the kind. I was always distracted, but not in a kind of attention deficit way at all. Just distracted from whatever the teacher or the person in charge was saying.
Is that inner child still there lurking inside you?
I think probably
well, maybe
is,
we might find out.
Yeah.
Do we have photo evidence?
We do.
Oh, black and white. Oh,
Yes.
adorable. Bell bottoms.
Yes, I was actually in fancy dress as a hippie. A flower child.
And a beautiful fringe as well.
Thank you.
Yes. Oh, well, marvellous. Elizabeth Jane Burnett, poet and nature writer. Your new novel, Splendour, tells the story of anti-colonial rebellion in 1950s Kenya from the point of view of two young children. But what kind of child were you?
Well, like Catherine, I was a nature lover. I spent lots of time outdoors, and I remember actually I spent hours searching for four-leaf clover in a field. Never found one, but I think I must have been quite easy to look after because you could just plonk me in a field and I would just lie there for hours looking for this clover.
Oh, well, it doesn't sound like you've changed very much, certainly in terms of your love of nature. Emma Butcher from the RUSI think tank, the Royal United Services Institute. You're a historian of children's experiences of war, and you've previously written about the Brontes as children too. Were you rightly like them as a child?
I loved to read. And I think I was self-absorbed, actually. It's the word that I chose, just because I was an only child, so I had to be very imaginative in my play, and I loved to play. But also, I think that I was a bit bossy. I think that I really like to write and show off what I've written, and be a teacher and put all my cuddly toys out, and make sure everyone sat and listened to what I had to say.
Amazing. We would have been terrible rivals as children, I think, Emma. But do you have photo evidence?
I brought two photos that I thought summed me up. One of me dressed as Robin Hood.
Oh my goodness!
And the other,
we should explain to our listeners that you're hoisting a bow and arrow in the air. You've got a peaked Robin Hood hat, adorable.
Fantasy, imagination. But then also, I loved roast dinners, so it's me devouring a giant turkey leg,
stuffing a piece of meat into your mouth. Wonderful, wonderful.
The size of your head.
I'm learning so much about you. And Namisha Kurian, assistant professor at the University of Warwick, researching children and their use of AI. What about you?
I was a quiet and dreamy child, I would say. My parents are both very creative and arts-loving people, so they spoiled me with books, and I was given free rein to read anything and everything in the house. It's funny, actually, because I now research children and AI at the University of Warwick, but I grew up in the 90s with absolutely no device but a notebook and a pen. I was also growing up in Mumbai, so along with all the writing and storytelling, Bollywood movies and music were a big part of my life.
Oh, lovely. I love the idea that you were growing up with a notebook and a pen, and now you research children and AI. In the spirit of sharing, this is a picture of me as a child. You can see I was holding my
gosh. Yeah.
I mean, I look very much the same, I think. But I was very keen on my Fisher-Price wind-up radio, which I think is very prophetic, bearing in mind I now present radio and wind people up. But one of the reasons that I'm asking about your childhood is that later this year we'll see the last episode of what was Michael Apted's documentary series 7 Up. And that series followed the lives of a cohort of 12 children every 7 years for 63 years. Much beloved, that series, I think, in Britain. And those 7-year-olds are now 70-year-olds. Josh, you look like you know the series well.
I do.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's very poignant, I think.
It's intensely moving. And really a brilliant document of childhood, of aging and development.
Yeah.
And the contrasts between some of the playful, overwrought, emotionally intense young children and the adults they grow into, which are sort of too complicatedly differentiated to pin down to one. But
there's everything there. There's joy and pain, and you see the vulnerability of those taught little children at age 7. If you remember, the premise of the series was taken from the Jesuit motto, which is intoned at the beginning: "Give me a child until he is 7, and I will give you the man." And the poet Wordsworth has a version of it too, that the child is the father of the man. What do we make of that thesis, that the grown-ups we are already there in the children that we once were? What do you think, Catherine?
I do think that it does feel like there is a rich continuum that runs through someone's imagination. And of course, there are so many shifts, compromises, transformations that will take place over a long life with, I would argue, far greater care than we have as a culture.
This is becoming a very serious conversation already. I mean, I wonder, Josh, what you think of this idea, because partly it's one of the tenets of Freud's thinking too, isn't it?
It is, yeah. Freud's attention was really on the phenomenon of childhood amnesia, the fact that we don't remember our childhoods, not just at the level of content, we forget a lot of what happened, but also at the level of experiential intensity. We forget what it's like to feel and to experience sensations as children. And we make these large gains in cognitive and perceptual understanding, but the trade-off is that we lose a lot in sensory and emotional intensity.
Yeah. Emma, you're listening. What do you think of this?
I think, when you were describing, Catherine, about it being so fundamental, that it's kind of, that's the root of the tree, and everything life branches from that in all different ways. But really what was brought to mind in this conversation was actually, I was thinking of my granddad, and when I was growing up and I was very little, some of my earliest memories are with him, but he was just so silly. He was like a child himself. And we always used to muck around and do silly things together. And I do feel that there's a sense that maybe later on or at different points, if you have children, grandchildren, friends who have children, that you end up kind of bringing that inner child out of you again. And I think that's lovely because it connects you back to who you were at the very beginning.
Yeah. I wonder too if there's something slightly counterintuitive about the way that we talk about being children, that childhood is something we grow out of. But actually, perhaps in the way that Freud is describing it, it's a layer of us, a psychological layer of us that is always there. Yeah,
Freud's model of development wasn't really linear. His daughter Anna, I think, converted psychoanalysis into much more of a kind of linear developmental psychology where we go from one stage to another. But Freud really had a much more horizontal model of development where different layers are interacting. We have this kind of quite variegated topography of the psyche where the child and the adolescent and the adults are all in a kind of very fluid interaction with each other, and they can all come to the surface at different moments, depending on who we're with and where we are and what's happening to us.
He has an idea, doesn't he, that adult experiences can reactivate childhood state.
Yes.
Does he give us examples of what that looks like and why it might happen?
It happens typically because there are certain childhood experiences whose intensity and force are too much to process at the time, so they get buried. The first example he gives is really an example of sexual abuse, which the girl he's talking about simply isn't biologically or emotionally ready to process. So at a much later date she has an experience which in a way gives birth to the earlier experience, because she's never really known what happened to her until the later thing happened. So there is this sort of out of joint experience of time, I think, that Freud draws attention to, that the child comes back in ways that we can't predict or control.
That's a traumatic example, but is it an example that is relevant to all of it? Do we all have elements of our childhood experience that will emerge in our adult life?
I think for Freud, growth is traumatic.
Right.
You know, there's sort of ordinary cumulative trauma, but the example I like to give actually is Alice, when she grows at an exponential rate after she drinks.
Alice in Wonderland?
Yeah. And she bursts into tears because there is something traumatic about the process of growth itself, about suddenly seeing herself so far from the ground. She writes this very poignant letter to her own feet.
Yes.
Because she misses them.
Oh, Emma, you want to come in?
I was just thinking, it's the first time I've thought about this with my work on the Brontes. So I work on the Brontes' younger writings. So everything that they developed from the ages of, say, 7, but all the way up to their kind of early 20s. And I remember Charlotte Bronte, she wrote something called Farewell to Angria, which was a farewell to her imaginary kingdom that she built throughout childhood to adulthood. And she said she needed to do this so she could kind of become an adult and write something for adult audiences. And I was just thinking that's a form of processing and growth in itself, isn't it? That she basically had to physically get something down on paper to say goodbye to the child that she was, even though I don't think she ever managed to escape it, and you find different elements in Jane Eyre and so forth.
Do we have to say goodbye, Catherine? Because I'm sort of trying to angle to come to you, because for Freud, childhood isn't something that we can choose to leave behind, but perhaps it's also something that we ought not to leave behind either. I'm thinking of an essay you wrote, your little mini book some years ago, titled Why You Should Read Children's Books Even Though You Are So Old and Wise. And I think you might be thinking of something similar, that childhood is something that we ought to retain.
Exactly. So the argument of that book is that there are elements of children's fiction which, if you revisit them with adult eyes, will remind you of things you have forgotten, So that because children's literature has to be short and therefore distilled at its very best, and there is a great deal that is not good, but there is children's literature that will profoundly repay adult attention because it is a distilling down and down and down of much that is our most vulnerable heart. You know, the greatest children's books are about power, endurance, human hunger for domination, for each other, for love, for comfort. They're about the ways in which we might care and wound each other, and you would get it in the shape of the Moomins or Pippi Longstocking or Alice in Wonderland or Philip Pullman. And I think when you go to them with adult eyes, they also remind you that in adulthood there are so many necessary compromises and exhaustions that set upon us. But when you go to children's literature, because it is the literature which perhaps uses the imagination at its most extreme and flexible points, it also reminds you that imagination itself is something that sometimes in adulthood we start to treat as an optional extra, but is in fact fundamental to the human condition. It's the condition precedent for love, for political change. And so, you know, turning back and reading something like Moomin Land Midwinter or The Wind in the Willows or Winnie the Pooh might spark in you a memory of something fundamental, and it might be a process of uncovering.
I'm remembering that the Guardian list of 100 greatest books, many people say there weren't many children's books. I nominated Anne of Green Gables myself, but I'm thinking of you, Elizabeth Jane, and your book and the children that feature in it, and the way that Catherine is describing the imagination as a kind of resource. I think that must ring true for the characters in your novel, the young characters.
Yes, and they particularly have to have imagination because they don't really know what's going on in the story. So they are thrust into this armed uprising that took place in Kenya in the 1950s against British colonial rule. But what was going on was really shrouded in secrecy, and in this conflict there was a huge amount of secrecy around allegiances So those who were loyal to British rule, those who opposed it but who also opposed the use of violence, and those who swore secret oaths of allegiance to the Kenyan Land and Freedom Army, more commonly known as the Mau Mau. And in a lot of cases, parents wanted to protect their children from what was going on, to the degree that they wouldn't even tell the children what their own allegiances were, whose side they were on. So you can imagine as a child, having to make sense of this, incredibly difficult. And the two children are nature loving, and so they see it most, first of all, in the landscape. They see it in the forests that they used to run through and have almost this bucolic setting and this very close to nature experience, and then they see that changing, but they don't know why. So they don't know why they can't access the same parts of the forest that they used to, why there is suddenly a military presence. So they are building their sense of what is happening really through their own imaginations a lot of the time.
The affinity of fictional children to nature, that's an evergreen theme in children's literature. Thinking of Heidi, of Pippi Longstocking, of Anne of Green Gables. I wonder what that is about. Why do we understand a child's sense of the world so attached to the natural world?
I think we all do have this profound affinity for nature, which the ways in which we live have allowed us to perhaps ignore, move away from. And I think when you see children in nature, even children who you would not think of as nature kids, you do see them engaging in the process of discovery and of a kind of wonder that often when we talk about wonder we end up sounding quite cute, quite earnest, or a little tedious, because it ends up sounding like we're just talking about sunsets. But wonder as something more like the sudden intricate unfolding of something you didn't previously know and which strikes you as remarkable, even if you're not entirely conscious of it. I think, one of the reasons that so much great children's literature imagines children in the wilderness is that children long to be in the wilderness. Because for them, wilderness feels both like a return, of course, to a kind of primordial state, but also a place in which adult imperatives are less urgently available. And so you suddenly have a kind of autonomy, a kind of freedom. You're away from what you experience in your daily life as confines. And so I think, there is a reason that there are so many children's books about children surviving in the woods, from the Boxcar Children to Hatchet. Just the idea that a kid left among the trees would be brought to the edge of something in their personality and have the chance to step beyond it and see what lies beyond.
I feel like, Josh, you're going to whip out a Swiss Army knife at any moment now, and you're nodding along vigorously.
Just the infinity that children respond to in different kinds of natural landscapes, I think they recognize it as a kind of externalization of the infinity of their own heads. And that's why the natural landscape is often so hospitable to play and imagination, that the landscape becomes a kind of canvas, and its different elements become the dramatist personae of the plays they create, the dramas.
Yeah, I love this idea of the infinity of what's inside children's heads. Catherine, you're a super successful writer and popular writer of children's fiction, and the third part of the Impossible Creatures series is coming out in August. So I imagine you must already and will continue to spend a lot of time in schools and libraries meeting children. What's your sense from the front line, as it were, of how children are seeing the world right now?
So I am so lucky that I get to meet thousands and thousands of children a year. And there are some, I've been doing this now for about 18 years, there are some continuums that I have seen over that time that have not changed. So childhood delight in story, the sense that a child has the capacity to engage imaginatively with a story in a way that is so huge and so all-encompassing, in a way that perhaps in adulthood we have to fight harder to achieve. It is also the truth that in the last decade and a half, there has been such an erosion of the ways that children have been offered spaces and freedoms. And our brilliant children's laureate, Frank Cottrell Boyce, has just published a book about this, about his journeying around the country. And the word he uses is careless. We have been careless with our children's lives. And that is both in the closure of youth centres, of swimming pools, of libraries, and also in the gradual erosion of green spaces in which they can be safe and free together, in which they can engage under the infinite sky, in the presence, like Josh says, of the infinite. And the forms of poverty which children are being subjected to after more than a decade of austerity, bed poverty, food poverty, book poverty, the number of children who do not own a single book of their own, we are starting to see it played out in their lives in the ways that so many children's writers in this term, in the June-May term, are told when they go to schools, don't mention the summer holidays as something to look forward to.
Really?
Because for a lot of kids, school is a place in which they have structure and safety, and the outside world has ceased to be built with a view of them. And of course, it's not like we've ever prioritized children through history, but it does feel like our built environment and our political environment together have militated against creating environments in which they can experience true access to their bodily and intellectual freedoms.
That's it's a very difficult thing to hear, I think, Catherine. Elizabeth Jane, you want to come in?
Well, I just wanted to echo what Catherine was saying there about the nature perspective and the depletion there, given that we're in a position now of nature deficit disorder, where access to nature is so limited, and young people increasingly are identifying more brand names than native plants and animals in their surroundings. We have had a couple of cases in the UK where the infant's first word is Alexa rather than Mom or Dad, and I just think that it really is important that we try and retain that access to nature, which is something that I think is retained into adulthood. It's certainly something that I have retained, and I can remember very vividly my childhood experiences with nature, and I think they're important in cultivating a sense of care and how we learn about the multitudes of species that exist around us, and that the planet is not just populated by us, but there are others that we need to be aware of, to meet, to play with, and understand and care for.
Yeah, Namisha, you're listening to this, and you are the person who's doing the research and looking at the way children, I think very young children, are engaging with AI specifically. What's your sense of this?
This is a really interesting discussion in that sense, because we're hearing such lovely insights on children and nature, and I'm looking into how they're engaging with screens and chatbots and everything digital. We do know that in the UK, the number of children playing in wild spaces has fallen by a staggering 90% over the last 30 years. And there's also a study that's always haunted me, which showed that British primary school children were more at ease naming their favorite Pokemon character than they were naming a hare, a deer, or an oak tree. So there is a real concern there. But I'm also interested in maybe playing around with the binary between the outdoors and the indoors, of screen time versus playtime. And some of my recent research is finding that actually there is potential for children to be engaging with technology in a way that actually pushes them back outdoors. The digital has permeated children's worlds to an inescapable point now. It's very difficult to turn the clock back, but we can, for example, be encouraging children to use plant identification apps, games that rely on going out there and getting muddy, naming your favorite bird, being able to pick out all the different leaves you see. There is scope here, I think, to imagine a wilder childhood without necessarily seeking to untether children from technology. It's a difficult balance to work with, but I think there is some hope for being able to preserve both a green childhood and access to digital spaces at the same time.
Yes. We started to talk about children and childhood in quite a particular way. It's not only or simply a stage of life. The way that you're talking about it, Catherine, it's a set of values. It's a good, as it were. Is that right? It's an ecosystem.
Yes, and I suppose in that sense, a value, childhood as something which exists individually within us all, but also, if we were to think about it, even if you were the most money-hungry, grindian, individual economic unit rather than person, childhood would still be something that you should fight to preserve. The freedom of childhood for children, the intellectual freedom for them, their access to the things that children have had access to for thousands of years. Because without those, the question of justice becomes so urgent that you can see that what you might be doing is squandering generations worth of possibility, of intellectual possibility. You know, one of the things that I think about a lot when I think about children is the ways in which our current climate, and particularly children's access to large language models, risks putting a kind of iron curtain between them and their capacity for engaged, long-form, intricate, imaginative thought. Because if we can no longer tell, because large language models have allowed children to perform knowledge without actually accruing knowledge, if we can no longer tell when a child is confused and they are able to mask uncertainty with the slickness of AI, then we risk sending them out into adulthood without ever having really engaged with the pleasure of intellectual thought, because the pleasure of it comes after the pain of it.
You're listening to this, Nimisha. What are you thinking? I mean, what are you discovering in your research?
We are discovering that there is a real risk of cognitive offloading when children grow up with generative AI in a way that
what does that mean, cognitive offloading?
Yeah, it's a bit like if we think about how we delegated a lot of our maths to a calculator, we stop having the need to work out long sums just in our head or on paper. We can just whip out our smartphones and do some sums quickly on our calculator, and that saves us time and energy. It frees us up to do other things. We've made a deliberate choice to offload some of our cognition. And that might be a perfectly wise and sensible choice, but for children who are only just developing their sense of the world and their own skills and their reasoning powers, we find that there is a real risk that generative AI being just a click away, freely accessible, there is a risk of children being able to say, for example, give me this essay, give me this solution. And it's such a responsive, helpful, personalized companion for anything that you could possibly need, that there is a risk that the amount of cognitive offloading, the amount of skill and work that you delegate to AI will end up taking over children's own abilities to develop their critical thinking. But that's not the full story. There are also more positive uses of AI where, for example, one child I talked to after doing an outreach program on AI, she said that she has been livening up her lessons at school by asking AI to create a dialogue between her two favorite fictional characters. So she's had...
Like fan fiction?
Almost like fan fiction, yes. So she's had a Vampire Diaries character talking to a Twilight character. And reflecting on the differences between what it's like to grow up in a fantasy world. And when she showed me the dialogue, I could really see her using her own imagination to propel the dialogue forward. And that's the kind of engagement with AI that might actually help a child be more creative and more connected and more excited about learning. So there's always two sides to the picture, and we have to hold on to whatever nurtures a child's own creative powers.
I have to say, Emma Butcher here is looking slightly sceptical about this. I wonder if she's thinking about the Brontes, that they would not be writing fan fiction between vampires, and they would, with AI, they would be scrawling in their tiny books instead.
I think that they'd use AI.
Yeah.
I think that 100%. It really just brought to light. So I've said about their fantasy worlds, and they created something that was so intricate together, collectively, as siblings, that was, say, as intricate as Lord of the Rings or Game of Thrones. I've said that kind of multiple times. It's fascinating. But what they'd do is they'd read the periodicals of the present day, and they built their kingdoms around the Napoleonic Wars. And they had a fan fiction dynamic between Wellington and Napoleon. So they would write, Wellington was called this character called Zamorna, and Napoleon was Alexander Percy. And they would write fan fiction between these kind of characters of the present day. And that sounds very similar, trying to kind of liven up, interpret what's going on in the world, sometimes very difficult situations around the world, and try and process them and recreate them. And it was a mixture of them reading material but also going out onto the moors, which comes back to the idea of nature, and reenacting these battles on the moorlands kind of behind their houses. So it was a mixture of kind of intense kind of studious work, but then entangled with this idea of going out and using nature as the backdrop to really process it.
Did you want to come in, Catherine?
I just think that's so interesting, and a brilliant example perhaps though of the ways in which these things are somewhat different still, in that in writing their intricate, I love that fan fiction. I have read it also, that the Brontes youthful work has in it such strangeness, such leakings out of their preoccupations and their passions. Whereas I think a child engaging with a chatbot, where the two chatbots are producing those voices, is not engaging in a creative act. They are engaging in something that feels like a creative act, but is not in fact the same element, in that when you write something down, that is not just a laying out of the thing that was already in your imagination. It's not just an that hasn't been vetted by any adult, and that gives me great anxiety as well, because a child becoming intimate with a chatbot does risk some of the disasters that we have witnessed in terms of children committing suicide, children being encouraged to engage in acts of violence, being pushed further towards despair. I am very anxious about AI technology that encourages young people to engage with it as if it were an ally, because we're just not very capable as people of not anthropomorphizing something. Throughout 2,000 years, 4,000 years of history, a written sentence had a person behind it. Now for the last 10 years it doesn't, and I don't think that our brains have evolved quickly enough not to give it a humanity that it doesn't deserve, although I absolutely see that there are other angles.
Yeah, but I want to follow on that and just amplify it in a way, because I think it's also to do with the hierarchy that's set up between the child and generative AI. I think that the child, in order to nurture the imagination, you actually have to put them at the top of a hierarchy. You have to nurture a sense of omnipotence, that the world is theirs and everything and everyone just lives in it, and it's a kind of a plastic resource for them to make and remake and break as they would wish. And when you actually outsource that capacity to the device that, after all, has a much vaster store of knowledge than the child, at least as the child understands knowledge, and works at infinitesimally faster speeds, I think it does something to the sense of imaginative self-worth in the child.
Yeah, I want to let Nimisha come in on this, because this question of the hierarchy in this relationship between the child and the generative AI, in what you're witnessing, what you're recording, is there a sense that there is agency for the children or not?
It's a really tricky and important question. I really agree with the concerns we've been hearing. One thing to note is that in the old days, when a child was surrounded by, say, a teddy bear, or a plush toy, the child is the master of that imaginative play, because they take a static object and they turn it into an improvisational script that might make the teddy bear an astronaut or a sailor or a pirate. If you remember the comic Calvin and Hobbes, where Calvin has his tiger, and it's a bit ambiguous as to whether the tiger is real or not, but it's definitely real to Calvin, isn't it? The difference between that and the AI toys that are now on the market is that an AI toy talks back. It comes with a script, it comes with a data set, it has ideas of its own, in a way, based on its training about how it should talk to a child. And so, while there is the potential for maybe rich co-creation of play, the child is no longer the only being with agency in that interaction, and that is what creates more new ethical risks. It's also worth noting, I want to say something about questions and answers, because actually when we talk about AI, if I talk to engineers in my research, there is a big focus on optimizing AI to produce one single correct answer. But when we think about childhood, so much of childhood is about the process of questioning. It isn't necessarily about foreclosing the interaction towards one rigid, pre-scripted correct answer. It's actually about leaving a child free to imagine. And in education, we have an approach called sustained shared thinking, where it's really about asking a child, why did you draw that? What's going on for you? Did you put the castle here? Now, why did you do that? Or what's this princess here? What is she doing? So you use questioning as a tool. And if AI in education could ever get to that point where actually the process of questioning is much more important than the answer, I think we then might see a way to reclaim children's agency and really honor the freedom of the child to explore for themselves in that interaction.
You're listening to Free Thinking on BBC Radio 4 and the Arts and Ideas podcast on BBC Sounds with me, Shahid Abari. And my guests, we're thinking about childhood ahead of next week, in which you won't need to walk into a wardrobe to discover a new world. Just turn the dial on your radio and there will be a magical array of programmes across the station on the theme of fairy tales. Night owls might particularly like to settle down at 10:45pm each evening with a cup of cocoa for Once Upon a Time, where writers like Catherine Rundle will be reinventing classic fairy tales. I think a jazz-era Cinderella in New York, in Catherine's case. And if you're venturing out, do go explore Fairyland over at the Fairy Tale exhibition at the British Library in London, which is on until August the 23rd. I've been. Watch out for a particularly ingenious and surprising genie in a lamp there. Emma Butcher, there's also another exhibition opening in a few weeks over at the Imperial War Museum about war and childhood, and you've been involved in that to some degree. But can you tell us a little bit about that?
Yes, so I've acted as a kind of advisory capacity, and a number of us have tried to give, from different backgrounds, have tried to give some insight as to a really tricky subject. The Imperial War Museum, obviously people go there to think and look at war artifacts, and childhood and war is a very difficult subject, not only for us adults but for children as well, and this exhibition is designed with children in mind. So there's a mixture here of both, I think something we said very, very early on is we don't want to kind of chocolate box this idea of wartime and childhood. Like the evacuee narrative can sometimes be a little bit kind of cushy in the country, and
Good Night, Mr. Tom.
Yeah, Good Night, Mr. Tom feel. How do you treasure those important kind of books or feelings about wartime experience and recreate them? So I think there's an evacuee carriage, a Cold War home, so children can kind of experience what these are like, and interact with these layouts in a way. But there's also kind of poignant moments in the exhibition where children's voices are kind of coming out of the woodwork, coming to light, because I still feel that when it comes to war and childhood, children are and always will be victims of war, but they also have a voice in war and they have agency to some extent. So how do you capture historical artifacts that encompass the child's voice? So a child writing, say, I want to join up, or I've noticed X, Y and Z in the community, and I want to ride a motorcycle into battle or something, with a kind of the more kind of poignant, tricky questions that children are going to come and ask. So the current war in Ukraine, for example, how do you talk to a child about that? And I think that the exhibition does linger over these questions, encourage discussions between adults and children on the state of our world now and how that fits in with the past.
Are there questions of sensitivity here about how you balance the truth of war with child-appropriate presentations, I guess?
I think that's exactly what they've tried to manage, and I think they've achieved it really, really well. I would say that the general exhibition is very child-friendly, but just with these moments, either through fiction or through maybe some artwork, where you're encouraged to reflect on the more tricky aspects, but it doesn't necessarily... They don't want to traumatise a child going to see an exhibition. They don't want a child to be upset going to the museum, because it's still an interactive space where children should learn. But I think there are these moments where children are encouraged to reflect. But then there's also classic interactive experiences where they can experience and relate to the kind of child. Within these situations, there might be elements of humour or elements of kind of positivity that come out of these very harrowing situations.
Yeah, I mean, that's always been a feature of children's writing, hasn't it, Catherine? I'm thinking of Little Women. You know, there is a war going on in the background, and Beth will die. There is a brutal reality that is present in children's literature too, and it's a part of that writing.
Exactly that. So I think the very best children's literature, one of the things that it can do is offer children a vision of the reality of the world's darkness in a way, in the same time, in the same space, and in the same imaginative voice that it is also offering a vision of the world's light. So I think there is a lot historically that always has been of anxiety about what children should have access to in terms of knowledge about things like death, corruption, the real cruelty of the human heart within fiction. But then someone like G.K. Chesterton saying the point of fairy tales is not to tell children that there are dragons. We already know that there are dragons. The purpose is to tell them that dragons can be defeated. And I do think that if we want children to trust us as children's writers, one of our great jobs is to salute their intelligence, to meet them eye to eye, to absolutely promise them that you will tell them the truth, that you won't hide from them things that you do not think they are able to reach to, that you will salute their autonomy and their intelligence and their grace, and that you will also offer them enough good jokes, bold adventures, thrills, a sense of the world's creativity, talent, jokes, care, that they come away understanding that the world is huge and that standing ovations await their bravery.
Elizabeth Jane, you're listening to this, and in a way this is the dilemma that you're contending with in your book, the child protagonists. It's their view of the world, but the book isn't for children. It's focused on this profound, brutal experience of the anti-colonial Mau Mau rebellion in Kenya. But it's important for you to tell that story through these two children, Leah and Kenjo. What is it that their view of the world tells us about that conflict?
Well, as part of the research for the book, I spoke to a lot of people who had experienced the conflict firsthand, and of course, with where they are now, they would have been children as they experienced that conflict. So I was hearing a lot of childhood memories, and I wanted to do justice to those experiences, those memories in the book. So that's part of the reason that I do take these child's perspectives. And in the remembering of these childhood experiences, of course, there are misrememberings, there are fractures. I mean, along the lines that Josh mentioned earlier in terms of trauma, things that get edited out. But there are also healings, and all of those things are represented in the novel. So there are things that we never learn because they are edited out in a way, but there are healings, and in particular for people who saw the forests burned and the trees being felled. Today they cherish their gardens and they really cherish natural landscapes because they know what it's like when they are destroyed, and they experience that very viscerally. So that too is in the novel, that kind of healing through landscape too.
I wonder if that resonates with the kind of psychoanalytical model in some way, Josh, that, there is a specific idea of the impact of childhood trauma on adulthood, but there's also an idea of resilience and restoration that's possible too.
Yes, and I think it has a lot to do with the ways in which trauma is handled and is allowed to be imagined by the children, how that's facilitated by the adults around them. I think in traumatic landscapes and scenarios, if the adult is minded to protect the child from the horrors of what's happening, to sort of try to screen them out for them, then those experiences never really are allowed to be worked through. They're never really allowed to be felt, and it becomes then very difficult to come out the other side. And the adult is then possessed by a trauma that, in the words of Winnicott, was never really experienced. You have to, I think, facilitate bad experiences, and the outcomes, I think, for the adult will be that much. But I think that's what ultimately will build and nurture resilience.
Yeah, isn't that a fascinating phrase, that facilitating bad experience? And so much of our thinking about childhood is safeguarding and protecting them, but actually there must be something that comes from facilitating bad experiences. And listening to you, Catherine, talking about saluting the bravery of children, I was thinking of Malala Yousafzai and the way in which we've had two very prominent child activists in recent years, in Greta Thunberg and Malala. Is there something about the way that children approach politics, political questions, that adults could learn from?
I think there might be, in the sense that a child's first encounter with the world's injustice will feel to them like a shock. I think if you all remember, those moments we had in our childhood when you first came across concepts of starvation and genocide and war, and you encounter them with total bewilderment and horror, and then understanding of the world's ecosystems, of its past, its history, its current political, pragmatic, corrupt, occasionally visionary choices, put that in context. But it might be that initial reaction of stunned horror is the truest one.
Yeah.
And that we need to hold on to some of that. It wouldn't be practical to spend our lives in a state of absolute sort of shrieking bewilderment and fury. But maybe holding on to the idea that when you first encounter the injustice of poverty and wealth as a child, maybe that your disgust and astonishment.
Zum Schluss traf einen freundlichen Lastwagenfahrer und er nahm eben ein Stück mit. Ging und ging durch den Nacht und kam schließlich.
It's brought to mind, the greatest war writer, I think, of all time is Anne Frank.
Gegen Mitternacht kam ich endlich zu Hause an. Unsere zwei Hunde müssen meine Schritte in schweren Militärstiefeln gehört haben. Sie fingen an zu bellen, bevor ich das Haustor erreicht hatte. Am liebsten wollte ich gleich mit ganz lauter Stimme rufen, dass ich da bin. Das Wort blieb aber in der Kehle.
Symbols of hope. I mean, I saw Greta Thunberg deliver her speech at Glastonbury, and I mean, I know that Glastonbury is a very liberal event. It was a perfect audience, but it was just so moving to see a child on stage with such, deliver the speech with such eloquence but power. And I do believe that children do have agency, they do have power, and they can really affect adults, but by just the sincerity and the and the strength of which they can speak.
Elizabeth Jane, you're nodding along to that.
Yeah, I think so. Because their views are still being shaped, I think there's a flexibility in thought that you get in children. So in the conflict that I write about in the book, there's this real dilemma as to whose allegiance the child is going to go along with. And I think, as adults, we could learn from actually taking longer perhaps to come to our conclusion as to where things like right and wrong sit, and understanding the nuance of that, particularly in conflict situations.
Well, what you've been talking about sounds to me so precious, incalculably precious, this idea that a child's particular sense of the world, their sense of injustice, their sense of the infinity of the imagination in your thinking, Josh, their sense of good, their sense of nature, these are virtuous, important things. They're social goods, in fact. They're something precious to be safeguarded and protected. So what do we do? Are there things that we could do to preserve those qualities both in our children and in ourselves? I think, Catherine, you're going to tell me to read.
I think that, yes, if we had magic wands and could change one thing, I would change childhood access to books and to green spaces in which they could play. In that, I think the thing we most urgently need to give them is imaginative freedom, and those are two places in which you can locate it.
Josh, what do you think?
I think talk to children and be really curious about what they have to say. Don't imagine that conversation with a child is really a kind of surrogate instruction in which they learn how to educate themselves out of their childish ways. But feel and think your way into their perspectives, and have an exchange, have an equal exchange. I think that children, I think, are being prematurely schooled in abstraction, in kind of premature cognitive development, and I think that goes along as well with the increasingly early age of school starting. That model of playing till you're 7, I think it's still exactly the right one.
Yeah.
It leads, any study that I'm aware of, it leads to no deficit in academic capacity, and of course it delivers all the goods that we're speaking about.
Josh, can you come home and talk to my 2-year-old, particularly when she's throwing the broccoli at the wall?
I'd love to.
We'd like to hear what you have to say about that. Emma, what do you think?
I think it's always encourage children to be curious, but also at the same time never stop being fun and silly around them, because in a difficult world silliness is key, and I think children respond to that. I know some of my fondest memories are just all the silly moments I had, so always give them that.
Elizabeth Jane?
So for children, I think interaction with nature is just so vital. But I think for ourselves as adults, to remember that child's perspective too, and remember what it was like to be actively world-building and flexible in our thoughts. So I think we should all return to our child's perspective as well regularly.
Namisha, what about you?
I believe we can think about also what children teach adults. We can safeguard them even better if we take the social goods of childhood very, very seriously in spheres of life like technology design, where actually children are often the least considered stakeholders in AI, right? You don't often put the two words together, but if we prioritize wonder and creativity and agency and care, these are all values that we associate with childhood sometimes, but actually why not permeate the way we live and make meaning and design technology as adults with these same social goods that we associate with childhood? I think that's also a way of honouring what children bring to the table as our own teachers as well.
Thank you so much, Namisha Cohen, Josh Cohen, Emma Butcher, Catherine Rundle and Elizabeth Jane. Elizabeth Jane's novel Splendour is out now, while Catherine's latest Never Fear, the third installment of her Impossible Creatures fantasy series, is out on August the 27th. The British Library's fairy tale exhibition is open from now until August the 23rd, and don't forget to nourish your inner child.
Erinnerungen an den Krieg. Vielen Dank fürs Zuhören.
You're listening to BBC Radio 4 on 198 kHz longwave. This service is closing. BBC transmissions on this frequency will end on the 27th of June this year.
Und zwar von 20 bis 21 Uhr Weltzeit UTC auf der Frequenz 3955
via BBC Sounds. Radio 4 is available on DAB, digital radio, and through your digital television, including Freely. Radio 4 is also available via FM radio on 92 to 95 MHz and 103 to 105 MHz. Plus, you can listen via your smart speaker. Just say, play Radio 4. Information on how to listen can be found on the BBC website at bbc.co.uk/reception.
And welcome to The World Tonight. I'm Sean Lay with the headlines at 10. Celebrations in Venezuela as one woman is pulled alive from the rubble of a building which collapsed during Wednesday's double earthquake. As the death toll approaches 1,000, there are concerns about the ability of the Venezuelan government to manage.
Their capacity to respond, even on basic functions like search and rescue, is already being seen as being completely chaotic and in need of some sort of outside assistance. And that outside assistance, honestly, is not all that responsive right now.
Also tonight, in the scorching heat, a revolution in France as Parisians defy the authorities and swim in the city's canals. We'll speak to the British journalist who joined them.
The opening of a small part of the canal was supposed to be starting on the 4th of July, and the idea that we weren't going to be allowed to swim in it before then, despite the fact it was 40 degrees, made absolutely no sense. And people just took the law into their own hands and just started jumping in.
Scotland fans face an agonising weekend waiting for the results of other nations' matches to determine if they play again at this World Cup. Brian Cox, star of Succession and much else, joins us live from New York. And after 102 years, BBC Longwave waves bye-bye.
And duckets at backward point, showed Bashir just in front of point there, a gully, two slips, short leg, a wide mid-on, a mid-off and a long leg as Archer again runs.
That's all after the BBC News, read for us this evening by Chris Aldridge.
More than 900 people are now known to have died following the two earthquakes which hit Venezuela on Wednesday. The United Nations says more than 50,000 others remain missing. The UK government has announced it's sending a 68-strong search and rescue team to the country to help relief efforts. Our correspondent Dan Johnson is on Colombia's border with Venezuela and sent this update.
The increasingly desperate effort to save people from the rubble is frantic and in many places uncoordinated. There have been successes, but hopes are starting to fade now, around 48 hours on. The United Nations says 50,000 Venezuelans remain unaccounted for, so there's pressure to find people quickly. International support is arriving in force. More than 1,000 relief workers have been sent from across the world. The level of destruction to homes and tower blocks underlines the power of these earthquakes, but also the poor building standards which have resulted in so many deaths and injuries. Entire neighbourhoods have been wrecked. The UK has released £2 million in aid and is flying over a team of 68 search and rescue specialists made up of firefighters, search dogs and humanitarian workers.
A new record high temperature for June has been set in the UK for the third day in a row. The Met Office says a temperature of 37.3 Celsius was recorded at Santon Downham in Suffolk, topping the previous high of 36.7 Celsius in Somerset yesterday. Keith Adams reports.
For the third consecutive day, we have a new record temperature in the UK for June. Topping 37 Celsius, it's a whole degree hotter than the 1976 record that held for 50 years. And the UK has struggled this week. More than 500 schools fully or partially closed, hospitals declared critical incidents with cancelled operations, and London's ambulance crews answered a deluge of heat-related emergencies. The country seems to have a way to go in adapting to a new globally warmed climate.
Large parts of Europe continue to swelter under similar conditions to those in the UK. Germany has recorded its highest ever temperature of 41.3 Celsius, and forecasters have warned the country could surpass 42 Celsius this weekend. Climate change is driving up temperatures around the world, but the EU's Copernicus service says Europe is heating up twice as fast as the global average. Israel and Lebanon have signed a framework agreement which has been brokered by the US after 5 rounds of negotiations in Washington. The US Secretary of State Marco Rubio said it would begin to put in place a basis for lasting peace and security. More from our Global Affairs correspondent Sebastian Usher.
The full details of the agreement have not been announced, though there are reports that it again involves Israeli forces pulling out of some areas of southern Lebanon. Diplomatically, the fact that some kind of an agreement has been signed is a step forward, but the situation on the ground in Lebanon has shown little sign of shifting, despite several ceasefires. Both the Israeli military and Hezbollah are still carrying out attacks on each other, though with reduced intensity for now. Iran has linked the war in Lebanon to its ceasefire deal with the US, prompting President Trump to put pressure on the Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu to rein in the Israeli offensive. But Mr. Netanyahu has already restated his position that the IDF won't withdraw until Hezbollah disarms.
The US military says it has carried out strikes against Iran in response to an attack on a commercial ship in the Strait of Hormuz yesterday. American officials said that unwanted aggression against commercial shipping by Iranian forces had clearly violated the ceasefire agreed between Washington and Tehran. President Trump's former national security advisor John Bolton has pleaded guilty to mishandling classified information in a federal court. Mr. Bolton, who's become a fierce critic of Mr. Trump, made his admission as part of a deal which could see him go to prison for up to 5 years. More from our North America editor, Sarah Smith.
John Bolton amassed various amounts of national defence information in the notes he took when he was researching his 2020 memoir, The Room Where It Happened. He then used a personal email account and a messaging app to share that information with 2 members of his family who did not have security clearances. His email account was later accessed by a hacker allegedly linked to Iran. Under the plea agreement he struck, he will serve no more than 5 years in jail and will have to pay a fine of over $2 million. A former top advisor to President Trump, Mr. Bolton has become one of his most outspoken critics. When he was first charged, he sought to portray the investigation as part of President Trump's push to use the justice system to target his political enemies. Today he admitted the charges and said he was sorry for it.
President Trump has threatened to impose a 100% import tariff against any country that targets US firms with a digital services tax, including the UK. The EU has vowed to respond swiftly and decisively if Mr. Trump carries out his threat. Sir Keir Starmer has declined to sack the Immigration Minister Mike Tapp, despite being asked to do so by the Home Secretary. Shabana Mahmood argues Mr. Tapp has broken collective responsibility and breached the ministerial code by writing a newspaper article without consulting her first. Our political correspondent Damien Grammaticus is following developments.
Sir Keir Starmer's intervention is a sharp rebuff to his Home Secretary. Downing Street said it was not for any individual Secretary of State, but for the Prime Minister alone to decide if someone had broken the ministerial code. Mr. Tapp, the Immigration Minister working under Shabana Mahmood, had written an article about her signature policy to make many who come to the UK wait longer before they can apply for permanent residency. He said, to be fair, it should not apply retrospectively to those already here on care worker visas. He had not cleared the article with her. The spat highlights the fractured relationships in Sir Keir's government. Mr. Tapp has been a staunch defender of the Prime Minister. Miss Mahmood, who's been effectively rebuked, was one of the cabinet ministers who recently told Sir Keir he should step down.
In cricket, on day 2 of the third and deciding test match of the series, England brought themselves back in contention against New Zealand at Trent Bridge. England took all 10 wickets for 121 runs to dismiss the tourists for a first innings total of 438. The returning captain, Ben Stokes, ended up with 4 wickets. In reply, England's opening batsman, Ben Duckett, hit an 88-ball century to leave his side 223 for 2 at the close, trailing the tourists by 215 runs with 8 wickets in hand.
Thanks, Chris. You're listening to The World Tonight with Sean Lay. The death toll from Wednesday's double earthquake has risen through the day as bodies are recovered from collapsed buildings. 920 people are confirmed dead. The top aid official at the United Nations, Tom Fletcher, told the news agency AFP that those people missing number more than 50,000. That figure alone gives a sense of the scale of this disaster, but it's the individual stories that bring home its impact. Take, for example, this case. This is the case of a woman called Graciela Mora. She was pulled from rubble in La Guaria, alive. You can hear the cheers as she's pulled out and placed on a stretcher. Graciela says, when the earthquake started, I clung as tightly as I could to the door frame, so tightly that I broke my finger. I held on tight until all the floors collapsed. She said she held her friend's hand while waiting to be rescued, knowing she was dying. She did not want her friend to die alone. Elsewhere in the same town, a mother of two missing daughters stands next to a destroyed building.
Aquí era un minicentro comercial donde laboraban mis dos hijas, 23 y 22 años.
She says her daughters, aged 22 and 23, worked inside what was, until the earthquake, a small shopping centre. I just want them to be found, she says. I just want them back with me. They're all I have. Please. Eric Paul Martinez Santos was rescued, despite his rescuers having to work with inadequate equipment.
I
was in the building for 4 hours before I was rescued by someone. I think they were from the civil defence, but I'm not sure. They didn't have many tools. They couldn't find the chisel, the drill, the grinder, so they went at it with their nails. I also could help because they handed me a tool. I was only saved because I had a lot of furniture in my home that protected me from the wall.
That's Eric Paul Martinez Santos, who has survived. Vanessa Silva works for BBC Mundo, that's the BBC Spanish language service, and she sent us this.
We are in La Guaira state, where the level of devastation has no words to explain what we have seen. In this area of this coastal town of Venezuela, the one that was hit with more force with the earthquakes that shake the country on Wednesday. You can see there's so many destruction. Wherever you see is a building collapses. This building at my back is just completely lining to one side. It's about to collapse, and there is so many places, and you can see people struggling with their own hands, trying to remove the rubble, the concrete, everything in the searching of the loved ones, but it's a lot of work that is needed. The international rescue teams are arriving to Venezuela, but still it's not enough. It still is not deployed in all the places that we are seeing today. I mean, we literally see the floor open, the earth break in this area of La Guaira.
Vanessa Silva from BBC Mundo. To the capital, Caracas now, and the BBC's Latin America correspondent, Will Grant. Will, we heard from the United Nations the suggestion there may be as many as 50,000 people missing. In a sense, that captures the scale of this disaster, but you're beginning to see it with your own eyes. Can you give us an idea of the sense of devastation there is there?
Yeah, there's, Sean, a real sense of disbelief that the numbers could be that high at this stage. I've been walking around my old neighbourhood, actually, when I was Venezuela correspondent, where a number of the downed buildings, the flattened buildings are. And it is a tragic sight, not just for somebody who used to live here, but to see the neighbours sitting out, watching as the earth-moving equipment starts moving in now. The rescue teams having to sort of step in at points where they believe they might be getting close to finding someone, and then more earth-moving goes on. So it's an extremely difficult picture. There's sort of police cordons everywhere, traffic being sent in all different directions. And this is the wealthy neighborhood of Los Palos Grandes and Altamira. As you were hearing from Vanessa there, the picture on the coast in La Guaira is so much bleaker. It's 1 or 2 buildings down here. It's 100 or so down in La Guaira. And you know, everybody seems to know a family that's been affected.
We're hearing, as you will have done in person, reports of inadequate equipment, limited availability of the sorts of equipment might be needed. In some ways understandable, because Venezuela hasn't had an earthquake of this size in 6 decades. Nonetheless, concerns about whether the authorities are capable of leading this recovery operation.
Let's just throw our minds back to 2013 and the death of Hugo Chavez, and things that have happened since then, Sean, are extraordinary. There's been the plunge of the country into deep economic crisis, hyperinflation, outward migration to the tune of 20 to 25% of the population, including so many young people who might have been firefighters, might have been part of rescue crews, might have been ambulance drivers and paramedics and so on. And of course the equipment. These are the things that get affected when there's simply no money, when the oil money ran out, when the mismanagement of the economy started getting out of control. And then this year alone, this city that I'm in there were airstrikes in it by Washington. The president was removed in his pajamas by Delta Force troops from the United States. It has been such a tumultuous time, and now this natural disaster on top of it. So little wonder they're struggling to cope in a sense. But you're right, there is inadequate heavy machinery to deal with this moment. But what I can say is that the people themselves all seem to be pulling in the same direction the best they can.
Well, Grant, live in Caracas, Venezuela, thanks very much. On Friday, the UN and humanitarian agencies took the unusual step of issuing a joint statement to remind the world that even before the earthquake struck, Venezuela was a vulnerable country and its people were dependent on international assistance. Millions of people across Venezuela were facing food insecurity, collapsing health services, protection risks and limited access to basic services, they said. This backdrop to the rescue and recovery operation now underway is something I've been discussing with Dr. Christopher Sabatini, director of the Latin America programme at Chatham House. I began by asking him how bad this week's events have been for Venezuela.
It's difficult to fathom how difficult this is. Look, they've had over 20 years of economic collapse, basically incompetence, corruption that has destroyed infrastructure for lack of investment. That includes roads, bridges, airports, as well as the electrical grid and hospitals. And then, of course, we're now facing, on top of the collapse of the state and institutions, we're facing an earthquake. And the destruction that we're seeing in many places, I suspect is not simply the result of the earthquake alone, but the bad enforcement of housing codes and structure that would have allowed at least a little bit more safety in these cases. And on top of that, Venezuela is digging itself out of a huge debt, which just this week, in fact a few days even before the earthquake, was announced to be $70 billion more than the original $170 billion that was estimated that they were in default of, both in terms of principal and interest. And so they're dealing with a natural disaster on top of a human disaster and on top of a huge debt hole.
How fragile a moment is this for Delcy Rodriguez and the other members of the regime who managed to transition after President Maduro was taken out, snatched by the Americans in January, appear to have a working relationship with the White House, but with a population who they have treated so badly for so long? How important is it that they get this right, the recovery from the earthquake?
First, Delcy Rodriguez is not very popular. Whatever we may think of the Trump policy of extracting Nicolas Maduro and his wife on January 3rd, truth was that most Venezuelans welcomed that, and they welcomed it because it brought repression, economic collapse. 75% of the economy since 2013 had disappeared. And then on top of that, you have a very slow process in which neither Donald Trump nor Delcy Rodriguez, the interim president, were pushing for any sort of economic liberalization. that would allow Venezuelans to have a say in their own politics and to have a legitimately elected government. On top of that, the so-called economic boom that Donald Trump had promised has never really materialized. There was an opening in the case of petroleum and gas, but the problem there, first of all, was the U.S. controlled the profits of any sales that were then, in a process that wasn't terribly transparent, then sort of delivered to the Venezuelan government for specific costs that were monitored by an American auditing company. So there was already suffering, there's a lack of legitimacy of the existing government, and a collapse of its own institutions and capacity to govern, as well as now a huge natural disaster in which, quite frankly, more than 1,000 people may be killed.
And therefore the rescue and recovery operation and whatever follows that is presumably crucial if this regime wants to survive.
It's crucial, but it is a scramble. It's difficult to convey the sort of intangibility of the institutional collapse that has occurred over the last 20-plus years in Venezuela. The judicial system is politicized. The armed forces are politicized. They're incredibly top-heavy. For example, Venezuela has more generals per capita than any other country in the world. It's deeply embedded in narcotics trafficking and other illicit activities, including illicit mining. And you have a political class, which is, on the government side, which is deeply discredited. So their capacity to respond, even on basic functions like search and rescue, is already being seen as being completely chaotic and in need of some sort of outside assistance. And that outside assistance, honestly, is not all that responsive right now.
As Christopher Sabatini at the Foreign Affairs Organisation, Chatham House. Coming up later on The World Tonight. Splashing around in the canals of Paris, locals defy the city's strictures as France endures record heat. We'll speak to an Englishman who also took a dip. But first, Greater Manchester Police have announced that 13 men are to go on trial in September, charged with serious sexual offences against the same woman, the wife of one of the men. He can't be identified in order to preserve her anonymity, but he's a man in his 60s from Stockport. The other 12 defendants have been named, along with one more who has pleaded guilty. The defendants range in age from 28 to 73 and come from as far afield as Somerset, Kent and Dundee, although most are also from the north of England. Hannah Al-Othman is North of England correspondent for The Guardian newspaper, and she's been telling me more.
So we've known about this case for a while. I first started attending the hearings around September time last year. But there was a reporting restriction in place, so we knew that there were several defendants in this case, but we weren't allowed to report until today when the judge lifted those restrictions, any of their identities. The identity of the main defendant, that's not going to be revealed because the victim is his wife and she has anonymity for life as an alleged victim of sex offences. But all the other defendants who've been charged in this case were named today.
So all these men are facing charges of serious sexual offences against the one woman, the wife of the principal defendant, the one who can't be named to protect her identity. Have the police given any information as to the circumstances in which this woman is alleged to have been sexually abused?
So there are more than a dozen defendants in this case, and they're all charged with slightly different offences. But the principal defendant is accused of drugging and raping and sexually assaulting his wife. Some of these men are alleged to have engaged in sexual assaults and rapes of the same woman. Some are what the CPS has described as non-contact offenders, which is basically where they have conspired online in that abuse. The principal defendant has admitted 15 of the charges against him, but he has denied the majority. There are 48 charges against him in total.
When will this case go to trial?
The case is due to open on the 1st of September, and we're expecting it to last 3 to 4 months.
That's The Guardian's North of England correspondent Hannah Al-Othman. I just wanted to mention a story that's broken in the last few minutes. The US military has carried out a fresh strike on Iran. Iranian media reported that a projectile struck the area around a pier in the city of Sirik in the south of the country. They also reported that warning shots had been fired hours earlier. The strike follows what the US President Donald Trump called a foolish violation of the US-Iran truce following an attack on a cargo ship in the Strait of Hormuz. We'll bring you more on that as and when we get it. Tonight we say goodbye to one of the longest serving and most reliable of radio stars.
Conducts at backward point, showed Bashir just in front of point there, a gully, 2 slips, short leg, a wide mid-on, a mid-off and a long leg as Archer again runs from the strip board.
Moderate or good, occasionally very poor. Bailey, cyclonic 3 to 5, becoming variable 2 to 4. Occasional rain, fog patches, moderate, occasionally very poor. Fayral, west or southwest.
To hold on, whatever the challenges and difficulties we see in the world around us.
Merrymakers, composed by Eric Coates, which opened the BBC's long-wave service and a flavour of what you may have heard on the service over the years. At 1 a.m. in the morning, the Droitwich transmitter in Worcestershire, which has carried programmes on longwave since 1934, will close down for the last time. Now, longwave is a curio out of its time, about to be confined to history. In the darkest days of war, though, it made history and brought a little light, besides, to people in occupied Europe. Alistair Mosley is an executive member of the Bromsgrove History Society. He can see the mighty Droitwich masts through his office window, and I asked him to describe them.
When the masts were built, they were the tallest structures in the UK, 700 feet. The 2 main towers really dominate the whole landscape, and when you're coming home very tired and you'll see the masts there with the lights on, you think we're nearly home now. So they're a great comfort to a lot of people in this area, and they needed specialist skills to build them. And the riggers that were brought in, we would know now as steeplejacks, and one of them had come in from Australia from having just built the Sydney Harbour Bridge. The really interesting story is apparently when they were about halfway up, the riggers decided that they weren't getting paid enough and they went on strike. And they were able to negotiate a 50% increase to the princely sum of 4 shillings, which of course these days is 20p.
Yeah, I have to say, worth every penny.
Worth every penny, that's right.
The really impressive thing is about what this transmitter allowed the BBC to do, the access it gave it to audiences around the United Kingdom, but also to audiences quite deep into Europe. How far do the signals go?
They certainly go into sort of France and then out into Eastern Europe. The transmitter was the most powerful of its type in the UK, so it's no wonder that the Ministry of Defence and the government saw it as a very strategic location. And in terms of transmissions, it was used in several ways. It was used for these covert signals to the French resistance, to broadcast intelligence to them to help them get ahead of the game. The other interesting one, it was used to help to block radar signals from the bombers coming in from Germany by the Luftwaffe, and almost blinding them so they couldn't see where they were going. It also had a role to play in the D-Day landings as well as a broadcaster of strategic signals to the operations teams who were overseeing the D-Day landings.
Yeah, and anybody who had an old-style wireless set would have had Droitwich's name right up there with Luxembourg,
there,
Moscow and so on.
That's right, little Droitwich, who would have thought it? And they were so powerful that any vertical piece of ironwork, you could actually hear the radio broadcast on your drain pipe, and they actually called it the drain pipe effect. So it's very, very common around here.
Now, longwave will disappear at 1 a.m., so the early hours of Saturday morning. Are you going to be up listening to the last shipping forecast on longwave?
So I don't count myself actually as a radio enthusiast. I'm a civil engineer, so I am impressed by the construction of these things. In its day, 1934, it would be as groundbreaking as the Starlink project that's going on at the moment. So when this transmitter was built, it was the height of innovation. It had Marconi technology behind it. It needed a huge infrastructure. It had its own power generator. generating station to run it because they couldn't get electricity to it. It was hugely impactful, and the fact that it's still here 92 years on is a great testament to some wonderful engineering and some marvellous forethought.
Alistair Mosley on the Droitwich transmitter. We're going to miss it. Last Friday, we were sharing in the euphoria of Lorraine Kelly as she prepared for Scotland's match against Morocco. This Friday is the start of a very long weekend for Scots fans at the World Cup as they wait and hope that they might yet see further matches for a nation that until this year's tournament hadn't qualified for the World Cup in 28 years. Scotland has never progressed beyond the group stage of the competition, and its chances of reaching the knockout stage this time are entirely in the hands, or perhaps that should be the feet, of rival teams. Let's go to New York now and the actor Brian Cox. Brian, how are you feeling this weekend?
I don't feel too bad. I think Scotland have done, have shown themselves well. I think it's been tough. We forget that, we are a nation of 5 million. And Brazil is a nation of 250 million. So they're bound to have a bit of a kind of range of players than we have at the moment, sadly. But we have great players, I think that both... I think that the team is John McGinn, Scott McTominay, and Robertson. I think they're great players, and Kieran Tierney. I just think they're really excellent players, and I just think they need the practice. And that's one of the problems for Scotland, is they don't get enough practice. But I think that would have served them a bit more if they'd had some more games under their belt, as it were. But I think it's a thing that's not really pointed out nearly enough, that the smaller countries that have a really smaller population, it's very hard for them to compete with something like Brazil, which has got 250 million people and a lot of people to choose from,
And to be in the tournament again after such a long gap must in itself be a source of excitement and pleasure for a lot of Scots fans.
Absolutely, and the Scots fans are... I'm so proud of our Scots fans. They've, people of Boston have my son, my youngest son, is he's at university in Emerson in Boston, and he just says the effect of the Scots fans coming in has just been extraordinary. He said they've just loved the fan base that we have, and they are wonderful. They're just wonderful fans. They're probably, of all the fans, they're probably the best. Certainly, no disrespect to the English, but it was a bit of a damp squib when the English fans arrived, even though the team was pretty amazing.
I don't think we have quite as good props as the Scots fans, do we?
We don't.
The pipes kilt, and of course the traffic cones. We were hearing from Lorraine Kelly last week how they were popping up on statues all over Boston.
Exactly, and much appreciated by the Bostonians, as well.
Have you seen... Sorry.
I think that's what's been amazing, is just the fact that, we've made our presence felt actually by our fan base more than anything else, and more than our football almost.
Have you seen many Scots scarves in New York over the last couple of weeks?
Yeah, a few. There are a few around. You can listen. There's a few of the kilts around as well. So it's a great time for us. I just think it's unfortunate we don't get the practice, and I think that's what we need. We need the practice, because it's a great team. It's a wonderful team. So I think, and its potential is enormous. So I'm not writing it off, even though the World Cup may be that may be a decision unfavourable to Scotland.
Yeah.
But
the statisticians are suggesting it's down to a 5% chance of reaching the knockout stage.
Yeah, exactly. I would have thought that's the case. But I don't... I think we've acquitted ourselves incredibly well. We could have probably gone a bit further, but I think we were very lucky, actually, with Haiti, for example, because I thought Haiti played really, really well, and we were lucky to get that goal.
A lot of passion in their game.
Yeah, and I think the Morocco game was pretty amazing as well. So I feel I'm very proud of the Scots. I just feel that they lack the practice. It's not that they can play. By God, can they play? But they just need to be able to play more and more.
Fingers crossed. If they do get another game, will you try to get to it?
Unfortunately, my problem is I'm working.
It gets in the way.
I'm filming, and I've been filming every day here in New York. I mean, so I've been back in New York for the last 3 weeks, and I've been filming, so it's a bit hard for me to get anywhere,
But you'll get in front of the telly if there is a match.
Well, I'll get in front of the telly and watch it, But I did watch the Haiti game, because that was the right start. But, I mean, I'm very proud of Scotland. I think they've done an amazing job, and particularly our fan base. I mean, everybody has fallen in love with the Scottish fans. I mean, Boston's gone crazy over it, absolutely crazy over it.
It's challenging. We're supposed to be an Irish city. It feels like a Scottish one at the moment.
Well, we're the same people. You forget that we are Celts.
We're all
the
Celts
Irish
together.
and the Scots are we're the same people.
Indeed.
The big difference between the Irish and the Scots is the Scots have learnt the word no, and there's no such word in Irish for no. So that's one of the things. That's what because I'm 88. It turns out I did my DNA recently. I'm 88% Irish and 12% Scottish.
Well, I'm glad we've had the 12% tonight. Brian Cox in New York, thanks very much for talking to us on The World Tonight. It is now approaching 26 minutes to 11 if you're listening to us live. The main headlines so far: search and rescue efforts are ramping up in Venezuela, where 2 powerful earthquakes are confirmed to have killed more than 900 people and left more than 50,000 others missing. The UK has recorded its hottest ever June temperature for the 3rd day in a row, and the United States has carried out a fresh strike against Iran following an Iranian attack on a cargo ship as it tried to exit the Strait of Hormuz. The Iran Revolutionary Guard Corps says their response to the US strike will be swift and decisive. If a week is a long time in politics, this one feels like it's been one of the longest. It began with the return of the Downing Street lectern, a prop that often signals a change of Prime Minister, and Sir Keir Starmer's damp-eyed resignation statement. It's ending with an almighty row in government, with one minister, the Home Secretary, demanding the sacking of another, her junior. We brought together the assistant political editor at The Times, Jerry Scott, with Catherine Haddon, senior fellow at the Institute for Government. And I began with Catherine. He may be just a couple of weeks away from becoming Prime Minister, so why haven't we heard more from Andy Burnham this week?
It's important to understand that there's sort of exact reasons why Keir Starmer's premiership got into so much trouble, because those are the things that the next Prime Minister, assuming it's Andy Burnham, has to fix. But in terms of Burnham, I mean, this will have been a massive whirlwind for him. Under a month is not enough time to do the sort of prep for government that opposition spend years doing. So there's probably a lot going on behind the scenes. It is a problem if there's then a bit of a vacuum, people wondering what he's going to do. We hear there will be speeches to come. But there's a lot he needs to be doing to think about the top job. There's not a lot of time before he has to have a general election, so you need a government that's going to be up and running quite quickly.
Is it fair to say then that Keir Starmer will have had longer to prepare for becoming Prime Minister through the kind of institutions of government like the civil service, briefings and so on, than Andy Burnham is going to get, even though he's inheriting the job potentially from a politician of the same party?
Yeah, undoubtedly. And I mean, it's worth saying he is going to be inheriting all of the policies they're doing. There was a massive King's Speech of legislation that was, only a few months ago set out. And of course, he's going to be signalling change. He's going to be changing direction in some key areas, some that he cares about, some that he's diagnosed as being the problem. But there will probably be a lot of continuity.
Jerry Scott, can you give us a sort of political gloss onto what Catherine's just been talking about? How are the politicians scrabbling to adapt to this potential new government?
The problem Andy Burnham has is he can't simply just continue Starmerism, because that is what Labour MPs and voters have concluded has gone badly wrong. So it's not like he can be a continuity kind of Prime Minister, but equally he can't look like he's completely throwing the baby out of the bathwater of a government that was elected just 2 years ago. So I think what we're going to see is kind of a very different style, a very kind of vibes-based number 10. But he will want to make some changes as well, things about being kind of more interventionist and more devolution. But the politics isn't really going to be that different, and the politicians aren't going to be that different because they're going to be very constrained. And you've seen that in the way that in the run-up to the Makerfield by-election and since, there have been many positions that Andy Burnham has spoken about in the past that he's rode back on when the kind of realities ways of governing have become apparent to him.
Is there a particular event, a moment, something that's happened this week that for you kind of symbolised how power is seeping away from the Prime Minister?
Yeah, look, I think actually there was a clip just today when the Prime Minister was out visiting a cinema where he was serving popcorn to children on a visit, and there were many jokes being made about, this is the next job for Keir Starmer, which is nasty, right? Political downfalls are harsh and they're brutal, and that's the kind of thing that happens. But when people are laughing, that is, I think, when authority slips away. And I think the other thing we've seen with this row between Shabana Mahmood and Mike Tapp, the Home Secretary and the Immigration Minister, about this op-ed we were carrying in the Times and the policy there. The fact that the Prime Minister hasn't sacked Mike Tapp, but also didn't sack Shabana Mahmood when we know that she had told him was ready to go, really kind of underlines the end of days feeling around this government.
Catherine Haddow at the Institute for Government. How important is the Cabinet Secretary at a time like this?
Incredibly important. I mean, not only for making sure that the rest of Whitehall is continuing to deliver on government, is continuing to serve ministers, and is doing it in the right way, being careful about some of these rows that seem to be cropping to the surface, but also starting to face the Burnham camp. Access talks have been granted, might already have started, and there's a very limited time as well for them and for the civil service to do any kind of preparation.
Jerry, are you detecting any concern privately among Labour politicians about the potential risks of a coronation?
Yes, and I think that there are definitely those who would like to see a contest, but the reality of the situation is it's very, very unlikely to happen. The thing I've been picking up over the last few weeks, which is really interesting, is, that Andy Burnham had been seen as kind of the soft left candidate in this, and really kind of coming up for that. But actually those on the more, I guess you might say, hard left of the party have been a little bit let down, actually, by some of those U-turns on policy. So this is a problem he's going to face, not only uniting the warring factions of the Labour Party, but actually also uniting MPs from the north and the south. We ran a piece in the Times this week about MPs being concerned about an overt focus on the north and what that means for deprived areas in the south of the country. And I think, he's going to realise very quickly, and I'm sure he is aware of the fact, that governing the country from number 10 is very different to running Greater Manchester.
Jerry Scott, Assistant Political Editor at The Times, and you also heard Catherine Haddow, Senior Fellow at the Institute for Government. In Paris, revolutions used to be fought on the barricades. But the latest French Revolution involves not climbing, but diving. Not into the Seine, but into the city's canals. They weren't due to open to swimmers until the first week in July, but as heads throbbed and bodies sweated in this week's searing heat, Parisians took the law into their own hands, just like their revolutionary ancestors, and plunged right in. One stretch of the canal was open for swimming for a time last summer, but otherwise this is a new experience for the city's denizens. Henry Samuel, Paris correspondent of that famously radical newspaper, The Daily Telegraph, joined them. He told me why.
Paris is one of the most, certainly in this part, in the eastern Paris, is the most densely populated capital, certainly in Europe, if not the world, in parts. I mean, we're talking very small flats with zinc roofs. It gets, the ones right under the roofs are just absolutely unbearable, in even, when it's sort of low 30s, let alone 40. Also, compared to London, there are very few green areas, really.
I wonder if you could paint a picture for us, if you would, of how the canal you were reporting from, how it was looking on the day you were there, and how it's been looking on the last few days during this extraordinary period of extreme heat.
It looks a bit green, but then it always does look green. I don't think that's necessarily, a huge problem. For years and years, people, desperately wanted to jump into the canal, but no one was really sure if it was going to be clean enough. And then, of course, last year, the floodgates opened really during the Olympics when, they opened the Seine to bathers and they had the triathlon there and stuff. The canal took a little bit longer, but it was open as well last year, a small stretch of it. So already in people's collective imagination, it was fair game. The opening of a small part of the canal was supposed to be starting on the 4th of July, and the idea that we weren't going to be allowed to swim in it before then, despite the fact it was 40 degrees, made absolutely no sense. And people just took the law into their own hands and just started jumping in. The mayor, Emmanuel Gregoire, is fair on him. He said, look, there was not a lot I could do, so let's just open it all up until the 4th of July. And I think he's hoping on the 4th of July what will happen is people will then only go in the authorised bathing areas. I very highly doubt that that's going to hold much water. Boom, boom. Clearly, there are a few security concerns. I mean, you're not really supposed to be jumping from bridges, which I'm afraid I did do yesterday for a report for the Telegraph.
And not just jumped, I'm told.
Silly, really. My wife told me not to do it, but there were a bunch of teenagers, peer pressure. I did a sort of backflip, which is my party piece, and thank goodness it came off. But I'd obviously checked that there was enough depth, and there were lots of other people doing it too, so the whole thing was fine. My wife called me a macho plonker and told me I shouldn't be doing it, but there we go.
Paris has experimented a bit, hasn't it, in summers past? I remember when there was the great excitement when they opened the little beach down by the Seine where people could put deck chairs and enjoy a bit of sunbathing. Do you think now this is going to become part of the Paris summer?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, this is a complete and utter, sea change. And as I say, it started with the Olympics last year. They pumped €1 billion into cleaning up the Seine, and now you can swim in the Seine. The difference is in the Seine, the areas are quite small. There's a current, and you have to wear a sort of buoy type thing around your waist. Whereas here in the canal, it's a 100-metre stretch. You don't have to wear anything at all. You just jump in. So it's actually, personally, I think it's better. And it's in a rather trendy, nice part of the 10th arrondissement.
The Daily Telegraph's Henry Samuel on keeping cool in Paris. Just time before we go for a reminder of our main headline on The World Tonight. The Venezuelan authorities say that more than 900 people are now known to have died in the two major earthquakes which struck the country in quick succession on Wednesday evening. There are fears the number of dead could rise substantially. The United Nations chief aid official, says around 50,000 people are missing. Here the government says it's dispatched an RAF aircraft carrying British search and rescue teams and will provide £2 million of emergency humanitarian funding. I'm Sean Lay. That's The World Tonight. Good night, and I hope you have a cooler one.
Studio direction was by Mark Pickett. The editor was Matthew Symington. In a moment here on BBC Radio 4, we conclude Maggie O'Farrell's new spellbinding story of an Irish family in the 1860s. First, though, a familiar voice with a question for our times.
Is UK society really as polarised as we're led to believe?
We're all here on Earth. We've all got a heartbeat then, and all look after each other.
I'm Evan Davis, and as Radio 4 explores how well we live together, I'm hearing from people across the UK to understand whether we've more in common than it seems.
Do we have issues? We absolutely do. Do we need to solve them? We do, but that solving has got to come from giving us the tools to do it. I don't want to abandon where I'm from.
Common Ground on Radio 4 and BBC Sounds.
You're English, we Welsh, we're making you welcome, are we?
Starts on Monday morning at 9.
Now on Radio 4, Brian Gleeson reads the final part of Maggie O'Farrell's new novel, Land. It's a captivating story of an Irish family's struggle for survival in the aftermath of the Great Hunger, and it's from the author of Hamnet. Reunions and missed meetings shape the futures of Enda, Liam, Rose and Eugene.
Enda has taken to her bed. She will not move, she will not speak a word. On the 4th day, or perhaps the 5th, she hears a knocking at the front door, followed by the low rumble of conversation, then a pounding on the back door, and someone unmistakably calls her name. Enda! Enda! The pounding comes again. Enda, open the door! Enda stands unsteadily. She tiptoes across the kitchen flags, her bare soles cold against the stone. Enda pulls back the bolt. There on the back step is a thin and shabby apparition with bare legs under a faded skirt, a heavy shawl folded across the chest. This person stands in the doorway, a bundle on its back, a length of twine clutched in one hand, at the end of which is a dog. Bran, her mind tells her incredulously. The same starburst of white in the chest, the exact grey pelt. Then she sees that it can't be. This animal is too young, too lithe. When the shawled person with the dog says her name, Enda thinks she must be going soft in the head. Rose? Rose, she whispers, because her voice is still gone, stolen away by the word wife said in the offices of the timber company. Is that you? Rose, because it does indeed seem to be her, is saying, You jade, you turncoat, you left me, how could you do that? Enda crosses the ground between them in 2 strides, saying, I'm sorry, I'm so sorry. What dog is this? She asks. Where's Eugene? And her sister shakes her head back and forth, tears slipping down her cheeks. Dead, drowned, off the side of the ship coming over. I couldn't save him. Enda, swaying, puts a hand to her mouth. She tells her sister over and over that she is so sorry. She should never have left. It was a terrible mistake. She has regretted it ever since. Enda holds out her arms to Rose. Suddenly she is sure that she can tackle whatever is ahead of her, because Rose is here, and she won't be alone ever again. The dog looks from one to the other, its eyes anxious and alert, waiting to see what will happen. Liam has a suit in grey flannel. He has a tie pin and a watch, a handkerchief folded in his breast pocket. He is contemplating the purchase of a straw boater with a green and white grosgrain band. He writes a letter to the Peninsula. Dear Enda, Rose and Eugene. He tells them he has left the priesthood. He tells them he has missed them. He tells them he has a job in Dublin and that they will laugh when they find out what it is. He pins 2 banknotes to the page. I will come out to see you, he writes. I long to see you all again, to see home. There is no reply. He writes again. I am making maps in the Ordnance Survey Office. Sometimes I have to refer to ledgers and books written in our father's hand. I am married now, and we have a child, with another on the way. Please forgive me for whatever it is I did to offend you all. You are my flesh and blood. Your loving brother, Liam. Several weeks later, the letter is returned to him. Scrawled on the back are 2 words, gone away. The brevity is devastating to him. How could they go, all 3 of them, and where? He writes a letter that very day to the widow, care of Father Joseph at his chapel. It too is returned to him only days later, both deceased. It becomes known in the office that a man is needed for a job out west. The place is perhaps 15 miles from the peninsula, and Liam says he would be glad to take on the task. The mapping itself is straightforward. On the final day, he takes the road leading southwest. When he reaches the village, the widow's house looks much as before. Liam knocks. After a moment, a man comes round the side. Liam sweeps an arm towards the crag. My family used to live up the way. I am here to see if any know of their whereabouts. They went away, I heard, a brother and sister, across the sea. He is too late. They have gone. He is a fool. Why did he not come before? He turns from the house, hesitating, then eyes the mountain, the twin drumlins. As he climbs the slope, he is at once a grown man with a family, and a small boy who came up here with his father, carrying a surveying pole on a wet day long ago. At a bend in the path, a group of children are playing in a stream. Who are you? Said the oldest girl. I'm Liam, he says. I used to live up here when I was your age. Mammy says we're not to go up past the Borean's End, blurts out one of the boys. A Gruagach lives there, and it comes out at night and might steal you away. Liam smiles and shrugs. I don't believe in Gruagach. Well, you'd better watch yourself then, mister, says the girl, turning back to their game. The Borean is thick with branches and growth. It is clear that nobody has come this way for a very long time. When he emerges at the cottage, There are rows of beans growing in well-turned soil. The haggard is swept and neat. Turf has been stacked against the house. The air carries the scent of a fire. Liam moves forward cautiously, calling out a greeting, but there is no answer. He heads, almost without thinking about it, towards the copse. Isn't it where his father told him to return, if he ever became lost? And isn't it where all this began? His father's garrulousness, the sudden move out here to the peninsula. Liam steps into the trees. For a moment he wants to laugh at himself, at the boy he was. How could he have ever been frightened by this place? It is a cluster of trees, nothing more, really quite unremarkable. The pool appears sooner than he had remembered. Natural bowl of granite, his mind is telling him, worn by the action of the spring over thousands and thousands of years. Water extremely clear, remarkably deep, actually. At the sound of a crack behind him, he feels his heart falter and hesitate. He has the distinct sense that he is being watched. Liam is not going to give in to any tricks his mind might play on him. He will stay still until this sensation has passed. A flash, a movement across the surface of the pool, is all it takes. Liam turns, drops his hat, and then he is stumbling through the trees, and for the second time in his life, he is sprinting through the copse as fast as he can. After a long interval, a shape moves through the trees. It bends to pick up the hat, which it examines for a moment, before reaching to hang it off the outstretched limb of a tree. Eugene has no idea that the man he had been watching from his perch in the canopy of an oak tree was in fact his brother. To him, Liam is a lanky boy who wished to train for the priesthood. That years have passed, and that Liam might have grown up and now look different does not occur to him. Eugene doesn't think about the past. He lives much as his ancient forebears did, on the land, feeling one season blur into the next. If asked, he wouldn't be able to say how long it is he has been here alone, how many years ago it was that he plunged into the sea, off the side of the ship. In the early days he cried a great deal. He leaped from the boat without forethought. He knew to kick his legs, to sweep his arms, keeping his eyes on the shoreline in front of him. When he came out of the sea, he was cold to his bones. After a while, sore and bleeding, he pulled himself upright, shook the water from his ears and hair, and made himself put one foot in front of the other. He slept under trees, in the shelter of walls, in the ruins of abandoned cottages. If his feet sprouted blisters, he lined his boots with moss. If he was hungry, he searched for bilberries and cracked open mussel shells. When he finally reached the peninsula, he kept to the higher ground, so that he descended towards the cottage from the mountain. He lifted the latch, stepped inside, sat down at the table. If the people below knew he was back, living in the old cottage, nothing was said. They left meal cakes, a round of goat's cheese, a pair of stockings when it got cold. He took only what he needed, and always left something in return. A pair of breeches might vanish from a drying line, but the next day their owner would find a pail of cockles left at their door, gathered at dawn's low tide. A hammer was taken from a house on the other side of the estate, and in its place was a door knocker carved from birch. He stands now at the edge of the pool, and he does something he's never done before. He dips his hand and brings the water to his mouth. And then a fish stirs the depths, and Eugene watches without surprise the flick-flack of its tail. "Give me the ring," it says. Its voice to Eugene is thrilling. He tugs on the ring, drops it into the water. It flickers and spirals down, and then it is gone. Eugene watches the fish circle the pool, swimming lower and lower until it too disappears. As he raises himself, he catches from the corner of his eye the outline of a person. It is not anyone he recognizes or has seen before, and as it turns out, Eugene never sees him again. The man is large, his outline tall and broad, and he appears to leap or coalesce from the water itself, bounding on strong, muscular legs. He darts up and bounds away, through the trees, out of the copse, and up the hill towards the Rá, as if he has left something precious in that direction, and he must get back there as quickly as he can to reclaim it. Eugene will think of the man again, every once in a while over the coming years. There will be many years for Eugene, as it turns out. He will live beyond 100. He will find, as he continues with his unusual existence on the mountainside, that he possesses knowledge both great and useful. He knows that Enda and Rose are together, a dog at their side. He knows, too, that there is a child with them, a boy with blue eyes and copper-coloured hair who bears his own name. He knows when a husband comes for Rose, and that he is a good man, and that more children will come to their household. He knows that Enda plays her fiddle until the end of her life, and that people come from all over to hear her. He knows, too, that Liam is alive and not so far away from him. Eugene feels him sometimes when the wind blows from the east. He will live many years, until he is over 100, long enough for some of the cottages on the peninsula to be bought by city dwellers, who use them during the summer or to rent out to others. And if these holiday makers find that shoes they leave outside have vanished overnight, or if they discover that some of their laundry is missing from the line, the peninsula people will give the same response every time. There's one among us who needs such things, and we must let him have them. For he is so old and wise that he could tell you all about the history of the land, should he wish to do so.
Brian Gleeson was reading the final part of Maggie O'Farrell's new novel, Land. The producer was Mary Ward-Lowry. On Monday evening, we begin a new book as David Armand reimagines The Little Mermaid in a magical, evocative story set on Holy Island in Northumberland. After the news in a moment, can the Democrats change the story of US politics by getting more people to like them? BBC News at 11 o'clock. The US military says it has carried out strikes against Iran in response to an attack on a commercial ship in the Strait of Hormuz yesterday, which American officials said clearly violated the ceasefire agreement. The US said military aircraft attacked Iranian missile and drone storage locations and coastal radar sites. Iranian state media says Tehran's response to the US attack will be swift and decisive. Earlier in Washington, Israel and Lebanon signed a framework agreement brokered by the US. Shortly afterwards, Israel's Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu insisted Israeli forces would remain in southern Lebanon until Hezbollah disarmed. The Iranian-backed group was not part of the negotiations. More than 900 people are now known to have died following the two earthquakes which hit Venezuela on Wednesday. The United Nations says more than 50,000 others remain missing. The UK government has announced it's sending a 68-strong search and rescue team to the country to help relief efforts. Our correspondent Dan Johnson is on Colombia's border with Venezuela and sent this update.
The increasingly desperate effort to save people from the rubble is frantic and in many places uncoordinated. There have been successes, but hopes are starting to fade now, around 48 hours on. The United Nations says 50,000 Venezuelans remain unaccounted for, so there's pressure to find people quickly. More than 1,000 relief workers have been sent from across the world. The UK has released £2 million in aid and is flying over a team of 68 search and rescue specialists made up of firefighters, search dogs and humanitarian workers.
A new record high temperature for June has been set in the UK for the third day in a row. The Met Office says a temperature of 37.3 Celsius was recorded at Santon Downham in Suffolk, topping the previous high of 36.7 Celsius in Somerset yesterday. In tennis, Serena Williams will play the 53rd seed, the Australian Maya Joint, in her opening singles match at Wimbledon. BBC News.
Once Upon a Time on BBC Radio 4. I don't know her name, but she
is a girl in gold.
5 classic fairy tales reimagined by leading contemporary writers.
It turned out that a group of naked elves was trying to help a poor cobbler.
Including stories by Frank Cottrell Boyce, Ben Oakrey and Catherine Rundle.
The clock behind the bar struck 12.
Once Upon a Time, part of a week of programmes on the enduring enchantment of fairy tales. Next Monday to Friday night at 10:45 on Radio 4 and BBC Sounds.
Now on BBC Radio 4, can Democrats in the United States build a new political movement? Here's Justin Webb with Americast.
What's the future of the American left? What happens when Donald Trump departs the stage? There's a lot of discussion about it, and we frequently talk about it on the podcast. But I'm going to talk about it now with someone who really has thought it through and knows his stuff on this, partly because he was a member of the Obama administration. He knows how Democrats can win and can govern, but also he thinks a lot about the future of the party and the way it's got to appeal to Americans. So, welcome to Americast with Ben Rhodes.
Americast from BBC News.
You hear that sound? Oh, I think when I hear that sound, it reminds me of money.
We didn't start this war, but under President Trump, we are finishing it.
This is a big cover-up, and this administration is engaged in it. This guy has Trump derangement syndrome.
I have 4 words for you. Turn the volume up.
I'm delighted to say here in the studio with me is Ben Rhodes, who was Deputy National Security Advisor under Barack Obama. In more recent days, he's done, well, 2 important things. He's written a book called All We Say, which we're going to talk about, but he's also a podcaster now in his own right, and a podcaster who very much tries to G up the American left and get them going. And that really matters, doesn't it? Because you're still trying to make the case for the broad left in American life.
Yeah, no, I you know, it's interesting because I write books, I write for the New York Times, but the podcast, you know, all these different things I'm doing in this era that we live in, you kind of have to show up everywhere, as you know, in politics and writing and podcasting, and that's what I've been doing.
Which is one of the things the Democrats didn't do. They got wrong, really, in the run-up to Donald Trump's second term, isn't it?
It is. I mean, you know, we, through the podcast company, you know, I'm Pod Save the World, we have Pod Save America, and we're kind of a lonely outpost of progressive media in the United States. You know, the right wing built huge media platforms, and quite deliberately, in the same way that, you know, we saw Viktor Orban do in Hungary, or, you know, Putin obviously kind of captured the media. There's a lack of an effort to understand that you need to kind of create these media platforms and create these spaces for different voices, that you kind of can't just count on your capacity to win the argument in legacy media. And also, like, the media we do is also mobilization. Like, we have a dedicated effort to help people connect to and volunteer and contribute to political campaigns. It's trying to create an ecosystem that people who want to do something because of how they feel about what's happening in America, they can plug into it.
How do you stop it being, though, safe and dull and plodding and a bit lectury as well? Because that was the criticism, wasn't it, last time round? So people are saying, hey, where's this left-wing equivalent of all these buzzy things happening in the digital space on the right? And what some people said, well, it's really difficult on the left because you've got to be careful about the language you use.
Yes.
Famously, of course, Kamala Harris wouldn't go on some podcasts. She's worried about it, etc. Has that fixed now, do you think?
No, I don't think it's fixed. And it's a great question. And I think there's several components to it. I mean, first of all, you know, if you look at the podcasts that are successful on the right, most of them didn't start out as political podcasts, right? Like Joe Rogan was a comedian and a Ultimate Fighting Championship commentator who got political, right? And the other point is that, you know, we were political in what we set up, but the whole idea was to talk about politics like normal people do, you know, to not create a barrier to entry by using a lot of jargon or acronyms, to use humor. I think one of the problems in the Trump decade is people present on the left as angry and kind of grim. And my experience of politics, you know, including with the Obama campaign, is if you have some humor to it, number one, that can help cut a strong man down to size, but it's also inviting. You know, you want to be a part of something that is fun and a bit joyful. And then I think the other problem that Democratic politicians have is that when they do go on podcasts, you know, they have these debates like, well, now we must go on podcasts, you know, and they go on and they sound like politicians. You know, so they go on the podcast with Joe Rogan or whoever it is, and they're using the same talking points that they would use in an interview with CNN. And the whole point is that the way media is evolving is people want to see you authentically. Like, what are you interested in? Like, you know, actually, whatever your views of his politics are, Zohran Mamdani understands this, that if he's going on a sports podcast, he's going to show up to talk about sports. And then he'll get to politics. You know, like you need to kind of meet people where they are in these kind of new media.
And you might occasionally screw up. Again, you saw that with Mamdani,
which is
didn't
fine.
you? Before he was elected mayor of New York, he went on a podcast. I can't remember the exact circumstances, but I remember people saying, oh, he shouldn't have gone on there because he said something. I think it was possibly about Israel. He's gone too far. He said this, he said that. Actually, that's not the modern way, is it? That's not the modern politics.
No, and I think people give you a lot of space to screw up. They prefer to feel like you're an authentic person. I mean, I'll be critical of my own party here. You know, like a Chuck Schumer just presents as a politician, and he may not make a mistake, but he also won't connect because of that. You know, I mean, actually, it's funny working on this book about speeches, like thinking about the communications of recent Democratic politicians. You know, Joe Biden and Kamala Harris both use this line, you know, constantly, that they're here to build an economy from the bottom up to the middle out. You know, well, what does that mean? You know, like that doesn't connect with people. I mean, and actually, I think in this day and age, particularly with such saturation of information and media, people want to know who the person is, and you have to be willing to say something wrong, or you have to be willing to have an opinion that people might like vigorously disagree with, but at least they know that you stand for something, even if it's something that they disagree with you about. I mean, Mamdani on Israel was interesting to me, is that even if you agreed with him or disagreed, the fact that he was willing to take all the grief he took was like, well, maybe this guy will actually fight to lower my prices, you know, because he's willing to be criticized about things. And in a way, Trump is the ultimate model of that. I mean, I don't like any of the things that, just about any of the things that he was trying to do, but because he was willing to say things that seemed out of bounds, I think it made people think, well, maybe he's different, you know.
What does that tell us then about the choices that the party has to make running up to 2028?
First of all, I feel adamantly that it needs to be a younger person, you know, that it needs to be someone who can communicate in the kind of spaces that we're talking about, and that it needs to be someone who doesn't in any way suggest that they want to kind of go back to some way of doing things before Trump, but is rather telling a story about how we can do things differently. You see, you know, and again, I'm not picking any one person, but to take one example, John Ossoff, the senator from Georgia.
Yeah, who we've also talked a bit about on America.
So I wouldn't be surprised if there's more and more talk about him running for president, because, you know, he's telling a different story. He's connecting dots for people. You know, Democrats have had all these, you know, debates about, do we talk about democracy or do we talk about kitchen table issues, you know? Well, Ossoff blows apart that dichotomy. He's like, this is the same thing. If you have an oligarchy and a corrupt system that only serves a few people, well, that's the reason why you can't afford your health care. Like, he tells one story about what's happening that explains both why things aren't getting better on things like cost of living, but also makes you believe that we can make them better if we make certain changes to how government itself works. It's not showing up with a 10-point policy plan. And if you look at, you know, an Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, I think who'd have an uphill battle to be president.
So she is the left-wing, progressive left congresswoman. People aren't quite sure whether she's going to stand or not. Are you convinced she will?
I'm not sure she will either. I think she'll test the waters and see if her message can travel beyond New York City. But I think what people should take from her, no matter what, is there's a joyful and fearless nature to what she does. And these things are really important. Fearlessness is important because kind of what Trump depends upon is the idea that things can't change. This is the way they are. And there are all these kind of powerful forces and all this money that will crush people that try to move things in a different direction. She doesn't look afraid of those things. But the other thing I like about AOC is she has a smile on her face. And I think Democratic politics the last decade has been very grim, kind of very angry. And frankly, that doesn't attract people.
There's also an anger, isn't there, though, in the broader left. You think of Luigi Mangione, who's accused of that terrible murder in New York of an insurance boss, and this kind of sense among a lot of people on the left who sort of say, oh, well, he deserved what was coming to him, and all the unpleasant things said about Charlie Kirk when he was assassinated. And indeed people on the left who don't believe or pretend not to believe that there was a genuine assassination attempt at least once against Donald Trump. That there's a kind of nastiness there. That how big a risk is it that the left becomes as nasty as much of the right has been in the recent past?
There's a risk, but I think that's the trap that the right is setting. Like, that's what they want. You know, they and frankly, actually, oftentimes they're the ones elevating that content, right? Like, Republican politicians and media personalities are quite good at finding kind of the angriest, craziest thing that people are saying on the left and responding to it to make it a conflict. And frankly, that's not a place where the left wins, in my view, because I think you need to do two things. Like, one, you need to attract people. Like, I was on the 2008 Obama campaign. Some people may remember. That was a lot of fun. Like, people wanted to be a part of it. They wanted to volunteer. They wanted to knock on doors with their friends. You know, they wanted to be a part of a cultural movement that was attractive. But the other thing is you have to be able to do, and Barack Obama, you know, far from perfect, but he did this very well, is you need to persuade, and you don't persuade people by lecturing them. You know, Obama didn't show up and say, you're racist, and you must come out with your hands up and acknowledge it, and acknowledge, you know, white supremacy, and then maybe we can make progress. He would say, this country is so great that we've been able to make progress before, and, you know, here's the whole history of progress throughout America, and join us in this next chapter. And he was a patriotic appeal. And look, I've been very critical of America. You followed my commentary, particularly on foreign policy. But if you want to bring people along, you have to open a door for them to come in.
It's such an important point, that, isn't it? Obama gave the impression, I don't know how it really was, but he gave the impression that he really liked ordinary Americans. So even when he gave that speech that it was greatly lambasted, wasn't he, where he talked about people in small towns hankering after their guns, and people seized on that and said, oh, he doesn't like the small town. Actually, he was able to get past that, wasn't he? Because it did seem as if he liked his fellow Americans. And the risk, and we talk about it quite a lot on the pod now, the risk among some modern Democrats is that they don't really seem to like people who live in West Virginia or South Dakota or somewhere.
Yeah, it was actually really interesting for this book. I went back and wrote about the race speech he gave in 2008. This is when there were clips of his pastor, Jeremiah Wright, that went viral online.
God damn America, that's in the Bible, for killing innocent people. God damn America, for treating our citizens as less than human. God damn the United States government has failed the vast majority of her citizens of African descent.
You know, attacking America, saying it's a racist country. And he did a couple things in there that were really interesting to relive now. The first is he defended Reverend Wright by essentially saying, look, he's a complicated guy. He's done some wonderful things, and he said some terrible things.
Right. As imperfect as he may be, he has been like family to me. He strengthens my faith, officiated my wedding, and baptized my children. Not once in my conversations with him have I heard him talk about any ethnic group in derogatory terms, or treat whites with whom he interacted with anything but courtesy and respect. He contained...
And he talked about his white grandmother who raised him. Same thing, this woman who loved me, but she said things that make me cringe.
I can no more disown him than I can disown my white grandmother. A woman who helped raise me, a woman who sacrificed again and again for me, a woman who loves me as much as she loves anything in this world, but a woman who once confessed her fear of black men who passed her by on the street, and who on more than one occasion has uttered racial or ethnic stereotypes that made me cringe. These people are part...
But actually, it was a speech against cancel culture before that was even a thing.
It was an extraordinary speech. I remember seeing it in Philadelphia, I think it was.
In Philadelphia,
wasn't it? Yeah. And just to re-emphasize, so this guy, the Reverend Wright, had really potentially ditched the entire
Almost
Obama
tanked the
campaign. You must have really, I mean, it was a big moment where Obama made the decision himself, didn't he?
Yeah.
To make this speech, and as you say, to talk about his own family in a way that was just so relatable.
Yeah, and totally related to the point you were just making, because so he makes a decision to give the speech, which really the whole campaign is hanging on, because we were sinking like a stone in the polls. And we prepare a draft, and it comes back, and it's track changes, a few paragraphs in black, and then about 9 pages in red track changes, and then a few paragraphs in black. Like, he stayed up all night writing the speech himself. I don't know why I didn't accept the track changes. I think he wanted to show us, like, look what I did.
The red track changes, for anyone who's over a certain age, you can alter a document and you see the changes.
And the point about the argument he made is, first of all, I mentioned what he said about his pastor and his grandmother. He's saying, like, it's actually what's missing in our politics now. Like, look around. None of us is perfect. We all have people in our family we disagree with about things. We don't have to just see the worst in people. But then he talked about black structural inequality in the United States, but then he talked about the white working class, and he said, these are people who aren't particularly privileged by their race.
Most working and middle-class white Americans don't feel that they've been particularly privileged by their race. Their experience is the immigrant experience. As far as they're concerned, no one handed them anything. They built it from scratch. They've worked hard all their lives, many times only to see their jobs shipped overseas or their pensions dumped after a lifetime of labor. They are anxious about their futures, and they feel their dreams slipping away. And in an era of stagnant wages and global competition, opportunity comes to be seen as a zero-sum game in which your dreams come at my expense. So when
and he was able, again, to your point about what the left getting into these traps, to say, like, actually, instead of kind of condemning these people, I want to, they're us too. I want to put myself in their shoes and see how things look from their perspective. And I may not even agree with all their views, but we're never going to build a multiracial coalition if we don't take their concerns seriously. The reason he could give a speech like that wasn't just because of his family. It was also because he spent a year just traveling around Iowa, which is an all-white state pretty much, just meeting with people in their living rooms and knocking on their doors and enjoying being with them and kind of modeling that, hey, actually, like, we have a shared identity in this country, whether we're black or white. Our concerns are pretty similar. And right now, I think we've been in a period where it has suited Trump to have people only see the things that they hate in one another. Polarization benefits Trump, and obviously social media makes polarization easier.
Here's a challenge, though. I read that speech. So that speech is one of the speeches you have in your book, and it is, when you read it again, and particularly the line about his grandmother who loved him but would say to him things about how she was frightened of black men and walked on the other side of the street and things like that he says in the speech made me cringe.
That's right.
But that's all part of us. When I read that, reread it in your book, I thought, I'm not sure there are many Democratic politicians now who could get away with saying these kinds of things, black or white, actually, because we've become, you say it's a speech against cancel culture. Well, kind of the cancel culture's won. There's a lot about Obama, reading those speeches where you think, there's an intake of breath. You think, goodness, is he really saying that? I can't imagine a Democrat saying that now, being allowed to.
Well, I'd say two things. I mean, the first thing, it's interesting, because he said that, this is a woman that he loved as much as anybody in the world who had these fears. When he later says, hey, white working class people, like his grandmother, don't like to hear their concerns about crime be dismissed as racism, he's entered that doorway through a personal place, right? Like, I was raised by a white working class woman. I think today, again, I think people are so afraid of making a mistake, or, you have to be willing, actually, I think, in this day and age. Obama used to have to say something to us, too. You have to show that there are things you're willing to lose over in order to win. I think that you probably have to go through some pretty brutal controversies and show that you're willing to kind of stand by something that you said that may be uncomfortable. Because if you're not, I think Kamala Harris, fell into this very careful politician and maybe didn't make a huge mistake, but because she was afraid of making a mistake, she also didn't really say anything that connected that much with people either. So I think you have to be willing to put yourself out there, be personal, be authentic. Because I think people today, they don't just want to know, what you want to do. They want to know, like, why do you want to do it? Like, what in your background compels you to want to run for this office? Democrats like to skip ahead to the 10-point plan or, this agenda or that agenda. Actually, I think Americans are more interested in, okay, why do you want to do these things? Why should I trust that you'll do these things, that you understand what I'm going through? And if you're not willing to kind of maybe even step in it or offend people from time to time, go through the controversy, then they just will see you as a typical politician. And that the message we keep getting from American voters is they don't want a typical politician.
And that's the thing that comes out from your book. I'm proud to be on the back cover of it because it's not a political book. It's not the Ben Rhodes view of the world. It's a view of America from a set of speeches and your take on those speeches. And I wanted to ask you why you selected the ones you did, because I knew the Obama speech very well, and there's a Trump one there as well, which you remember because it's more recent. But actually, most of the others I'd never really come across at all. It wasn't, in a sense, the obvious ones. I'm thinking of the Ronald Reagan speech. The one you chose was a particular one.
Yeah, well, because it's not an anthology. It's not meant to be the greatest speeches. It's meant to tell the story of not just American history, but essentially the arguments Americans have been having about what this country is and what it means to be American from the founding. Benjamin Franklin is the first one. But I wanted different perspectives. We're going to have abolitionist voices. We're going to have famous people like Abraham Lincoln and people you've never heard of like the suffragette Anna Dickinson, and showing the course of this argument about what the country is. So the Reagan speech I chose is the one in which he coined the phrase evil empire to talk about the Soviet Union.
And I suppose that's the point. It's a wider speech.
So this is what I found so fascinating about Justin is it's not his greatest. I love the D-Day one about the boys of Pond Hook, for instance, or the Challenger disaster. But what's so fascinating to me about that is that it's famous for him calling the Soviet Union evil empire, but most of the speech is not about foreign policy at all. It's a speech to Christian evangelicals, the National Association of Christian Evangelicals, and he talks a lot about the centrality of Christian faith to American identity. And he kind of goes through what would be seen as kind of a pretty right-wing social agenda, like banning abortion and prayer in school, but in a much folksier and genial way than we would hear today. But he's talking about how America is a nation founded in Christian faith, and that's one of the things that makes us exceptional as Americans. From his perspective, I probably wouldn't share his perspective entirely on this. But then when he gets to the Soviet Union, the contrast he's drawing is not one between capitalism and communism. It's that we are people that believe in God, and they're people who believe in the rule of man. And the reason they're an evil empire is because they don't believe in anything higher than the rule of the state.
I pointed out that as good Marxist-Leninists, the Soviet leaders have openly and publicly declared that the only morality they recognize is that which will further their cause, which is world revolution. I think I should point out I was only quoting Lenin, their guiding spirit, who said in 1920 that they repudiate all morality that proceeds from supernatural ideas, that's their name for religion, or ideas that are outside class conceptions. Morality is entirely subordinate to the interests of class war, and everything is moral that is necessary for the annihilation of the old exploiting social order and for uniting the proletariat.
And actually, he works in a quite clever way, kind of secular bureaucrats in America, too. I don't think Reagan would have liked Doge, but it kind of foreshadows in some way this kind of Republican, almost fear of the administrative state. And so what you're seeing is a kind of coherent effort by Reagan to use words to build this coalition that puts a tent over Christian evangelicals, small government conservatives who don't trust the state, and national security hawks who don't like the Soviet Union. That's the coalition that dominated American politics for most of my life.
Yeah. Talking about Reagan raises something that I've seen raised. I'm not quite sure the extent to which I think this may or may not be true, but it's a fascinating idea that one of the reasons why American politics, and in a sense society, has broken down to the extent that it has in recent years is that post-Cold War, there wasn't anything outside America to fight against. Do you run along with this thesis? Do you think it's true?
100%. Yeah, and I felt this very strongly in doing the Reagan speech, because Reagan constructs this coalition that is very focused on the outward enemy of the Soviet Union, right? And that can, again, unite the small government people who hate communism, the Christian evangelicals who want a God-based political system, and then these hawks who hate the Soviet Union. Well, once the external enemy is gone, all this kind of energy that has been built up kind of turns inward. Suddenly the enemy is kind of within. If you remember the Clinton years, like there's a kind of relentless and vicious political combat about like pretty small things. And actually, you know, again, it was interesting to relive, and I have speeches by FDR and I go through the Kennedy years in this. You know, FDR to John F. Kennedy to Ronald Reagan, yes, there are swings, but they're telling the same story at core. Like Reagan's is more conservative and more Christian. Kennedy's is more progressive and open to social change and about the future. FDR's, I think, is the origin of the American superpower. We kind of had an agreed-upon story. And I think after the Cold War, we have not agreed on what the story... America needs a story, right? I mean, you guys have... Britain is anchored in a much deeper identity. You know, there's all this history. Well, America... We're not a fixed identity, right? We were 13 states, now we're 50. And we were one particular kind of people at the beginning. Well, now look at America today. It looks nothing like it did at the beginning. We have no official religion. The story is kind of what holds the identity together. And I think in the Cold War, we had a very clear common story. And part of the reason we're so disoriented is that since the end of the Cold War, I don't think we've had one.
How optimistic are you? I mean, it's in a sense, it's a trite question, but it's a question that is raised by the book because it's a book of an incredible achievement, really, isn't it? And it's a story, as you say, America needs a story, and it is a story, and it's a story that people admire and respect around the world. Has the story ended?
No, and that's what gives me hope. I mean, I'm pretty dark about the present. That's one of the reasons I went in the past, and I think we're in for a pretty bumpy ride the next, 2.5 years with Trump. But, when you go back into the past, I mean, Churchill's famous quote about America doing the right thing after it's done everything else, I'm paraphrasing. It's kind of true in our history. If you look at the arc of American history, we go through some very disruptive times. We have to refresh what this whole project is about. We tend to come out of those darker times in a better and more interesting place. And you can get trapped in the present. Like, this is crazy. We're never going to get out of this. Like, what happened? Well, you kind of go back and look at the past. You see, okay, well, here's how people worked through this. And here's how people were dealing in this context, in this book, like with slavery and with the Gilded Age and rampant inequality and corruption and with segregation and all these ills. We have to sometimes get out of the present, learn from the better aspects of our past, and then kind of look beyond. One of the things that can be very empowering, I've been trying to tell Americans this in traveling around the last month, allow yourself to imagine beyond this. Like, we're so trapped in Trump's reality that we have a hard time thinking beyond tomorrow, never mind the next election. Like, where would you actually like to go? A lot of effort is being made to make you think that this can never change. But I think we have to, again, look beyond, kind of to the horizon here. Trump wants us just looking at it like his, literally looking into his reflecting pool, We need to look past that.
Ben Rose, that's a brilliant moment of which to end. Thank you so much for talking to us.
Thanks.
Americast was produced by Purvi Patney and Alex Pickles. In a few moments, Alicia McCarthy reports from Westminster on Parliament under a new Prime Minister, wildfires and who should pay for preserving our churches.
On BBC iPlayer.
This is more important than you.
Find your next hit drama.
I just need to hear it.
Half Man.
You've wasted your whole life dancing to other people's tunes instead of marching to the beat of your own drum.
Industry.
Without a smoking gun, you will lose.
Mint.
Not him, Shannon. Anyone but him.
And many more.
Just remember, not a single one of us gets out of this alive.
Watch on BBC iPlayer.
Now Radio 4 to Westminster.
Order! Order.
Good evening, this is Alicia McCarthy at Westminster. Coming up, Parliament is waiting for a new Prime Minister, but how radical a shake-up should we expect?
Some things are going to have to differ beyond just a change in the face at the dispatch box at PMQs in order to demonstrate change.
After a blistering weather week, we hear about the dangers faced by farmers trying to stop wildfires taking hold on their land.
They find people using a disposable barbecue or something. They will tell them, look, this is a dangerous thing for you to be doing, and, not unusual for these people to be threatened.
And an MP demands action to put a stop to houses with multiple tenants blighting her community.
There's people high, people drunk, wandering the streets in front of that nursery. She doesn't take her children out to play anymore. But first, in another spin of the Prime Ministerial merry-go-round, the week started with Sir Keir Starmer taking his place behind the Downing Street lectern.
Every decision I've taken has been about putting the country I love first. That is why I will resign as leader of the Labour Party. I have spoken to His Majesty the King this morning to inform him of my decision.
Keir Starmer said a new leader would be in place by the time Parliament returned in September. But if it does take that long, where does that leave Westminster between now and then? Not many of the new bills announced in the King's speech just a few short weeks ago have been debated yet, and Downing Street has said there won't be any new policy or spending commitments during the transition. I asked Philip Cowley, Professor of Politics at Queen Mary University of London, where the change in leadership left the government's agenda.
So I think it's going to be very interesting because there's a tension for Andy Burnham, or whoever the new Prime Minister is, between respecting the manifesto, and Burnham has been explicit that he sees the 2024 manifesto as a real constraint on the government, something that has to be respected, while also demonstrating change. And it's pretty clear, I think, that he is going to want to come in as a new Prime Minister, and some things are going to have to differ beyond just a change in the face at the dispatch box at PMQs in order to demonstrate change. So I think some of the policies that were announced in the King's speech may well get radically altered as they go through Parliament in the next 12 months, and there may well be other policies as well. I mean, in some ways, I'm not sure this is that unusual. We change Prime Ministers quite frequently mid-term, and that often involves a change in policy. It's just a bit unusual that this has happened so soon after the King's speech, and indeed so soon into the Parliament as a whole.
Now, the new Prime Minister is going to inherit a fairly rebellious House of Commons. I mean, let's not forget, Keir Starmer faced a pretty big rebellion over his plans for welfare reform pretty early on in his term. So Labour MPs are not necessarily going to toe the line, are they?
No, so I've looked at the rebellion rate since the election, and by comparison with other first sessions since a change in government, it's relatively high, although still pretty low in absolute terms. I mean, Labour MPs aren't sort of feral, but they have shown a willingness to say no, and to say no quite forcefully at times. And I think Andy Burnham will inherit that parliamentary party. It is a parliamentary party that can't just be walked over. I think he will get a sort of short-term honeymoon, maybe, with his backbenchers. There will be a lot of goodwill towards him. They want him to do well. Bluntly, they need him to do well. And I think if there is particularly if there's an electoral upturn as well, that will help in terms of managing backbench discontent. But if either that electoral upturn doesn't appear or doesn't last, or in order to try and govern, he starts to do things which backbenchers are not happy with, he has got plenty of MPs who have been willing to say no before, and over universal credit, they were willing to defeat the government at second reading, even though the government's majority is massive. So those problems, if rebellion starts to continue, those problems only get worse as parliaments go on. They never get better.
So how does that compare with what Andy Burnham is suggesting, that he'd actually like to see a slight loosening of the strictures of the whips and of party discipline in the traditional sense?
So Andy Burnham's on record, and he repeated this recently, as saying that he would like to see a sort of looser whipping arrangement at Westminster. He thinks that the whips can be a bit of a straitjacket. Let's start by taking him on his word and assuming that that's genuine. I think it might, for example, mean that you cease to see MPs losing the whip for rebellions quite so easily as you did under Keir Starmer. That was a pretty hard line to take on some of those votes, and I suspect that might not happen in the coming weeks. It'd be pretty hypocritical, bluntly, if it did. given what he said. So I think there might be a desire to do that. I mean, on the other hand, you could take a more cynical view of this and say that that's the sort of thing that's bluntly easy to say when you're mayor of a major city, rather than actually at Westminster. You know, it's the sort of thing sort of generalised anti-politics thing you can say in order to show a bit of leg to supporters. It becomes much harder to stick to that line when you're at Westminster governing and you need to win votes in order to get controversial pieces of legislation through. But time will tell.
Final thought, there is some suggestion, given the timetable that's been laid out so far, that if Andy Burnham becomes Prime Minister, we might not see him in the House of Commons before the summer recess, so he wouldn't actually appear in front of MPs in Parliament until September time. Does that matter?
I don't think it does matter, and I don't actually think it was necessary. It would have been quite possible to have a slightly shorter contest than this, particularly if there isn't actually going to be a formal contest. We could easily have resolved this much quicker. It used to be done in days. But personally, I think it is a problem. If we think Parliament is meant to be the place where we hold people accountable, then Andy Burnham should go in front of Parliament as Prime Minister before September.
Professor Philip Cowley from Queen Mary University of London. Well, it's not just the political temperature that's nudged up in the last few days. Large parts of England and Wales have sweltered for much of the week, with the highest heat warnings in place. Just a few years ago, on the 19th of July 2022, the UK hit an all-time record temperature with dramatic consequences.
As weather thermometers breached the 40 degrees mark for the first time in Britain, London was burning. This was Wennington in the far east of the capital, just inside the M25. A fire in a parched area of grass was fanned by a stiff southerly breeze and engulfed houses on the edge of the village. As units rushed to the scene and firemen tried to douse the flames, panicked horses could be heard whinnying in the fields.
Well, in the week, the Commons Environment, Food and Rural Affairs Committee held a timely inquiry into the growing threat of wildfires and how to tackle them. Professor Emma Howard-Boyd chairs the National Heat Risk Commission.
This is a new world we're operating in, and the numbers of wildfires, whether they are in rural areas, whether they're in that rural-urban interface, are growing in number.
And it wasn't just physical damage. Wildfires could have a serious health impact.
Heat is a force multiplier of air pollution, fire added into the mix. We're just layering the different risks that individuals are facing, and I don't think that, again, this is properly communicated when you have these hazards coming together.
So the committee asked, did local authorities need more powers to do things like ban barbecues in certain spots? Answering this time was Rob Gazzard, wildfire advisor at the Forestry Commission. He reckoned it wasn't that simple.
Currently, we place a lot of weight on things like disposable barbecues or cigarettes or broken glass, for example. I don't have any scientific evidence that they are the causes. And that is the problem. Until we actually identify exactly what these trends are, and these small little wildfire incidents are critical because it builds up a trend series of trends which will sometimes result in a big wildfire happening. Then we can actually then be specific about what powers we need and then what do we need to ban.
Richard Bailey is a gamekeeper and coordinator of the Peak District Moorland Group. He had one solution for some countryside wildfires: controlled burning.
I'm biased. We need to go back to prescribed burning in a sensible fashion at the right time of year. The top scientists from Exeter and York back this up. It's totally at odds with what Natural England is saying and what they've implied to us.
Professor Sally Bailey, chief scientist at Natural England, didn't think controlled burning was the answer.
The consequences of burning, noting that if the peatland has become dried and damaged, you're more likely to get, rather than a flash fire, a fire that goes down into the peat, are significant, releasing more carbon and then making those habitats, which I think we're all in agreement, re-wetting is a step in the right direction, even harder to restore.
Well, at the end of that hearing, I spoke to the Lib Dem Alistair Carmichael, who chairs the committee. He told me that when it had asked for evidence ahead of that inquiry, they'd had a big response from the public.
We heard from one gamekeeper's wife, for example, who said that She doesn't know when her husband goes out to tackle a fire, because it's always the gamekeepers or the hill farmers or the shepherds who are the first to get out there and try and tackle it, and a lot of the time are able to contain it without the fire brigade or any of the other services having to be involved. And she says, you know, he goes out into areas where there's no mobile phone coverage, so I don't know when he's coming back. And we heard from farmers who describe much the same thing, and they say that if they go out into their farm and they find people using a disposable barbecue or something of that sort, they will tell them, look, this is a dangerous thing for you to be doing, and, you know, not unusual for these people to be threatened as a consequence of it, because somehow or another there's not that understanding out there amongst the general public of just how dangerous, how much damage can be done by that sort of carelessness.
Do you think part of the problem is that you don't really know how many of these fires are started deliberately, how many are started by accident, or how many are started by other means?
That was a big part of the evidence that the committee heard. There is no single definition amongst the different public authorities who have an interest in it of what actually constitutes a wildfire. So without anticipating too much about what the committee will put in its report, I think we will be saying that this is an area which, as the climate has started to change, this is going to be a problem that will continue to grow, and it's really not good enough that the different silos in government should get in the way of good outcomes. So DEFRA, as the department responsible for nature, has a big role to play here, but the management of the fire service goes to housing, communities and local government. So you can see how you've got to a place where there are different interests at play, but really this is a moment for what we used to call joined up government.
What was also obvious, though, from your session was that there are some quite different opinions about how best to deal with the threat.
This is when you get into some of the politics and some of the practice around how our upland areas are managed. And there are all sorts of different political debates around things like driven grouse moor and whether or not there should be routine burning. So, you know, don't wait until the heather gets to be waist high. Can you remove the vegetation from the hill with a flash burning, so to speak? That's a complex debate, but it's pretty clear that the different agencies of government who have now started to regulate this space have not engaged sufficiently with the communities. They haven't brought them with them, and unless and until there is that better respect and understanding between government and the communities who are most directly affected, then this is just going to keep becoming more and more divisive. There needs to be a resetting of the relationship between bodies like Natural England and the land managers in the countryside. This is not going to get easier without that.
Alistair Carmichael there. You're listening to Today in Parliament with me, Alicia McCarthy. Now, drug use, violence and crime. A Labour MP says her area is being blighted because there are too many multiple occupancy homes. HMOs, as they're known, are defined as accommodation where two or more households share facilities, like bathrooms or kitchens. Emma Lewell says there are 50 in her South Shields constituency. She told me about the problems they create.
Say you have a beautiful old house and a developer buys it, chops it up into lots of tiny little bits, loads of different rooms, shared bathrooms, and then puts lots of vulnerable people in, and it's not well managed. The saturation of them in South Shields is like nothing I've ever seen. It's like the Wild West. I've had residents say to me, that HMO next door, there's people using drugs, there's needles on their street, there's crime. It's just completely out of control. And these are residential areas. There was one lady told me about, she lives next to a nursery. There's a few HMOs in that street. And she said there's people high, people drunk, wandering the streets in front of that nursery. She doesn't take her children out to play anymore. People's cars have been broken into. And it's just not a nice environment for people to live anymore.
Now, I don't doubt the government would say, we've got a housing crisis. We don't have enough places for people to live. This is a easy and affordable way to quickly house people.
Well, this has been the problem. This has been the failure of governments historically and now to build more council homes and to build homes for people. But if we are going to have HMOs, then let's enforce the licensing properly, because there are some well-run HMOs and they do provide that space for people if they're in between accommodation. But the badly run HMOs are causing problems for community cohesion, crime and all those other things that I mentioned before. Now, why is the licensing regime not being enforced appropriately on those landlords?
So if the licences were properly enforced, what would that involve?
It would be more like a supported accommodation model, because let's face it, if you are a vulnerable person and you're recovering from addiction, or you have some serious mental health issues, or if you're a young care leaver, or indeed if you are still in care and the local authority has placed you there, or if you're an asylum seeker, then you need support. Putting somebody in an HMO with no regulation, nobody there helping, nobody there supporting, that is a recipe for disaster.
Emma Lewell held a debate on the problem in the Commons. A Labour MP, Daniel Francis, argued developers were finding their way around council restrictions.
There are rules under the Charities Act 2011 which mean that if you're a charity running temporary accommodation or a temporary accommodation for people suffering from drug or alcohol abuse or a mental disorder, or you're a registered provider, you don't need that permission. And I'm seeing in my case, though, landlords who are joining with charities who are not putting people in there under those conditions and are circumventing the restrictions that are in place.
The Housing Minister, Matthew Pennycook, said the government was consulting on a more flexible policy, which he argued would in effect make it easier for councils to insist on planning permission for houses of multiple occupancy.
Local authorities can impose licence conditions to ensure landlords effectively manage HMOs. They also have the power to inspect properties without notice where they believe an offence has been committed under HMO legislation. Furthermore, the licence holder must undergo a fit and proper persons test to assure a local authority that they can manage the property responsibly.
But Emma Lewell interrupted.
He is right, there are regulations in place, there's the fit and proper test, but it's not working. This is why I've held today's debate. This is why me and my constituents are asking for stronger regulation, because everything that's in place is simply not working.
I thank my honourable friend for that contribution. As I've said, I'm more than happy to sit down with her, with other honourable members, to hear what suggestions they have, specific suggestions about where they believe the regulations need to be strengthened.
And the Minister said the key point was whether local authorities needed more powers or simply weren't enforcing the ones they already had. Now the government has been urged to think again about a change to the funding system for repairs to churches and other places of worship. Ministers have recently replaced a scheme which repaid VAT on repairs and improvements with grants for those that successfully bid for money. The new fund is worth just over £90 million over 4 years and is targeted at deprived areas. A Conservative, Lady Prentice, instigated a debate on the change, and just before stepping into the chamber, she told me what her concerns were.
We're really worried because we think fewer places of worship will be helped by the new scheme. The old scheme benefited about 5,000 churches and other places of worship a year. This new scheme will benefit probably between 150 and 200, and the application process is much more complicated.
But churches can and do get money from other sources, like, for example, the National Lottery.
Yes, absolutely. And of course, that's as it should be. Churches bring so much benefit to their communities. It's estimated that for every pound that goes into the church, for example, £16 of community spend comes back.
We have seen over recent decades, though, churches close, be put into different use, congregations merge as numbers fall. Isn't that a sort of natural process?
Of course, we have to keep checking in on what we need, but it is important to recognise that these buildings are integral to our communities. They are a very visible and very important part of our history and our heritage in this country, and it's, I think, very, very critical that we support them.
The government, though, would say times are extremely tough, money is very, very tight. How do you argue that this is something that should get more money from central government?
I would view it more as a not taxing people who are fundraising for their community asset. These are groups of people who are trying to keep the roofs on churches, for example. They should not have to pay the equivalent of VAT in order to do that. They should be helped and thanked for their hard work.
Lady Prentice. In that debate, the Bishop of Leicester, Martin Snow, said the new fund would benefit churches in areas of deprivation that couldn't raise money for repairs and so hadn't been helped by the previous VAT rebate scheme. But he too had reservations, including a concern that far fewer churches would get help and that rural churches could miss out.
Recent funding pressures highlight a widening gap between the cost of maintaining historic places of worship and the resources available to support them. Many congregations are now small, and the burden of upkeep increasingly falls on communities with limited resources. So a strategic, long-term funding approach is needed, which recognises that greater stability enables greater planning, better outcomes, and ultimately better value for money.
But a Liberal Democrat, Lord Scriven, took a very different view. He said nowadays less than half the population identified with any religious faith, but the fund ring-fenced millions of pounds of taxpayers' money for active religious buildings. He argued the Church of England had billions in investment income, which he reckoned could be restructured to look after church properties.
If this were purely a rescue mission for historic bricks and mortar, the theological utility of the building would be completely irrelevant. By tying public millions to active worship, the state is directly intervening to support religious practice itself. By funding active worship, the taxpayer is being forced to bankroll institutions that frequently hold exclusionary positions. Many of the religious bodies owning these buildings discriminate in their hiring practices, refuse to perform same-sex marriages, or bar women from leadership roles. Why should an LGBT+, an atheist, or a woman taxpayer see their hard-earned money used to prop up the roof of an establishment that actually rejects their rights?
But Lord Scriven was a lone voice in the debate. The Heritage Minister, Lady Twycross, defended the change away from the old scheme.
Our evaluation of the listed places of worship grant scheme showed that 80% of those who benefited said they would have completed the works anyway, though in some cases to a different timetable or scope. Our internal analysis of past payments of the listed places of worship grant data also shows that it disproportionately favoured places with less disadvantage.
And she sought to reassure Lady Prentice about the impact on churches in rural areas.
In areas not served by standard measures of deprivation, additional consideration can be given to those that serve isolated or rural communities or provide the primary or only shared community space in that locality.
Lady Twycross. The parliamentary week started with MPs squashing into the Commons to watch the three recent by-election winners take their seats. As well as the SNP's Lara Bird and the Conservatives' Douglas Lumsden, all eyes were on the return of Labour's Andy Burnham.
I swear by Almighty God that I will be faithful and bear true allegiance to His Majesty King Charles, his heirs and successors, according to law. So help me God.
It's not the first time Andy Burnham has been an MP. He stood down from the Commons in 2017 after nearly 16 years in the job. But what's it like to rejoin the Commons after being away? Melanie On is the Labour MP for Great Grimsby and Cleethorpes. She was re-elected in 2024, having lost her seat in 2019. So, how did she feel when she returned to the chamber, walked up to the dispatch box and took the oath for a second time?
It is quite bizarre because when you lose, you can't even imagine. And I know Andy stood down, he didn't lose an election, but you don't imagine that you'll be going back there again. So it is quite momentous. And I remember standing in the queue thinking, oh, first time round, I didn't know really what was going on. And second time round, still not entirely sure I know what's going on. But with lots of people around me who were brand new to it, who all assumed that I could remember exactly what had happened 10 years previously.
And when you're actually doing it, does it feel just as special as the first time?
Yeah, it does. And I think because it goes by in such a blur, the fact that you get a chance to do it again, at least you can absorb it a bit better. But I thought probably Andy got a bit distracted because, of course, somebody shouted at him, didn't he? So his moment of signing and the importance of it maybe diluted a little bit.
Now, you had a bit of a gap, about, 5 years in between your two sessions. When you returned, did it feel like absolutely nothing had changed, or did some of it feel different?
Definitely some of it felt different. I was surprised that I had forgotten my way around some parts of the palace, so routes to and from different places had gone. It's very different coming in with such a big group of new people. I mean, it must have been 3/4 of the Commons that was brand new across all sides. So that has been a bigger exercise in trying to remember everybody, because there were people I just wasn't sure whether they were our MPs or not, whether on the Labour side or on the other benches. And so it's taken me a long time to kind of get used to that. And then some of the procedure and processes and things like that, I've had to go back and check with whips and people who have been around for a long time just to refresh my memory. But I mean, generally there was a sense of familiarity, maybe more comfort than I had last time, just because it is something that you have done before, so you are kind of retreading your steps.
And as you mentioned, a whole batch of new faces when you reappeared in the Commons in 2024, so you've got to start all over again, rebuilding those relationships on your own side, but also with the opposition.
Yeah, absolutely. It's you forget, because when I came in 2015, actually we were a relatively small cohort, about 30 or something like that, so we got to know each other incredibly well and have stayed quite close as well through the intervening years. To try and do that with, 300 brand new people in your own party is nigh on impossible. So you don't get that same sense of being a small gang, because actually we were a dominant new gang. So actually it upset the balance in Parliament quite a lot as well. So that you could feel that lots of new people want to do things in new ways, but it certainly ruffled the feathers, I think, of people who've been there for some time, and there is a certain way of doing things, and there is a bit of deference, but with so many new people it's a bit more chaotic than that, and you just can't control it.
And an advantage, I suppose, for you, because you had been there before, so you were, I assume, able to hit the ground running a bit faster than some of the others, perhaps?
I think so. I knew what I wanted to do, and so, some things that had worked well last time I was able to replicate. Some things that I thought, I remember going down this path, making these choices last time, I wouldn't do that again. So that has helped me, I think, to avoid some of the stresses, because when you're first elected, it is such a big job. The responsibility, it weighs really heavy on your shoulders, and you want to do it absolutely the best that you can, and you can run yourself ragged, and you don't take breaks, and you're trying to be all things to all people at all times. And I knew that I just couldn't do that, because I did that before, and after 18 months I was absolutely exhausted. So I was like, I'm just going to pace myself this time, get things in order and take it a bit more slowly.
So is that your top tip to Parliament's most famous returnee of the week?
I would love to tell him to slow down and take it easy. I don't think he's going to have that choice, though.
Labour MP Melanie on there. And that's it from us for now. I'm Alicia McCarthy. The studio manager was Paul Mason. The editor was Susan Hume. And that was Today in Parliament.
This is BBC Radio 4.
BBC News at midnight. This is Chris Aldridge. US forces have tonight hit targets near the Strait of Hormuz, saying the strikes were a response to an Iranian attack on a commercial ship in the strategically important waterway. Search and rescue efforts are ramping up in Venezuela, where 2 powerful earthquakes are confirmed to have killed more than 900 people. More than 50,000 others are feared missing. The UK has recorded its hottest ever June temperature for the 3rd day in a row. President Trump's former National Security Advisor John Bolton has pleaded guilty to mishandling classified documents. Sir Keir Starmer has declined to sack the Immigration Minister Mike Tabb, despite being asked to do so by the Home Secretary. Also tonight, a final farewell to Radio 4 broadcasts on longwave. The US says it struck Iranian targets near the Strait of Hormuz tonight in response to an attack by Tehran on a commercial ship on Thursday. US Central Command says it targeted Iranian missile and drone storage locations and coastal radar sites. The US Vice President J.D. Vance says violence will be met with violence. Iran's Revolutionary Guard has said its forces will respond more extensively if there's any repeated aggression. Our correspondent Hull Griffith reports from Washington.
It's just over a week since the United States and Iran both signed the Memorandum of Understanding, pledging to end conflict on all fronts and open the Strait of Hormuz. However, this latest escalation shows the ceasefire is fragile and being tested on both sides. The United States says its aircraft struck Iranian storage facilities and a coastal radar site in response to a drone hitting a commercial cargo ship travelling along the Omani coast in the strait. While the damage was limited and the ship was able to continue its journey, US Central Command described it as an unwarranted act of aggression by Iranian forces and said its military remained present to ensure the agreement was obeyed. In a post on social media, the US Vice President J.D. Vance said Iran could pick up the phone if it had a disagreement on how the memorandum was being applied. Iran state media is reporting that the Revolutionary Guard repelled the American attack on Sirik Island.
Earlier in Washington, Israel and Lebanon signed a framework agreement which had been brokered by the United States after 5 rounds of negotiations. The U.S. Secretary of State Marco Rubio said it would begin to put in place a basis for peace. Lebanon's president said it was a first step to restoring sovereignty. But it comes as limited fighting has continued between Israeli forces and the Iran-backed armed group Hezbollah in southern Lebanon. More from our Global Affairs correspondent Sebastian Usher.
The full details of the agreement have not been announced, though there are reports that it again involves Israeli forces pulling out of some areas of southern Lebanon. Diplomatically, the fact that some kind of an agreement has been signed is a step forward, that the situation on the ground in Lebanon has shown little sign of shifting, despite several ceasefires. Both the Israeli military and Hezbollah are still carrying out attacks on each other, though with reduced intensity for now. Iran has linked the war in Lebanon to its ceasefire deal with the US, prompting President Trump to put pressure on the Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu to rein in the Israeli offensive. But Mr. Netanyahu has already restated his position, which is shared by his political opponents, that the IDF won't withdraw until Hezbollah disarms. The Lebanese government has been increasingly angry at what it sees as Tehran's interference in its affairs through its proxy, but its influence beyond the talks in Washington remains limited.
There are fears that the number of people killed in the 2 powerful earthquakes in Venezuela on Wednesday will rise significantly as a desperate search for survivors continues. More than 900 people are now confirmed to have died, but many more are still missing, with the United Nations humanitarian chief putting that figure at more than 50,000. One of the worst-hit areas is the northern port city of La Guaira, where satellite images show many high-rise buildings have been flattened. Carolina Lopez is one of those searching for missing relatives.
The only thing I can say is that I have my heart in my hands and I don't know what to do. That's the only thing I can say. I ask God for everything. There, where you see that destruction, nothing. I don't know where He is.
There have been some moments of relief, such as this rescue of a woman pulled alive from the rubble earlier today. The BBC's Vanessa Silva has been in La Guaira.
The level of devastation has no words to explain what we have seen in this area of this coastal town of Venezuela. There's so many destructions. This building at my back is just completely lining to one side. It's about to collapse, and there is so many places, and you can see people struggling with their own hands, trying to remove the rubble, the concrete, in the searching of the loved ones, but it's a lot of work that is needed. The international rescue teams are arriving to Venezuela. but still it's not enough. Still it's not deployed in all the places that we are seeing today. We literally see the floor open, the earth breaks in this area of La Guaira.
Teams from around the world are arriving in Venezuela to assist the relief effort, with tons of aid supplies also being delivered. The UK government says it has sent an RAF plane carrying British search and rescue teams to the country and will provide £2 million of emergency humanitarian funding. More from our World News correspondent Joe Inwood.
Working by torchlight, rescue teams in Caracas use angle grinders and their bare hands to search through the wreckage of collapsed buildings. Every now and again they fall silent to see if they can hear anyone knocking or crying for help. Then a shout goes up. There has been an aftershock and they move to safety. This was how much of the first 36 hours of the rescue operation was carried out. Local people working by hand. That spirit was praised by the acting president, Delcy Rodriguez, when she spoke to the nation a few hours ago.
Lo que está expresando es el gran corazón de nuestro pueblo.
This demonstrates the great heart of our people and their solidarity. No one has hesitated to go out into the streets to lend a hand to their Venezuelan brother or sister. And a very special recognition goes to our rescuers, those arriving from all over the country to join this commendable task of rescuing people alive from collapsed buildings and homes.
But this country, which has long suffered from poor governance and US sanctions, needs help to cope with a disaster of this scale. Teams from all over the world have flown into Venezuela, with many heading for the worst affected area in this disaster, the northern city of La Guaira. The UN says more than 1,000 rescue workers have arrived, along with 6 teams of specially trained dogs. Nicola Putschelt from the International Search and Rescue Dog Organization says they will save lives.
There is always hope to find people alive. So as we know from past events, there have been people found after several days. And I think this is also possible in this event. And we are very hopeful to find a lot of people and can help families to bring back people they are missing.
Today, once again, the number of confirmed dead rose sharply, but many more are still missing. Even as a major international rescue effort gets underway, few doubt the true scale of this tragedy is only just beginning to emerge.
A new record high temperature for June was set in the UK for the 3rd day in a row as heatwave conditions continue to affect parts of the country. The Met Office says a temperature of 37.3 Celsius was recorded at Santon Downham in Suffolk, topping the previous high of 36.7 Celsius in Somerset yesterday. Health leaders have warned that the unprecedented heat is having an impact on NHS services, as our health reporter Catherine Burns explains.
When you think about NHS staff going above and beyond in a heatwave, it's not just doctors and nurses. At St Mary's Hospital in London, the estates team have been taking turns doing shifts on the roof, day and night, hosing down the rooftop chillers with cold water, just to keep the air conditioning on inside.
Essentially, keeping it continually doused with water is the only way that we can keep it cool enough in order to be able to keep it running.
That's Ian Bateman, the Chief Operating Officer at Imperial College Healthcare. He says staff and patients have been brilliant, but it's not been easy.
Inside the hospital, it's warm. We're doing our very best. We've got additional chiller units in and fans everywhere that we could possibly put them, but unfortunately it's still uncomfortable. We're keeping our temperatures under constant review and wherever possible moving staff and patients around to try and keep them as comfortable as possible. But I think it's probably fair to say it's pushed our buildings and it's pushed our staff to some really challenging limits at times.
Parts of this hospital date back to the 1800s, not built with climate change or air conditioning in mind. Health leaders are warning that the NHS isn't equipped for heat waves and needs investment to cope with what is becoming an annual event. NHS staff have been telling me what it's like for them. One nurse said her ward was like a wall of heat and called it intolerable. A midwife described mums and new babies struggling to cope with temperatures over 30 degrees in a postnatal ward. And an A&E doctor said the heating was still on in some parts of their hospital. They said staff were irritable and some patients were abusive. Amy Tompkins is a GP in Greater Manchester.
Like so many others, our practice is converted residential rather than purpose-built, and general practice has limited resources to be able to cool the environment. We have one air conditioning unit in reception, so several of the doctors have been taking regular breaks to go and stand out there throughout their clinics.
NHS England says its website pages on heat exhaustion have had more than 120,000 hits in the last 5 days. It says services are using well-tested plans to keep staff and patients safe, but is asking the public to use their common sense about being out in the heat and staying hydrated.
The German Weather Service has said the country has hit its highest ever temperature on record at 41.3 Celsius. As large parts of Europe swelter under similar conditions to the UK, our correspondent Anna Holligan sent this report from the Dutch seaside resort of Kijkduin.
On golden sand, stretching across the North Sea, toddlers splash in the waves and families seek relief in the sea breeze. Elsewhere, escaping the heat is far more difficult. The electronic music festival DEFCON 1 in the Netherlands was ended prematurely. At midnight, visitors were asked to leave as a code red weather warning took effect. Fans were gutted.
I feel sorry for the people that have come really far. Some people have travelled literally from the other side of the world for like a once-in-a-lifetime experience, so I feel gutted for them. But I understand as well because it's so hot.
Organisers said they simply couldn't take the risk.
We were in the tent yesterday and you couldn't even dance. Everyone's pouring with sweat, everyone's exhausted. You couldn't do it, and that was, 31 degrees, so 37 today. Yeah, it's unbearable.
Across the continent, the heat is having devastating consequences. In France, a toddler died after being rescued from a car. The Pride March, scheduled to take place in Paris this weekend, has been postponed, while officials in Belgium cancelled a reenactment of Napoleon's defeat at the Battle of Waterloo. The World Weather Attribution Group of scientists said the record-breaking heat gripping Europe is unmistakably linked to climate change, and such temperatures would have been virtually impossible 50 years ago.
President Trump's former National Security Advisor John Bolton has pleaded guilty to mishandling classified information in a federal court. Mr. Bolton, who's become a fierce critic of Mr. Trump, made his admission as part of a deal which could see him go to prison for up to 5 years. More from our North America editor, Sarah Smith.
John Bolton amassed various amounts of national defence information in the notes he took when he was researching his 2020 memoir, The Room Where It Happened. He then used a personal email account and a messaging app to share that information with 2 members of his family who did not have security clearances. His email account was later accessed by a hacker allegedly linked to Iran. Under the plea agreement he struck, he will serve no more than 5 years in jail and will have to pay a fine of over $2 million. A former top advisor to President Trump, Mr. Bolton has become one of his most outspoken critics. When he was first charged, he sought to portray the investigation as part of President Trump's push to use the justice system to target his political enemies. Today he admitted the charges and said he was sorry for it. His lawyer compared the case to the 2023 indictment of Donald Trump for mishandling secret documents he kept at Mar-a-Lago. The judge overseeing that case dismissed those charges before it went to trial.
President Trump has threatened to impose a 100% import tariff against any country that targets US firms with a digital services tax, including the UK. The EU has vowed to respond swiftly and decisively if Mr. Trump carries out his threat. The Russian-controlled authorities in Crimea have declared a state of emergency after Ukrainian attacks disrupted fuel supplies. Moscow says the move is designed to keep essential services running. President Zelensky of Ukraine has announced what he calls a 40-day influence campaign aimed at forcing Russia to negotiate. Our Eastern Europe correspondent Sarah Rainsford sent this report from Lviv.
First, there was fuel rationing and power cuts. Now there's a state of emergency in Crimea as Ukraine steps up its drone attacks on the peninsula. After making this announcement, the Russian-appointed governor, Sergei Aksyonov, had to reassure residents it wouldn't mean restrictions on their movements or a curfew. He said it was about cutting bureaucracy to take rapid decisions. But Ukraine is focusing its military strikes on and around Crimea like never before, and that's having a major impact. On social media, people are posting videos of shopping centres with no power and long queues of cars towards the main bridge as people head for the Russian mainland. Even children's summer camps have been suspended for safety. Moscow's illegal annexation of Crimea in 2014 was hugely popular in Russia and a big ratings boost for Vladimir Putin. But for Ukraine, it was the first act of aggression in what later became an all-out invasion. So this intensified military campaign against the stolen jewel in President Putin's crown is highly symbolic in itself. But it is also part of a wider push to increase pressure on the Kremlin and to force Vladimir Putin into peace talks before Russia gets better at intercepting the drones.
Sir Keir Starmer has declined to sack the Immigration Minister Mike Tapp, despite being asked to do so by the Home Secretary. Shabana Mahmood argues Mr Tapp has broken collective responsibility and breached the ministerial code by writing a newspaper article without consulting her first. Our political correspondent Damien Grammaticus is following developments.
Sir Keir Starmer's intervention is a sharp rebuff to his Home Secretary. Downing Street said it was not for any individual Secretary of State, but for the Prime Minister alone to decide if someone had broken the ministerial code. Mr Tapp, the Immigration Minister working under Shabana Mahmood, had written an article about her signature policy to make many who come to the UK wait longer before they can apply for permanent residency. He said, to be fair, it should not apply retrospectively to those already here on care worker visas. He had not cleared the article with her. The spat highlights the fractured relationships in Sir Keir's government. Mr Tapp has been a staunch defender of the Prime Minister. Miss Mahmood, who's been effectively rebuked, was one of the cabinet ministers who recently told Sir Keir he should step down.
The Green Party has been forced to return a donation which was made by its leader, Zach Polansky, after it was deemed to be impermissible. Mr Polansky gave just over £1,500 to the London branch of his party last September, but wasn't on the electoral register at the time. His party put that down to personal security concerns. Here's our political correspondent, Harry Farley.
Zach Polansky gave his party £1,539 shortly after he took over in September last year. But at the time, Mr Polansky was not on the electoral register, meaning legally the donation was impermissible. The explanation from his party that he wasn't registered because of security concerns comes as Mr Polansky is understood to be in discussion with the Home Office and police about his protection. Because the donation was unlawful, it should have been returned within 30 days, but it wasn't returned until the 10th of June this year. A party spokesperson said this donation was made to the London Green Party. When the issue was brought to the National Party's attention, the donation was returned. The Electoral Commission said it was considering the matter and so could not comment, but that it had not launched an investigation.
A court has lifted reporting restrictions that prevented the media from identifying 13 men who were charged alongside a husband who's accused of conspiring with others to drug and sexually abuse his wife. The husband and 12 of the 13 other suspects are due to go on trial in Manchester later this year. Our North of England reporter Rowan Bridge listened to proceedings at Manchester Minchell Street Crown Court.
The husband in the case is in his 60s and from the Stockport area of Greater Manchester. He can't be named to protect the identity of his wife. Of the 48 offences he was charged with, he's admitted 15, including rape, but will stand trial on other allegations. They include conspiring with other people to drug and rape his wife. This morning, the judge lifted an order allowing us to report more detail of the case. 12 of the 13 co-defendants have pleaded not guilty. They're Philip Wilde, Sean Pears, Jonathan Kirk and Robert Stewart, all from Stockport. Jordan Wallace and Alan Keelan, who are both from Manchester. Mohammed Sabir of no fixed abode. Graham Brewham from Northwich in Cheshire, Richard Townsend from Rochdale, Carl Lindsay from Taunton, Daniel Rayner from Whitstable in Kent, and David Graves from Ilkeston in Derbyshire. Between them, they face a range of charges, including rape and conspiracy to rape. A 13th co-defendant has pleaded guilty to 4 charges. Keith Fotheringham, who's from Dundee, has admitted, among other offences, conspiring to rape and conspiring to drug the woman at the centre of the case. Those who've pleaded not guilty to offences will go on trial in Manchester in September.
Downing Street has said it is very concerning that a US fighter pilot stationed in the UK avoided trial under English law for strangling a woman in Cambridge. Captain Jacob Wolfson was tried at an American military court by a panel of 8 male Air Force officers, despite the incident taking place while he was off duty. Our UK correspondent Daniel Sandford reports.
Sarah Steele waived her anonymity to allow the Guardian newspaper to highlight the concerns raised by her case. The Cambridge academic met Captain Jacob Wolfson on the dating app Tinder and agreed to go to see the fighter pilot at his flat in Cambridge. But there he strangled her during sex, which she said was not consensual. When she reported it, Cambridge Constabulary allowed the US military police to take the lead in the investigation. Wolfson was tried by an all-male American court-martial panel, which found him guilty of strangulation, but acquitted him of non-consensual sex. Sarah Steele told the Today programme that the panel then took into account Wolfson's military record when passing sentence.
They were raising, in his mitigation, how many people he'd killed, supposedly to get him a lower sentence for committing a serious violent crime against me.
Under an agreement made in 1951, members of US armed forces based in the UK will be prosecuted by the Americans for offences committed on duty or against other US personnel. Other offences can be prosecuted in the UK courts, but police forces are still required to give sympathetic consideration to requests by the US military to prosecute their own staff. The Prime Minister's official spokesman said it was very concerning that this case never reached the Crown Prosecution Service for a decision on whether it should be prosecuted under English law. The Justice Minister, Jake Richards, agreed the case raised questions that he would now look at.
There are issues around military courts, whether that is in America or indeed our own, and how that interplays with our criminal courts and our civil courts. That's always an area that we look at.
The Minister said he'd make sure there was a thorough and objective review of the case.
A former Cambridgeshire police officer has been found guilty of misconduct in public office after creating what prosecutors described as a toxic WhatsApp culture. Paul Street encouraged colleagues to bully a teenage detainee and ask for a sexual video of a female suspect. A jury at the Old Bailey convicted him on 2 counts of misconduct. He's been remanded in custody and will be sentenced next month. A van driver has been praised by police after giving a lift to an armed officer who was pursuing a man suspected of carrying out a serious assault. Our correspondent Duncan Kennedy sent this report from Margate in Kent.
Open it! Stay where you are! Open it! Stay there!
Tuesdays in Margate don't normally play out like this. Armed officers recording on body-worn cameras are running after a suspect. But it looked like the alleged culprit was hot-footing it to freedom. That is, until a passing van driver stops to pick up the officer to carry on the chase.
Running down the hill towards the viaduct.
Get back, get back.
Go, 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 go. I'm going, I'm going. Go, go, go. Cheers, buddy. Follow that police officer. Don't crash.
In a reverse of what usually happens in the movies, where the cop commandeers the car, this van driver was in full pursuit mode, happy to help the police chasing the man suspected of carrying out a serious assault.
If you just go past him, keep going past. Keep going past. Stop here on the right. Stop. Don't move. Put your hands on your head.
The wheels of justice have rarely turned so fast. With chase over and arrest made, the officer thanks his obliging new recruit.
Cheers for your help.
No problem. Glad I could be of service.
Cheers, buddy. We'll get on with doing the rest of it. Well, thank you very much for your assistance.
That was quite exhilarating.
See you later. Hopefully the rest of your day is a bit calmer.
Yeah.
Cheers, guys.
See you later.
Kent police say the van driver, who hasn't been named, should feel proud in what's clearly a case of a good Samaritan doing his bit to drive down crime.
In cricket, on day 2 of the third and deciding test match of the series, England brought themselves back in contention against New Zealand at Trent Bridge. England took all 10 wickets for 121 runs to dismiss the tourists for a first innings total of 438. The returning captain Ben Stokes ended up with 4 wickets. In reply, England's opening batsman Ben Duckett hit an 88-ball century to leave his side 223 for 2 at the close, trailing the tourists by 215 runs with 8 wickets in hand. Radio 4 broadcast on longwave will end in just over half an hour's time. The BBC began broadcasting on the frequency from its original transmitters in Daventry in Northamptonshire in 1925, before switching to a new transmitting station in Worcestershire. Our media correspondent David Sillito reports.
Ready for number 3. All ready. Right, let her go.
1934 and the beginning of an engineering marvel.
To run up the high-tension machine.
The powerful long-wave transmitter masts at Droitwich, 213 metres high, along with 2 sister stations in Burghead and Westerglen in Scotland, ensured the BBC was a truly national service.
It is the national programme from London, radiated by the new long-wave transmitter at Droitwich.
Beginning with Eric Coates' The Merrymakers, the BBC's new Droitwich service sent out a signal that travelled far out to sea and, for decades, delivered the shipping forecast.
Dover, Thames, Humber, Heligoland, East Dogger.
And that ability to travel far? In the Second World War, the long-wave signal was a way of communicating across Europe.
These are today's main events. Germany has invaded Poland and has bombed many towns.
And even sending coded messages to the French resistance. And in more recent years,
on 198 Longwave,
allowed cricket-starved holidaymakers to follow Test Match Special from the beaches of Brittany.
And join Jonathan Agnew.
Hello, good morning and welcome to...
But 92 years on, the masts are showing their age. The elderly technology behind the service is drifting into obsolescence. Scan along Longwave these days, and most will only hear the slightly scratchy sound.
I just wonder if there's anyone at the top of
BBC Radio 4 on 198.
Actually batting for Radio 4.
Which has been warning its few remaining listeners that things are coming to an end.
This service is closing. BBC transmissions on this frequency will end on
15 years after the announcement that investment in the service had come to an end, Arqiva, who operate the transmitters, are shutting it down next week. Which means that tonight, Radio 4 will be saying goodbye to Longwave.
Now for a look at the morning papers, and the Daily Telegraph reports that the former Cabinet Secretary Lord Case has called for Andy Burnham to be honest with the public and, if he becomes Prime Minister, call an early general election. Speaking to the paper, Lord Case adds that Mr Burnham is walking a very difficult tightrope because he had promised change but had no mandate to deliver it. According to The Times, Andy Burnham is expected to say the South is paying the price for economic failure in the North when he delivers a major speech on the economy next week. In what the paper calls Mr Burnham's first big policy speech since Sir Keir Starmer's resignation, he's due to set out a strategy which would see Whitehall budgets slashed and money diverted to regional mayors. The Sun says that Prince Harry is to take his children to see his mother's grave for the first time during their trip to the UK next month. The visit is reportedly due to take place days after what would have been Princess Diana's 65th birthday. The headlines again. US forces have tonight hit targets near the Strait of Hormuz, saying the strikes were a response to an Iranian attack on a commercial ship in the strategically important waterway. Search and rescue efforts are ramping up in Venezuela, where 2 powerful earthquakes are confirmed to have killed more than 900 people. More than 50,000 others are feared missing. The UK has recorded its hottest ever June temperature for the 3rd day in a row. President Trump's former National Security Advisor John Bolton has pleaded guilty to mishandling classified documents. Sir Keir Starmer has declined to sack the Immigration Minister Mike Tabb, despite being asked to do so by the Home Secretary. BBC News.
With Chris Aldridge. And now with a look at that all-important weather forecast. Good morning, Ben Rich.
Hello there. For the third consecutive day, Friday saw the UK provisionally breaking its UK June temperature record with a high of 37.3 Celsius at Santon Downham in Suffolk. Bournemouth in Dorset recorded 14.2 hours of sunshine, but it wasn't like that everywhere. There were some really big downpours and thunderstorms around, and at Loch Glasgarnock in the Highlands, we recorded 51.2 millimetres of rain, over 2 inches of rain in the space of 24 hours. Stornoway in the Western Isles only got to 14.8 degrees Celsius. And there is some cooler weather on the way as we head through this weekend. Probably a relief for many. But in the short term, for Saturday, the Met Office still has an amber warning of extreme heat. This covers parts of eastern and southeastern England, valid until 9 o'clock on Saturday evening, because we are still going to see some pretty high temperatures across that southeast corner as we go through the next 24 hours. Now, through the rest of the night, across England and Wales, long clear spells. A few showers clipping into the southeast of England and East Anglia. Northern Ireland and Scotland seeing more in the way of cloud, and still some showers here, especially in the north of Scotland, where there will be some further thundery downpours. Overnight temperatures staying up around 20 or 21 degrees in the southeast corner, but a little cooler and fresher further north and west. And then into Saturday, across England and Wales, a lot of dry weather, some sunny spells, areas of cloud for some western coasts where it will also be quite breezy. And then late in the afternoon, we may see some showers and thunderstorms just moving up from the English Channel into the southeast of England. Northern Ireland and Scotland will see more in the way of cloud. That cloud producing some showery rain at times. Still the potential for the odd flash of lightning, the odd rumble of thunder. It will be fairly breezy. Temperatures across Northern Ireland and Scotland generally in the low 20s Celsius. England and Wales seeing highs of 25 to 32 degrees. The highest temperatures in the east, but it will turn fresher for all of us on Sunday.
Some good news, Ben. Thank you so much, Ben Rich. And on Radio 4, we conclude our series, first broadcast in 2023, How to Spot Potential, with Kate Mason.
I'm just going to test my own potential now. I've found this website which has sample tests that might be used to assess the way I think. It's called a Cognitive Assessment Predictive Index. It sounds a bit like it's ranking my potential. Tests like this are now widely used in recruitment to find HIPOs, that is, high potential employees in the jargon. Let's have a go. Cognitive assessment sample questions. Oh no, this is difficult. Choose the word that is most nearly the opposite of commend. Comply, certify, criticise, prevail, dissuade. Oh, the most nearly the opposite. God, I didn't read the question. I feel like that's quite bad, isn't it? Commend, criticise. Show answer. The correct answer is criticise. Cool. All right, should we just assume I get them all right? Oh my goodness. This is like a verbal. It's like a verbal and pictorial reasoning thing, isn't it? It's like one of those things you did at school. Two figures above share a common feature. One of the figures below does not share the same feature. Which figure below does not share this common feature? Oh no. Oh, it's A. I can handle that. 20. Correct answer is 20. They've done some stuff about maths again. Question 7 of 7, thank God. Which of the figures below the line will replace the question mark following the sequence of figures shown? It's been a long day, potential spotters. I have absolutely no idea, but if I thought about it more carefully and wasn't on the radio, then I could probably figure it out. I'm just going to pick... Oh God, I'm too competitive. Help. It doesn't say whether I'm good or not. But basically there's a chart at the end that says if you do well on the answers, I think you're like a strong fit for the organisation, whatever the organisation would be. Should I argue with these results? Unclear. How useful are they? They just made me feel quite good. They're not giving me a hard sense of something like, say, my blood cell count. Although one of them that I've looked at does basically say if I'm good at maths or not. Which, I don't know, if I wanted to show potential as an actor or something, it probably wouldn't be that relevant. It's not... There is a scale that says, like, if this is above or below average, so I suppose that is useful. In this series, we've found lots of different ways of tracing potential in sports, music, education and in work. If you've missed them, do go back and listen by searching How to Spot Potential on BBC Sounds.
So there's phenomenal potential in the human brain, and the story of that potential is what opportunities you get. How do you get to grow your brain, develop your brain? Do you get to learn to read? Do you get to learn to speak those different languages? Do you get to learn to play a musical instrument? The potential is sort of dizzying.
Much of this is related to educational opportunities, to cultural scenarios, to how in many places in the world people are held back. But I have a sense overall that the world is not using in any way its full potential of the human brain, of the human body, etc. And that feels very sad at this point in time because we've got so many problems to solve.
In this last episode, I want to look into the future. And it's a tricky one. We seem to be at a point where big changes are happening in society that might contradict everything we've learned in this series about identifying and maximising potential. When considering human potential, we now need to ask, what is that potential for?
Vicky Garchea, chartered organisational psychologist. 20 years ago, if you asked me about potential as a psychologist, I might have talked to you about general intelligence, the capacity to be intelligent and therefore pass anything, do well. And that would be why people do well in things like the 11+. It's a score of general intelligence. Well, now with things like ChatGPT, it can do so much of those types of things, numerical testing, verbal reasoning testing. So if machines can do well in those activities, what does potential and what replaces that view of general intelligence? And it will be things like my capacity to analyse, my capacity to be creative, but coupled with empathy and influencing skills, things that we won't be able to solely rely on automation to deliver.
Nikki is thinking about what the growth of technology means in the workplace and how it moves the goalposts.
This year, the World Economic Forum released data in relation to the business skills that we need to have alongside automation. And they were highlighting that at least 34% of all of the organisations they'd surveyed had an element of automation in roles. And in the next 5 years, it will go up to 42%. And if we've got 42% of many roles globally in the workplace having an element of automation, then potential will start to evolve. It's really the question of, if the machine can release some potential in so many ways, what can the human do?
And what that machine-realised human potential of the future might be, and how we get there, is also being considered much more widely, far beyond the world of work, across subjects as diverse as medical science, computer gaming and space exploration.
I'm Ghislaine Boddington. I'm a reader in digital immersion at the School of Design at the University of Greenwich, and I also run the creative collective Body Data Space. At the moment, I'm looking at the augmentation of the body, potentially to support us through life, a kind of scenario where we'd have an ally or a companion or a co-worker working with us.
Ghislaine's investigations are part of global research, taking in both the practicalities and ethics of technological advances and thinking about how our potential could be augmented or realised in all manner of our lives through the creation of digital twins, computer-generated versions of ourselves.
the modelling of a digital human, a digital me, that would be there to work with me, to support me in different ways.
So are we thinking like a kind of like a demon in Northern Lights, you know, where you've got a little animal companion who can talk to you about your emotions and various other things? Or are we talking about like a sort of digital slave that we can get to do things like the washing up? What sort of thing are we thinking about here?
The demon example is very good, actually, because we are talking here about something that would be with you all the time. And my concept is based on having a real-time virtual body interface that's with me from birth, grows up with me and learns about the world alongside me, advises and supports across many aspects of life. Could be mental health, could be supporting your work, fitness, etc. And actually collaborates with me on my work, on my social life. So it could be an avatar, it could be robotic or holographic, or all three. There are already many examples of this in different sectors. Digital human twin modelling for the medical sector is well advanced, and in the space sector too. But also we know it more on a day-to-day. The ideas and the to-do lists that come up in my head when I'm otherwise occupied and not able to be tapping into my phone would be wonderful if they were translated into those scenarios. However, that one's probably quite a way off. At the moment, it is about the aggregation of data that we do, in the main, already can collect, either through our own apps, like you're saying about sleep apps or fitness apps, or through more advanced apps that are being used by the medical sector and other sectors. I think there's also a sense of understanding now with the AI explosion that's happening into much more mass society of how helpful it would be and how it might make life a little bit less boring if there was an AI working with us to say, this email is urgent, forget this lot. Help with searching for things on your computer, help with these very basic level tasks that we all spend hours doing, hours and hours, being pretty much robots on our computers, which actually can be done now by AI.
I could basically delegate stuff to it.
Exactly that, and hopefully through that giving us more space and time to have much more original thinking time and solution creating time, which is where I think our brains are not being used to their full potential.
Sounds a bit Brave New World. But should we worry? Would those machines like us outstrip our potential? Well, science has some reassurance.
My name's Sophie Scott and I'm a Professor of Cognitive Neuroscience at University College London. What I think of when I think of potential is human brains. And the reason why I think about human brains is they're kind of like a machine for potential. You've got 86 billion brain cells. They're what you're born with. You're born with almost all the brain cells you're ever going to have. You don't learn and change by growing new bits of your brain. You learn and change by remodelling the connections between those existing brain cells. And this is giving you a sort of a computer of extraordinary power. All computers have got a limit to how much memory they have. There's no known limit to human memory. There's no known limitation on the number of languages a human can learn to speak. The limitation is time. Human brains are unbelievably full of potential. It's also the case that there is substantial evidence for individual differences along lots of different parameters. Thinking about the language example, there's quite good evidence now that some people are really good at hearing differences in speech sounds from other languages, and other people are really good at learning to produce them, and they're not necessarily the same people. They're two different ways in which people vary. But that's only going to be found out if you have that opportunity. It's a case of both, I think, embracing and giving the potential to everybody to find out what their brains can do. And there might be something really particular, very special about your brain. Well, I hope you get the opportunity to find out about it.
Throughout this series, we've considered potential largely in young people, from spotting teenage sports stars or musicians to entering university and getting on the career ladder. But satisfyingly, Sophie says it's not all about them.
You are going to be better at learning a new language when you're a child, partly because you don't have to go out to work for a living and things like that, but also there does seem to be a sort of critical period for really getting good at speaking a new language, for example, at that age. But actually, although there's some individual variation, most people will be able to pick up a new language with time and with desire to do so throughout their whole lives. Your brain is plastic, it's flexible.
So there we have it. Human potential is boundless, not constrained by age, and, despite current concerns, unlikely to be killed off by technology. The search for potential is intertwined with what makes our lives interesting. It makes us curious and leads us to the question, what next? And while it might be an individual trait, it's also something that relies on others, those who give us a chance, see something in us, spot our potential.
How to Spot Potential was presented by Kate Mason. The producer was Julian Siddle. In a few moments here on Radio 4, the shipping forecast. This is BBC Radio 4. Now, the shipping forecast issued by the Met Office on behalf of the Maritime and Coast Guard Agency at 0015 on Saturday, the 27th of June, 2026. The general synopsis at 1800. Low Malin, 1008. Expected Bailey, 993 by 1800 Saturday. New High, expected German Bight, 1016 by same time. The area forecast for the next 24 hours. Viking, north at Sierra, south at Sierra. Variable 2 to 4, becoming southerly 4 or 5, occasionally 6 later. Showers and fog patches, moderate or good, occasionally very poor. 40s, Cromarty 4th. Variable 2 to 4, becoming south 4 or 5, occasionally 6 later. Showers, thundery at first with fog patches, moderate or good, occasionally very poor at first. Tyne, Dogger. Variable 2 to 4, becoming south 4 or 5 later. Showers, thundery and Dogger, good, occasionally poor. Fisher. Variable 2 to 4, showers, thundery later with fog patches, moderate or good, occasionally very poor later. German Bight, Humber, Thames, Dover, White, Portland. Variable 2 to 4, thundery showers, moderate or good, occasionally poor. Plymouth. South veering southwest 3 to 5, showers, good, occasionally moderate. Biscay. Variable 2 to 4, becoming west 3 to 5 later. Thundery showers, good, occasionally moderate. Trafalgar, west 2 to 4, veering northwest 3 to 5. Showers, good. Fitzroy, Seoul, south southwest, veering west later 4 to 6. Occasional rain, good, occasionally moderate. Lundy, Fastnet, south southwest 4 to 6. Showers, rain later, good, occasionally moderate. Irish Sea, southerly 4 to 6, occasionally 7 and west. Showers, rain later, moderate or good, occasionally poor. Shannon, south 4 or 5, veering southwest 5 or 6. Rain or showers, good, occasionally poor. Rockall, cyclonic 4 to 6, becoming southwest 5 to 7 later. Rain at times, moderate or good, occasionally poor. Malin, Hebrides, cyclonic, becoming south 4 to 6. Rain or showers, thundery at first, moderate or good, occasionally poor. Bailey, southeast, becoming cyclonic 4 to 6. Occasional rain, good, occasionally poor. Fair Isle, east veering south 4 to 6. Rain or showers, thundery at first with fog patches, moderate or good, occasionally very poor at first. Faroes, east southeast 4 to 6. Rain at times, moderate or good, occasionally poor. And southeast Iceland, southerly backing easterly 4 to 6, becoming cyclonic 5 to 7 later. Perhaps gale aid later in northwest. Occasional rain, moderate or good, occasionally poor. And now the weather reports from coastal stations for 2300. Tyree automatic, southeast 3. Stornoway, northeast 3. Recent rain 4 miles 1010, falling. Lerwick, northeast 3, 24 miles 1015, falling slowly. Wick automatic, east-southeast 3, recent fog 3 miles 1014, falling more slowly. Aberdeen, northeast by east 1, slight rain 600 meters 1013, falling slowly. Lucas, east-northeast 3, 4 miles 1013, now rising. Boomer, northeast by north 2, fog 200 meters 1013, rising more slowly. Bridlington, west-northwest 2, 1013, rising more slowly. Sandetti light vessel automatic, southwest 6, 2 miles 1016. Greenwich light vessel automatic, south-southwest 3, 2 miles 1018. St. Catherine's Point automatic, west-northwest 1, 1018, rising slowly. Jersey, northeast 2, 16 miles 1018, now falling. Channel light vessel automatic, south by west 2, 1019. Scilly automatic, south 4, mist 4 miles 1016, now falling. Milford Haven, south by west 3, 8 miles 1016, steady. Aberporth, south by west 4, 27 miles 1016, rising slowly. Valley, south-southwest 5, 9 miles 1015, rising slowly. Liverpool Crosby, west 3, 14 miles 1015, rising more slowly. Valencia, south by east 3, 22 miles 1010, now falling. Ronaldsway, south 5, mist 5 miles 1013, rising slowly. Malin Head, east by south 2, 7 miles 1007, falling. And Machrihanish automatic, east-southeast 4, recent drizzle 5 miles 1010, rising slowly. And here's the weather forecast for the inshore waters of Great Britain and Northern Ireland, valid for the following 24 hours, issued by the Met Office at 2300. The general situation: a strengthening southwesterly flow will affect northern and western waters on Saturday. while a slack and humid flow continues to affect waters elsewhere. During Sunday, a change to a westerly flow will spread fresher conditions eastwards across all parts. Cape Wrath to Rattray Head, including Orkney. East 3 to 5, occasionally 6 near Cape Wrath. Veering south, occasionally 6 near Rattray Head, then becoming variable 2 to 4 later. Rain or showers, perhaps thundery at first with fog patches. Moderate or good, occasionally very poor at first. Rattray Head to Berwick-upon-Tweed. Variable 2 to 4, becoming south 4 to 6. Fog patches and drizzle at first, then showers. Moderate or poor, occasionally very poor, becoming good. Berwick-upon-Tweed to Whitby. Variable 2 to 4, becoming southeast 3 to 5, then veering south or southwest 2 to 4 later. Drizzle at first, then showers. Moderate or poor, becoming good. Whitby to Gibraltar Point. Variable 1 to 3, becoming south or southeast 2 to 4, occasionally 5 later. Showers, good, occasionally moderate at first. Gibraltar Point to North Foreland. Variable becoming southerly or southeasterly later, 2 to 4. Thundery showers, moderate or good, occasionally poor. North Foreland to Selsey Bill. Westerly 2 to 4, becoming variable 1 to 3, occasionally 4 later. Thundery showers, moderate or good, occasionally poor. Selsey Bill to Lyme Regis. West 2 to 4, becoming variable 1 to 3, then southwest 2 to 4 later. Showers, thundery in east, fair later, moderate or good, occasionally poor in east. Lyme Regis to Land's End, including the Isles of Scilly. Variable 2 to 4, becoming south or southwest 3 to 5. Showers later, good, occasionally moderate. Land's End to St. David's Head, including the Bristol Channel. Variable 2 to 4, becoming south or southwest 3 to 5. Occasionally 6 near Pembrokeshire. Showers later, good, occasionally moderate in west. St. David's Head to Great Orme Head, including St. George's Channel. South 3 to 5, veering southwest 4 to 6. Showers, rain later, moderate or good. Great Orme Head to the Mull of Galloway. Variable 2 to 4 at first in Liverpool Bay. Otherwise southerly or southwesterly 4 or 5, occasionally 6 and north. Showers, rain later, moderate or good, occasionally poor at first in north. Isle of Man. Southerly or southwesterly 4 to 6, occasionally 7 later in west. Fog patches at first, rain later. Moderate or good, occasionally very poor at first. Loch Foyle to Carlingford Loch. Southerly or southeasterly 4 to 6, occasionally 7 in east. Showers, rain later, good, occasionally poor. Mull of Galloway to Mull of Kintyre, including the Firth of Clyde and North Channel. Southerly or southeasterly 4 to 6, occasionally 7 in North Channel. Showers, rain later, good, occasionally poor. Mull of Kintyre to Ardnamurchan Point. South or southeast 4 to 6. Showers, rain later, moderate or good, occasionally poor later. Ardnamurchan Point to Cape Wrath. East or southeast 3 to 5, occasionally 6 near Cape Wrath. Veering south or southwest 4 to 6. Rain or showers, thundery at first, moderate or good, occasionally poor. And Shetland Isles, east 3 or 4, veering south or southeast 4 or 5, occasional rain and fog patches, showers later, moderate or good, occasionally very poor. And that completes the shipping forecast. Well, before we leave you tonight, I just wanted to take a moment to mark the end of an era. For almost a century, the long-wave transmitters have carried the BBC across the airwaves, from the iconic Droitwich transmitting station in Worcestershire to Westerglen and Birkhead in Scotland. And though the long-wave signal is fading into history this morning, the memories and the connection it created will endure forever. We shall miss your warmth and crackle. Well, that's it from me, Al Ryan, and all of us here at Broadcasting House. If you have been, thanks for listening. Have a safe, quiet and peaceful night. Good night. Ihuwa.
You are listening to 198 kHz longwave. BBC Radio 4 is no longer available on this frequency. However, you can find Radio 4 many other ways. You can find BBC Radio 4 online via BBC Sounds. Radio 4 is available on DAB digital radio and through your digital television, including Freely. Radio 4 is also available via FM radio on 92 to 95 MHz and 103 to 105 MHz. Plus, you can listen via your smart speaker. Just say, play Radio 4. Information on how to listen can be found on the BBC website at bbc.co.uk/reception. You are listening to 198 kHz longwave. BBC Radio 4 is no longer available on this frequency. However, you can find Radio 4 many other ways. You can find BBC Radio 4 online via BBC Sounds. Radio 4 is available on DAB digital radio and through your digital television, including Freely. Radio 4 is also available via FM radio on 92 to 95 MHz and 103 to 105 MHz. Plus, you can listen via your smart speaker. Just say, play Radio 4. Information on how to listen can be found on the BBC website at bbc.co.uk/reception. You are listening to 198 kHz longwave. BBC Radio 4 is no longer available on this frequency. However, you can find Radio 4 many other ways. You can find BBC Radio 4 online via BBC Sounds. Radio 4 is available on DAB digital radio and through your digital television, including Freely. Radio 4 is also available via FM radio on 92 to 95 MHz and 103 to 105 MHz. Plus, you can listen via your smart speaker. Just say, play Radio 4. Information on how to listen can be found on the BBC website at bbc.co.uk/reception. You are listening to 198 kHz longwave. BBC Radio 4 is no longer available on this frequency. However, you can find Radio 4 many other ways. You can find BBC Radio 4 online via BBC Sounds. Radio 4 is available on DAB digital radio and through your digital television, including Freely. Radio 4 is also available via FM radio on 92 to 95 MHz and 103 to 105 MHz. Plus, you can listen via your smart speaker. Just say, play Radio 4. Information on how to listen can be found on the BBC website at bbc.co.uk/reception. You are listening to 198 kHz longwave. BBC Radio 4 is no longer available on this frequency. However, you can find Radio 4 many other ways. You can find BBC Radio 4 online via BBC Sounds. Radio 4 is available on DAB digital radio and through your digital television, including Freely. Radio 4 is also available via FM radio on 92 to 95 MHz and 103 to 105 MHz. Plus, you can listen via your smart speaker. Just say, play Radio 4. Information on how to listen can be found on the BBC website at bbc.co.uk/reception. You are listening to 198 kHz longwave. BBC Radio 4 is no longer available on this frequency. However, you can find Radio 4 many other ways. You can find BBC Radio 4 online via BBC Sounds. Radio 4 is available on DAB digital radio and through your digital television, including Freely. Radio 4 is also available via FM radio on 92 to 95 MHz and 103 to 105 MHz. Plus, you can listen via your smart speaker. Just say, play Radio 4. Information on how to listen can be found on the BBC website at bbc.co.uk/reception. You are listening to 198 kHz longwave. BBC Radio 4 is no longer available on this frequency. However, you can find Radio 4 many other ways. You can find BBC Radio 4 online via BBC Sounds. Radio 4 is available on DAB digital radio and through your digital television, including Freely. Radio 4 is also available via FM radio on 92 to 95 MHz and 103 to 105 MHz. Plus, you can listen via your smart speaker. Just say, play Radio 4. Information on how to listen can be found on the BBC website at bbc.co.uk/reception. You are listening to 198 kHz longwave. BBC Radio 4 is no longer available on this frequency. However, you can find Radio 4 many other ways. You can find BBC Radio 4 online via BBC Sounds. Radio 4 is available on DAB digital radio and through your digital television, including Freely. Radio 4 is also available via FM radio on 92 to 95 MHz and 103 to 105 MHz. Plus, you can listen via your smart speaker. Just say, play Radio 4. Information on how to listen can be found on the BBC website at bbc.co.uk/reception. You are listening to 198 kHz longwave. BBC Radio 4 is no longer available on this frequency. However, you can find Radio 4 many other ways. You can find BBC Radio 4 online via BBC Sounds. Radio 4 is available on DAB digital radio and through your digital television, including Freely. Radio 4 is also available via FM radio on 92 to 95 MHz and 103 to 105 MHz. Plus, you can listen via your smart speaker. Just say, play Radio 4. Information on how to listen can be found on the BBC website at bbc.co.uk/reception. You are listening to 198 kHz longwave. BBC Radio 4 is no longer available on this frequency. However, you can find Radio 4 many other ways. You can find BBC Radio 4 online via BBC Sounds. Radio 4 is available on DAB digital radio and through your digital television, including Freely. Radio 4 is also available via FM radio on 92 to 95 MHz and 103 to 105 MHz. Plus, you can listen via your smart speaker. Just say, play Radio 4. Information on how to listen can be found on the BBC website at bbc.co.uk/reception.